Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to Phil's Recap and Review, Better Call Saul, Season 6, Episode 13, the series finale, Saul Gone. And oh my goodness, they did it. They put him in jail. They gave us probably one of the darker or more sad endings. It was the ending that needed to happen in a lot of ways, even if it wasn't the one some of us wanted to see. I predicted and I speculated that I thought he'd end up in jail. I also kind of called what the Walter scene was. We'll get into that in a little bit too. But I still wasn't happy watching it. It was hard to watch Saul Goodman after all of this time, after following him through all of this, going through all of that. The scene at the end with him and Kim talking. He should have took the 7 years. I feel awful. Oh my God, he should have took the 7 years. But we made it. We made it through the other side. Better Call Saul is over, and we are going to pick this episode apart, talk all about it. We're going to be here tonight. I'm not alone, of course. I have you guys in the chat with me, and I have the voicemail and text number that you can call on in and leave a voicemail and share your thoughts about this series finale. What did you think? Is it what you wanted? Do you feel yourself really excited by this ending and the conclusion point of this episode? Do you feel slightly disappointed? Do you feel like you're still confused and processing it and might need to watch the whole entire series again starting tomorrow and watch the whole freaking thing again? We saw Marie in this episode. She wasn't stealing anything. She wasn't yelling at anybody that they were stupid rocks about his diamonds and though they're minerals. We did deal with the diamonds too really quickly in the episode. Carol Burnett makes a guest appearance for a quick second too at the very beginning of the episode. We of course see our Walter White appearance, which is in that scene time period where he's in Ed the Vacuum's basement. And Saul gets caught pretty early on in the episode, and then we go on from there and watch his plea bargaining, getting the deal done. He also worked with Oakley, which I kind of speculated too, but we're going to get all into this tonight, all up in it. But let's get to what you guys in the chat seem to think. What do you think right now? Stateless says, I'm going to go watch this again. It came full circle again. Kim did not deserve to get away with it. Put some pants on, Phil. How do you know I'm not wearing pants under all of this? Better Call Saul. I might not be. You never can tell at this point. The way it's all cut off, I might not be wearing pants. You are correct. Fid named Kinger says, I loved it. You called it. He shaved off that god-awful mustache too. Great landing, says Stephanie. It was nowhere as dark as I thought it would be. I hated seeing Kim walking away. I can't see Phil. Here I am. I'm on camera now. Oh my goodness. Bunny says, didn't like the ending. I have a friend of mine who was texting me, Miss Gina, that was still didn't hate it, but was like a little underwhelmed by the ending. We're coming all over the place. I'm coming all over the place. I'm hoping we're coming all over the place tonight. But that's the thing about series finales. They're always difficult. They're difficult in the moment, in the evening to talk about and kind of analyze because you're either wrapped up in the excitement or you can kind of build up all this anticipation around it and it doesn't quite fit what you necessarily perceived it to be. But I do think this was a quality series finale and stuck the landing in the story that it needed to tell. This was the kind of ending that Better Call Saul was always going to have. It doesn't end on a bang. It ends with sort of a whimper in a sense of Jimmy being stuck in prison. I guess it's his way of, and I was talking to Sean about this earlier, about how he could make up for it, how he could get some sort of redemption of some sort. And I guess he did do it. I question, and we'll get into it too, but I question if there was other ways to do it. Did he have to destroy his deal to protect Kim? I mean, maybe he did. We're going to get into that. A couple people were wondering if Kim's a lawyer again. No, she's realizing she can play with scammery. We're seeing that Kim, regardless of whichever direction in life she goes, she'll always be a slight scammer because of the way she was raised, her interactions with her mother, her interactions with Jimmy, who she is as a person. So she was using her in the same way that when I bought the car that I'm driving right now, the piece of crap car I'm driving, it was owned by a family member that had a handicap thing. And I will say that during Halloween time in Salem, Massachusetts, I needed to go there and park, and I couldn't find a parking spot. And I did park for 5 minutes in a handicap spot with the thing hanging down. So Kim was doing something like that. She was being a little scammy with her license to be able to see Jimmy, and I guess she can regularly see him right now. It's gonna be interesting here. What? Oh my goodness. But we got so many voicemails right now already. Keep them coming. 781-990-8509. We'll get to all the voicemails tonight. We'll get to hear your thoughts on this series finale. And I almost want to say where it goes from here, because it does leave at a point where yes, as much as this is a conclusive endpoint, being a fan of Oz, now I want to see Saul in Oz. I want to see if does it continue to go good. And I mean, they show that he's going to be a little bit of a celebrity in there. It's not quite we didn't get quite the Andy Dufresne ending where he's helping everybody out, but more like he's the celebrity and everyone's calling him Saul. Yeah, you're the man, Saul. You're the man. Let's get into the live chat. Lewis Berry says, love this. See, this is the myriad of differences that we have here with opinions of this episode. Lewis Berry, love this episode. It was amazing. Evan Steven, terrible ending. See, and that's the thing about series finales. People, it's all over the place. It'll be hit or miss. So for some people, it'll be great, and some people it won't. My poll is up today. We already got 245 votes. And just simple one tonight. Did you enjoy this finale? Yes, no, somewhere in the middle. So far, we got 71% saying they liked it, only 10% saying no, and 20% somewhere in the middle. So most people did enjoy the finale, but as I always say, this is not an echo chamber here. I have some stuff I want to pick apart in this ending and stuff I need to rewatch and look at again, and I can't wait to get into again right here tonight with you guys into the recap, where we're going to watch every scene of this episode, or listen to it anyways, and get back into this and break it all down. But this isn't an echo chamber. If you felt this episode, I want to hear it loud and strong in the chat, or call on in and let me know. Same as if you did not feel it. This isn't a place where we want to only hear people say, "Oh, this is awesome." Blah, blah, blah. I jump around like an idiot and like Kermit the Frog and go, better call Saul. But that's me. But I definitely want to hear if people had some issues with this episode or had some issues with the season as a whole. We want to hear that too. Explain yourselves. We want to hear it. But we did get to see Chuck again, which I was very excited about. Antonio says, I loved it. Kirby says, I loved it. John says, Kim is a weird chick. Saul can't keep away from her. Smoking the cig on the wall with Kim, just like it started. Exactly. They ended it just like they started it in a lot of ways. And I like that. I like that he did work with Oakley again. That brought forth the balance that we got in the original part of the series. It felt like we went back several times in this series to different points in Jimmy Saul's life. Important moments. I like how we got a Mike scene. It's the one scene I haven't talked about yet. We get I think it's from the episode Bagman from season, people in the live chat can tell me if I'm wrong, it's season 5, or is it it's season 5, right? I was like season 5 or season 4? Season 5. I'm pretty sure. Interesting choice of a flashback there. I don't know if they chose that just to kind of bring the parallel of the what would you do with the time machine thing to show 3 different points where he asked that question, or just to get Jonathan Banks in the last episode and kind of make reference back to an important moment in the series where that was a big changing point for Jimmy, and where we start to see that Jimmy basically has only really thought about money. I like the reveal that we get in that scene with Mike, and I feel like Jonathan Banks and Bob Odenkirk, that was one of their best episodes that they had together throughout the entire run of the series. So it was good to go back there, and made sense to see the car there again, and makes the trailer make more sense. I like that he didn't get a chance to call Ed the vacuum, so we never got into any of that. There was never a need to get into whether they shot a scene with Forrester before he passed, or whether he would be able to pick up Saul again. We dropped the diamonds, everything scattered. It was a bloody nightmare. The diamond scenes felt kind of felt kind of dumb, maybe because I'm clumsy. I saw it coming. Yeah, it seemed real though in that moment. A lot of times characters will be unusually slick and quick in moments like that, but he's nervous as hell, and most people are a little clumsy. But here we go. Let's not waste any time tonight. Let's get right into it. We have voicemails. One of these voicemails that we have, I believe, is for a different show, so I'm not going to play that one. And let me play this voicemail right here. This is from area code 718.
I don't know if they could have done anything different, but
here we go. Here we go. I'm sorry, I've got to play it at the beginning.
Big J, pal.
Big J.
Sad night, man. One of the greatest shows ever. I think the greatest show ever coming to an end. Yeah.
Before I play the rest of Big J's message, I just want to send a special shout out to my good buddy Big J. He's probably one of the first there's a lot of people that have been checking out these Better Call Saul reviews since I've been talking about it since season 1. I feel like Big J maybe came on towards season 2, maybe the end of season 1, but I'm not positive. I just know he's been one of the most engaged people calling on in every season since way early on. And Big J is a huge friend of the show. And thank you, Big J, for all the support and love, buddy. You're the best.
I mean, I don't know. I guess I'm satisfied. I don't know if they could have done anything different, but listen. The bottom line for me is that it just the whole package was unbelievable. It was an unbelievable season. I guess this is the way they thought to end it. You said jail. A lot of people said jail. I don't get the whole thing about throwing away a 7-year deal.
Yeah, Big J, I'm with you there, and that's where we're gonna pick this apart a little bit. If there was another way he could have protected Kim without giving up the 7-year deal, that's like, I don't know. He the self-destructive streak in Jimmy towards the end was infuriating to Jimmy fans. I just was like, to slap him in the side of the fucking head a couple of times, Big J. You know what I'm talking about?
That seemed a little far-fetched. That made no sense to me at all. I got to rewatch this one a few times. That's what happens with this show. I have to watch it 2 or 3 times. But anyway, buddy, like we texted back and forth, it's been a pleasure talking about this show with you. And,
it really has, Big
over
J.
the years. I know it's just been you this year. But I hope that you have a nice podcast tonight. I hope these fucking assholes, trolls, these little nerds, 40-year-old virgins, they got nothing better to do. They're fucking probably sitting in their mother's basement. I hope they let you do your show tonight.
Big J, I'm going to save the rest of your message to play just in case we do get some of those. Thank you, Big J, for everything. Really appreciate it. And everyone, if you're in here right now and whether you enjoyed this episode or didn't enjoy this episode, please hit the like button. Help this get out to even more people. We appreciate all of you guys being here tonight. Jakar Spitch in the live chat. Great to see you. Let's take some live chats. I'm going to play the rest of Big J's message here in a second. Only thing that could beat Jimmy is himself. 86 years. It was dumb. He should have kept the deal, says Luke M. Even Steven says the episode itself was well made, but it made no sense for him to negotiate it down and then flip it. He could have simply helped her by minimizing her involvement during the negotiation. Even Steven, that's my one nitpick on the episode that I'm going to get into a little bit. I feel like he could have finagled something. That didn't seem like the only successful opportunity to get Kim off or shield Kim from the problems. Even once he's in there, once he's committed to that 7-year sentence and he's in jail, he could have done stuff to mitigate the pressure onto Kim. And we don't even know that Howard's wife would have 100% prosecuted Kim or for punitive damage. She was shopping for attorneys, but who knows once she sees what Kim is worth, if she would have thought it was worth it. It was a big what if for him to sacrifice those 7 years just for her, and something that we will be debating for a long time on this show. 86 years. That's nothing. When you take out sleep and meals, that's like 2 weeks. I'll do that standing on my head, Jeffrey Townsend. Come on. Justin says, what the fuck? Tom says, he just wanted to see her and he would have seen him redeem himself. He would have gone back to a life of crime if he'd only done 7. And Big J, I do have to give you, it wasn't Mary in prison, but you kind of did call him going to prison. Let me play the end of Big J's message. Like I said, we got 8 voicemails right now, 5 texts. I'm going to get to all of your voicemails and texts tonight. If you want to call on in, leave your thoughts, positive or negative, somewhere in between about me or the show, feel free to do it. And we're going to go through this tonight. It's going to be a fun night. I'm going to keep this going for as long as possible. Keep this night pumping.
Hey, let my man do his show. That's all I got to say. All right, so I want to hear what you got to say. I think this season was awesome. I'm just, I don't know. I'm a little mixed on the last episode though, but all in all, like I said, best show ever, man.
Thank you, Big J. You are the best. It's been a pleasure getting all your messages, and I hope you and I coordinate on another show again. Holy shit, we got our first super chat donation of the evening. Better call me, as I'm dressed in a horrible Saul Goodman here. Let's see. JG says he couldn't finagle anything because that would not have been a full surrender of the Saul persona. You have to let it go 100% free. And I think there is something to that. He came to a point where he realized that the only way to feel anything again, and I think that's part of the ways he looked back on all those flashbacks that they looked back and thinking about what really was important to him and realizing what his real regrets are and realizing the only way he could ever make up for that in her eyes, and that's why he said the thing about wanting her to be in the courtroom at the time, isn't necessarily that he needed to, and I'm talking myself into it here or trying to understand it here. He didn't necessarily need to incriminate himself to protect Kim, but he needed to incriminate himself to be free of the burden of all of this Saul Goodman, to have Saul truly be gone from him in that sense. But Slippin' Jimmy will always exist. Will Jimmy run scams in prison? Do you guys think Jimmy will run scams in prison? I sure think he will. When Saul was walking into the courtroom, Joker, when he started to laugh, I definitely did get a little bit of a vote Joker vibe. Breaking Bad was better, but Saul was right up there, says Dread. And huge thanks to everyone that's given us super chat donations this year during these live streams. They've meant more than you know. All of our callers and texters. It's gonna be a fun night. We have tons of texts. 11. Keep them coming in. 781-990-8509. Blow up the phone line so I have the call all night. Keep them coming. But really do appreciate all of that. It makes this even more fun. I hope you guys stick around, and if you haven't already, make sure you hit that subscribe button and you join for all the different shows. I'm going to be covering a lot of shows in the next year, and hopefully whenever the next Vince Gilligan show comes back, we can all watch it together again. And I'm also hoping for some webisodes with Saul Goodman in prison. That's what I was gonna say earlier. As an Oz fan, now I'm like, I want an epilogue season. Give me an epilogue season, damn it. Not really. Area code 419.
All over, Walter. Finally put your deal away, Walter.
Finally, as true, area code 419. I got a minute. Walter can finally put his dick away. He actually can do it. It's a possibility. Brian Davis says, to all the people that said Saul was going to die or kill himself and that Kim wasn't going to be there for him at the end, bah, ha, 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 ha. That's for you, Brian Davis. I hope I verbalized your comment with enough vigor that you would want it to be. At least it didn't just copy Breaking Bad. No, and I think it definitely wanted to do its own thing and define its ending as its own entity. And I think it did successfully do that. It didn't feel like another ending to me. Even though we did have a courtroom ending, it didn't feel like Seinfeld to me. I saw someone throw that in the comments. No, it didn't feel like the Seinfeld. I wasn't thinking about the Seinfeld ending at the end there. Holy shit, we got another super chat donation. That means more than I know. Roger Rigby says, did black and white at the very end become a bit of color or nah? I think the cigarette was in color. I think it was another moment. I gotta say, I'll be honest. I'm not saying I was disappointed in it because it's definitely not disappointment, but I did think for a second that when we got to the point where Jimmy was in the courtroom and he was finally going to defend himself and put himself against, admit to everything, and he says, it's showtime. I kind of thought at that moment when Kim walked into the room and they were finally in the same place together at the same time, I thought it was going to go to color. I was convinced right when he goes, it's showtime, and the judge gets ready to hammer down the gavel. I was like, oh, right when that gavel goes down, we're going to flash to color. But I don't think we did, and we basically had to wait till we got, I think we got a flash of the cigarette smoke in color. And thank you so much for that super chat donation, and let me play a little drum for you. Sorry about that. It's late, so I had to play it very quiet. But thank you so much for that super chat donation. If you if you give me another one, I promise not to play the drum again. Yeah, I'm kidding. Area code or Jeffrey Townsend says, if Walter was good at fixing hot water tanks, why didn't he fix his own? I think that was a good moment of showing Walter as who Walter really is. Someone that talks a big game, talks like he knows everything he's doing, but really doesn't know anything. I loved the Walter scene as a Breaking Bad fanboy. I liked getting to see Walter again in all his douchebag glory. And I liked how they set up a moment where he doesn't really care what Saul has to say or anybody has to say. And they definitely illustrated that. I think the characterization in both the Walter and Jesse scenes together and the Walter and Jesse scene was really well done and paid respect to the characters. It was the scene I thought it was. I thought the bald head looked better. I don't know if he really shaved or they perfected it because it didn't give me the Megamind look that they had in El Camino. But Walter had a dope skull cap on. He did. This one looked good. This one, I don't know if they took some of the feedback from the El Camino one. This one did not make me immediately go, oh, okay, he's wearing a Megamind head. What the fuck? What is Nightbot doing? If Brian Defoe, don't listen to Nightbot. If Nightbot warned you about something, Nightbot can kiss my royal grits. You can repeat Better Call Saul like that over and over in capital letters as much as you want in my chat, damn it. I'll block you, Nightbot. So not necessarily the end, but they have 86 years to figure out what they're going to do with it now. It's true. Vince has 86 years to make a new show that's going to actually work. Don't be mad. It's a good ending. Saul did it to himself, as I'm going to, for some reason, in 85 degrees in here, and I'm wearing a suit coat. So, because I'm an idiot. Taking the red jacket off, hence discarding Saul. I like how they did that in that way, how the intro, we got another promo, and then they ended it with another promo as well. Huel! Is that the real Huel that we got in the live chat? Did Huel just give me a super chat? Huel, buddy. Man, I hated seeing the man go down like that. I wanted to know, did he get that mint chocolate chip? You got to figure that he's a man in prison that knows what to do. So he probably is going to get plenty of mint. I was going to say milk chocolate chip. Mint chocolate chip. Huel, you're doing awesome. Hope you're doing awesome, buddy. I think we're all hoping for that Huel spinoff series. Toast to you, buddy. Better Fuel Huel. Yep. We all want to watch that sequel, Better Fuel Huel. So let's continue with this. We've got area code 541.
Hey, Phil. Nathan Drake from Oregon here.
Welcome, Nathan.
Look, I fucking loved the episode, despite the black and white shenanigans. You know, that was before my time. Anyway, all I'm here to say to you is...
I love that. The black and white shenanigans are a little before my time.
I am so glad that we got sort of Gene/Saul returning back to Jimmy. I sort of felt like it was a happy ending, despite all the context, because what I wanted was for him to come clean and sort of redeem himself. And I think we saw that all throughout the episode that he wasn't a remorseful bastard, because there was always the question of, remorse or regret that he was asking to these past characters.
Yeah, and that's a very good point. I'm going to play the rest of your message too, but I think that had a lot to do with the ending as well, of whether he really felt any regret for what was going on, and seeing the different grades of him feeling that regret through all the different paths and different stages.
And that's how I interpret it anyway. It was sort of that guilt manifesting. Anywho, beautiful ending, beautiful show, beautiful hair, Phil, by the way.
Thank you.
All right, bye.
Thank you so much for the hair compliment. I appreciate that. And thank you so much for the Super Chat donation. Here's another musical number. Excuse me. Here we go. Okay, so sorry about the horrible trumpet playing. There we go. There's another Super Chat donation. Thank you so much. Let's play another voicemail. This is from Parts Unknown.
Hi, my name is Chris, calling from Boston. This is my second time calling this month since last week. So I was very surprised to see you really straight on the final episode. In addition, I feel like the ending of the show was kind of like watching the final scene of Blow with Johnny Depp, because both of those scenes in Blow and Better Call Saul finale, they took place, at a prison, even though we're talking, two different locations at, different time periods. Additionally, Saul lives. Saul does not die in prison. But now another question is, I'm kind of jumping around in circles here. What happens to Jeff? Like some people are saying here in the live chat, is Jeff stuck in prison, for good? Like, what happens to him now?
Important question. What happens to Jeff? And someone just said it in the chat too. Dumpster diamonds. I want to go find that dumpster and go do some dumpster diving for diamonds. I wonder if the cops scouted that out afterwards and checked out that dumpster and found those diamonds. What happens to Jeff? Does Marion go and release Jeff? Does Marion leave Jeff in jail to think about his actions a little bit? I think Marion comes down and scolds Jeff for being stupid, and then eventually Jeff murders Marion and goes to jail right next to Saul because he goes all Norman Bates and kills the national treasure that is Carol Burnett. We got another Super Chat donation. Roger Rigby heard quite a bit of Wildfire played during the finale. Unless I missed it, that was a prediction gone bad. A lot of predictions gone bad here at the end here, which is often the case in series finales where people think that they have leaks, and that's been one that's been going around for a lot of through a lot of different places, that Wildfire was going to be the series conclusion song. I kind of was trying to push through that. I thought it was going to be I Fought the Law and the Law Won. But that didn't happen either. Either way, I liked the choices of music and atmosphere that they ended things on. I liked the soundtrack song that Kim was hearing, like, while she was dealing with the outcome before she went to the legal clinic, because it made you think that Saul gave her up for a minute. So you're waiting for it to all clamp down on her, but really she's getting ready to go to her own legal clinic. And like how that played with my expectations. I'm like, oh my God, she's going to a lawyer to make sure she protects herself, but she really wasn't. She was going to a lawyer just to start working again. I loved it. I definitely loved that aspect of it. Let's get into, we got another text message from Gina that says, my friend said, I think Walt hits it on the head. It was about what you could change if you had the opportunity. And the fact that Chuck was reading the book during that scene with Jimmy is to symbolize what they would change in their relationships. So thinking about each one of those moments and what each character would change. Gina, great stuff. And tell your friend, great stuff as well. John Doman says, Marion hasn't gathered up enough bail money to get Jeff out of jail. Now, she's going to leave that little asshole Jeff in there, definitely. Everyone, keep liking this, keep sharing this, keep pushing this out. We're close. Let's try to see how many people we can get in here tonight for this final episode of Better Call Saul Party. Let's all party, whether you like the episode or dislike the episode. Let's all party together and enjoy this one more time, because this is the last time we're coming together for this Gilligan universe, at least as far as we know. So let's have as much fun as we can have tonight, everybody. Good, whether you liked it or not. Call on in, share your thoughts, 781-990-8509. I very much appreciate all of you friends here with me tonight. So area code 515.
Hey, Phil, this is Joseph
I'm actually a lawyer myself, and I have to say,
Now, first off, the show needs a lawyer. We definitely need a lawyer. So stay on our speed. I'm gonna save your number and put issues program lawyer. I talk a lot of shit. You never can tell what might happen. We're gonna keep you on speed dial, buddy. So yes, better call this guy.
Like the episode, it was overall pretty good, but they used to be a lot better at researching and getting some of the legal details right. This episode was completely unrealistic legal mess. You would never have the victim of a crime.
Yeah, here we go. Legal beagle us here. We want to hear it. Let's tell us let's see what was accurate and what was not from a legal sense from our legal expert, area code 515.
Mess. You would never have the victim of a crime come into a plea bargain negotiation. You'd never have the full negotiation take place in the same room. It would always be done over months, going back and forth between offices. You'd never have somebody in Saul's position ever conceivably be looking at 7 years. He was always looking at the 86 years. I just felt like they kind of shoved a lot of plot where they wanted it to go, completely disregarding some of those legal parameters that they're usually much more attentive to. And it's not just legal stuff, it's other stuff too. That's just the one I know about. Anyway, I think the more I think about it, the black and white post Breaking Bad era, I feel like it was fun and it was amusing, but I don't believe it was the same quality as the show before the end of the Saul era. So I just want to call in and give my opinion. Thank you very much, and have a great rest of the night.
Absolutely. Thank you for calling on in. And even if I don't necessarily feel the same way, I appreciate hearing your opinion. And I know I've heard that from other folks too, that feel like, the series might have, for them, ended in 609 and everything that else that happened afterwards was sort of more epilogue-y kind of feeling. And I can see that. To me, some of the black and white stuff was the stuff that was the most exciting for me to see a conclusion to, and the stuff I was waiting for since season 1. So I'm happy with the way we finally got the conclusion to it. But I totally understand people's perspective with that and can get, can understand that and want to keep the phone lines open for other people that might feel that way to feel free to call on in, as well as the people that are going to be run around like Kermit the Frog screaming like I am. So area code 949. Let's see. And let's see. Yep. 949.
Hey, it's Brandon from California.
1 second, Brandon from California. I just want to take Roger Rigsby's super chat donation before it travels past. Heck, if that $5 million reward was legit, Marion's going to have a lot of money to bail out little Jeffy. I don't think that was real. I think that was just a promotional creation, but that is a good point. If it was real, she's got to get some sort of financial windfall for turning in that Saul Goodman. And I love how she screamed, I hope they get him too. Hope they get that Saul Goodman, that little son of a fuck. Okay, let's play this California message.
California. Where was the color?
California! Oh, sorry. I thought we were watching the OC for a second here. California!
Dude. That was all I wanted was color.
Colors!
They didn't give us the color.
Take the Sid Barrett and you'll see colors, dude.
I mean, okay, we got a little spark, a little fire, and a cigarette burning with Kim and
I'm going to take a spark and set a fire.
Jimmy, Saul, Gene.
I love your voicemail, by the way, dude. Thank you for calling.
Whatever you want to call him. We got the little spark, but we didn't get the full-fledged color. That was the only thing I was looking forward to. Otherwise, look, I mean, hey, it wasn't Breaking Bad's ending, but this show is completely different. But I really thought they were going to give us, and look, yeah, they gave us the flashbacks. There was color there. The Walt cameo was pretty satisfying. The Marie cameo was satisfying. The courtroom was satisfying. I don't know why, but I was craving to see the color come back in this man's life.
Yeah, I hear you, dude. And like I said, I kind of thought once Kim was in the same room as him again, and he said it's showtime, I thought we were gonna flash the color right there, and I wouldn't have hated that. That would have been a very amazing point to try to do that. I assume they talked about that, and they thought that if they did the turn the color moment, it might have come off a little Wizard of Oz-y cheesy a little bit or something. So they probably didn't like the way it looked or something. So they decided to hint at it a little bit with the glasses or with the cigarette butt. But I did also feel in that moment that I kind of wanted color too. I'm not gonna say it's a disappointment for me, but there was a moment in the courtroom where I wanted it to, when he took over and was full Jimmy again and connected back with Kim in a way. I wanted to see the color come back into his life, even though he was in jail and sacrificing his fucking 7-year deal. What the hell? But yeah, call on in. Thank you, Dracarys bitch. Guys, the one character they needed to bring back was Marie Meme Sauce. I know she's a fan favorite, right? Meme Sauce. Anyone who was around during the Breaking Bad days knows Marie's always been a fan favorite character. that people were dying to see again. I liked it though. I thought it really worked, and it really, again, was really true to her character. Which was the important thing to me with all the Breaking Bad stuff is, do they honor who the character is, or do they minimize their approach because it's a different show? And I think when you were doing a sequel, prequel type thing, you have a couple of choices with that kind of stuff. I think when Frasier, for instance, brought back Cheers characters, they made the Cheers characters seem more losery in a sense, and obviously the Frasier people more pompous. But with the Breaking Bad stuff, it just feels like you're expanding this world, and it's done, even when fan servicey, it's done in a very organic fan servicey kind of way. And thank you. But yes, the phone number to call on in is 781-990-8509. We got 18 voicemails and 12 texts. I'm going to get to all of them tonight, as well as go through this episode scene by scene, breaking it down and listening to it. So I'm going to continue with our voicemails right now and take a few more before we get into our recap here. So keep your thoughts coming in the chat, texting, calling on in, and we're going to get to them. The color was cigarette for Jimmy and Kim. El Camino Saul prison movie is incoming. The Oz of Saul Goodman movies. Called it. He would have had a repertoire among the inmates to do his Saul repartee. Yeah, exactly. Like they love him already. The prisoner in front of him on the bus is a kid that I went to theater school. I didn't know him super well. I wouldn't call him a friend, but I call him a co-classman. And I'm talking to him a little bit earlier on social media, and he made, like, his family made him a cake and stuff with the picture of his scene. But he was the guy on the bus that was sitting right in front of him that goes, Saul Good. The first guy that goes, Saul Goodman. That was the dude I went to theater school with, but and awesome for him. I like I said to him, it's this show is incredible, and just to even be in that little scene of this show is incredibly awesome. And maybe I can get him on here at some point to chat about the experience at some point later in the future. But that was the dude that was sitting in front of him on the bus, the bald gentleman. The bald gentleman. I'm not gonna get him on now. Like, yeah, the fucking bald guy, dude, that's sitting in front of fucking Saul. He's from fucking Boston, dude. JV says, Phil, do you think Kim would still care for Jimmy if he took the 7 years? I don't think so. I think she still might have wanted to come see him at some point. But I don't think she would have forgiven him to the point of reconnecting and sitting down and having a cigarette with him and having a moment where she's looking at him with somewhat loving eyes again, even though they're unintentional loving eyes. I think he needed to give himself up in that way, in the way that she suggested on the phone a couple of the other episode of, like, why don't you turn yourself in? I think he did what she said for him to do, and he got his forgiveness that he wanted from her so desperately. And more than he cared about forgiveness for himself, because he doesn't really care. Like, I think deep down himself, he does. I don't think his moral compass changed. He did this for selfish reasons. That's the thing. And as much as you can say, oh, he absolutely, did the right thing. He got redemption. He maybe did, but he did the redemption for selfish reasons because he wanted to do it for Kim. and didn't want to go back to living. And yes, 7 years and getting out, easy life, blah, blah, blah. But I think he did it for his, and people can say I'm full of shit there. Like, he fucking gave up 7 years for 86 years for somebody else. He made a selfless act. But I think in a weird way, I'm going to see how he feels about that in 10 years, if he made the right decision. When Kim's visited him twice and forgets about him and is with yeah guy. And Saul is sitting in there and the worm is turned and a bunch of people are in there that don't recognize him. And he's like, what have I, and he has an Arrested Development, what have I done kind of moment. So I'm not sure if he made the right decision. Well, only time will tell. So Kim's good, right? Yes. I think we're to assume that Kim is completely good. He got all the attention off of her because in his statement in court, which was under oath after he admitted to all these other things, he basically said that he forced Kim into thinking that she had more responsibility for the whole situation than she really did. It's all on me. Kim lied. This is me. I forget exactly what he said. We'll listen to it again in a little bit, but he basically took all of the blame off of her. Poor Jeffrey is the Huel of this series. He's just going to be in that jail cell for the rest of his life. Does anyone know what kind of shampoo I use? I can show it to you when I go to the little boy's room, but it's like a small it's like a small bottle, dude. I don't know what the fuck it is. 7 years versus 87. That's bullshit. Here we go. We got so many voicemails here tonight. I am so excited. We got 24 voicemails. Keep them coming. I'm going to make sure I get to all of them. Let me go back to, let me get a couple of text messages right here. We got our good buddy T, who is having a Better Call Saul party. Hope you're having an awesome time at your party. Area code 513, Phil, I am crying for real, man. It was an emotional ending, especially with the little, package that they put together at the end with all the cast members. I wish more shows did something like that. That was really cool. Area code 313, pretty sure that I am now done watching TV forever. Thank you for your live streams. It's been one hell of a ride out from Detroit. Area code 313, thank you if you are out from watching shows. If this is a great place to end, and I'm happy to have been any part of your television watching experience. It means a shit ton to me. Area code 614. Hey, Phil, just wanted to give you a big thanks for all your hosting these streams after every episode. I love your energy and personality, and you definitely have a gift. Thank you, Mom. I'm so happy with the ending and so happy for Jimmy that got to redeem himself at least a little for Kim and Chuck. At the end, it seemed if he realized who he truly loved and he looked up to it. It was so powerful and so wonderful. I'm glad we got to experience this masterpiece of television show together. Peace and love from Carson from Columbus. Thank you so much, Carson, and I do extremely appreciate that, and I hope we match up on another show again in the future. Glib Glob says it was a fantastic finale. I don't know why I say it. It's like, I don't know. This ending was fantastic. It is amazing. Get to the chopper. Sorry. Man, that bus scene at the end was crazy, says Grayson. We've got the Bader in the live chat says, I knew Kim would come back. Watch old Star Trek shows. That's my advice, says Luke M. Vince and Peter better release a new show. We need their talent. I believe Vince is currently pitching a show. I might do a video on that later or after a couple of weeks down the road or something. But Vince has basically announced that he's pitching another show. I don't know if Peter's going to be a part of it, but I'm sure he'll have him guesting on here and there. 845, as soon as I heard about the deal, I knew he wasn't taking it. Pretty much ruined the rest of the episode since I was dreading it, says 845. Maybe I didn't understand the show, but I was still rooting for Jimmy in the end, where I was absolutely not rooting for Walter. Area code 959, aside from the color, this universe is all about people getting what they deserve. The Saul side wanted 7-5. The Jimmy side that Kim fell in love with knew he deserved the full sentence. Oh, wanted 7.5 years. The Jimmy side, the side that Kim fell in love with, knew he deserved a full sentence. Saul's gone. Saul gone. Jimmy back to stay. 856, what are your thoughts about the straight man in Parish? I don't know. I don't know if I understand your question. 856, clarify a little bit. 608 says, amazing episode. Final thing, Jimmy confirmed. Oh, wait, there's a little bit more of this. Hey, Phil, Corey from Wisconsin. My lord, what a finale. The weaving of colors, black and white, absolute perfection. Could see a series of shorts with Jimmy in jail. He has quite a fan club, and now we know that the Time Traveler's book Easter egg was all about episode 1. What a 14-year arc. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a couple of webisode type episodes with Jimmy in prison in the future with Vince or Peter directing them. That just wouldn't surprise me at all, or even Bob doing them on his own. And doing one with David Cross where they're actually cellmates. And on another note, they smoked and shared the same lit ash with the light falling up as they started in the parking garage in the episode early on. Excuse me. Final thought, though. Jimmy confirmed that his interaction with Walter White really set him on the path of being an empire builder. Without that, he'd been dead within a month. And any theories to the meaning of the baby onesie prison outfit at the very end, Wexler McGill love child, maybe that they're going to see each other and that there is a future with him in that place having a different situation. What does, someone said, good question. Does the number 86 have any significance in the Breaking Bad universe? Not that I know of, but I'm sure somebody smarter than me is going to pick something out from 86. Stephanie Vincent, I'm so glad the endings unsatisfied folks are offering weren't the actual. Oh, I'm so glad the endings that unsatisfied folks were offering was the actual ending. Weak point. Open can of diamonds. Him dropping the diamonds was comical. It was more of a comical moment. Area code 231. I thought it was good, but it didn't blow me away. Maybe it could have been made out that Kim definitely to be prosecuted if Saul didn't take the full responsibility. Feels like his confessions was empty. The poster for the final season makes more sense now, though. It really does. Area code 214. I just licked my dog's balls. Thank you, 214. I think you should turn yourself in. Turn yourself in right now. 914. What would he change in the Mike Walt flashback? He never really gave a deep answer, but he did in court because all he really wants is Kim's love. I think that's really what it comes down to. He really wanted Kim's love. 631 left a message already, but I wanted to add how crazy they caught him in the first 15 minutes of the episode. Talk about subverting expectations. Thought Gene would be on the run for at least half the episode. I agree. I also thought... Phil, my mother's named me Jeremy, and I have been born and raised in Los Angeles. If you can describe the entire series in 5 words, how would I describe it? Layered, textured, character, depth, interesting. I don't know. Is that 6? By the way, truly thank you for your video. It was truly the best time with you and the fans. It's been an amazing time getting to watch these episodes with all of you people and talk about them afterwards and get a little drunk, have a little fun. This is the best time I have, so I appreciate all of you guys getting to jumping on this ride with me and having some fun too. Area code 423. Oh, I can share the screen. I will try to do that in a little bit. It's on I have the calls on an opposite computer, so I'd have to switch it over to the other computer, but I will try to do that in a little bit, T, so I can show your Better Call Saul party photos. 803 says, hi, Phil. This was so much fun hanging with you guys. So I think the 86 years is all about him knowing he needs to stay in and not get out. And if he gets out, he's just going to get into trouble again and again. Shay Jordan says, I love this finale. Wildcard says, and then no, that's just a phony phone call, a phony phone call. But yeah, I will try to get your pictures up there so I can actually, the one reason I don't I'll explain why I'm not going to do that in a little bit. Let's listen to a couple more voicemails before we get into this. Let's go. We got area code 513. Oh no. Area code 773.
Hello, Phil. It's Roger again. I called last week. I was the first time caller from last week.
Welcome, Roger.
This episode, at the back of my mind, I was kind of scared it was going to end like Game of Thrones, and I'm kind of glad it did not end that way. I played hooky today to call your show on time. I'm watching you live right now.
Oh, thank you.
And your show was a show I was looking forward to as soon as the finale was over. definitely not the best way to end it, but I took it for what it was worth. I liked the I liked how Bill came to take on Saul's case. I did like the Marie cameo, the back and forth between Saul and Kim, Chuck's cameo. I was kind of I was really looking forward to seeing some characters that didn't make an appearance. I really wanted to see Jeff. I wanted to see Tuco. I wanted to see Trent. Trent, it was I'm guessing the antagonist from the miniseries of Flippin' Jimmy. As far as I know, It's only available on Plus. And
I think I lost you at the end there, but yeah, I think absolutely. There's some stuff I saw, some stuff I didn't. Sorry, your call got cut off there at the end, 773. But great call and so awesome having you again. And I hope you join me again for a future show that I'm going to be talking about. And we saw stuff we wanted, but I also there's things I wouldn't have minded seeing characters again. I think the reason we didn't see Tuco is because the actor doesn't like playing the character and only did it early on for a favor to Vince. We got Clyde asking me if I watched Succession. I haven't yet, but a couple people I know really love it and told me I should cover it here on the channel, so maybe I will try to catch up with it. We got another super chat donation from Kevin. Sopranos ended with episode 86, Made in America, the best series and the best series finale of all time. Better Call Saul, great show, but good finale, giving it a 6.5. So maybe you think that's a little could be a reference to how many Sopranos episodes we have. It's certainly a possibility. Area code 865.
This is Grosnor from Tennessee.
Welcome.
Look, people are complaining about how this finale isn't as explosive as Breaking Bad, but did we all miss the part where Jimmy McGill he killed Saul Goodman on the record in open court?
Destroyed him.
He claimed his old name back, took the heat off of Kim, and totally redeemed himself. Maybe not in the eyes of the law, of course, but in the eyes of the only person who mattered to him other than himself, he redeemed himself to Kim. And that's what the show was about.
Great voicemail, and thank you so much, 865. Another super chat donation from Radio Chaos. Jimmy says, Jimmy still didn't come clean about his heavy Viagra usage to Kim when she visited him. And maybe that's why he didn't try to make a move for a conjugal visit with his lawyer in the jail cell, because he didn't have the Viagra. Or possibly he could get the real deal from Kim. Area code 780.
Hi, this is Janet calling from
Welcome, Janet.
Alberta, Canada, and I watched the finale, and I just wanted to say that I really enjoyed it, and I wanted to see if maybe you had made any connections with something that I noticed the other night. I was rewatching season 4, episode 10, The Winner, and Jimmy and Chuck are singing the Winner Takes It All by ABBA.
Yep.
And I looked at those lyrics, and there is a lot of connections, in my opinion, between that song, how it ended, things that happened in that episode. And after I saw that show and I made I listened to that song and stuff, I really felt like Kim was going to come out clean, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
I really felt like whether Jimmy was going to go to jail or he was going to take the fall for her, and that's basically what happened. So anyways, I just wanted to know if you had ever noticed that, your thoughts on this, and yeah, thank you. Love your show.
No, thank you. I hadn't specifically thought about that before, but I think a lot of the music is very foreshadowing and foreboding in this show, even stuff that could be very casually not even thinking about it being something deep down the road. So I think there is maybe something to Winner Take It All. Winner takes it all. Over the top. Okay, I won't sing anymore. I'm sorry. Okay, we got another super chat from Kevin. Phil, here is a cyber high five to you from doing an incredible job covering Better Call Saul. Well, I have to thank you for being an amazing motherfucker, and thank you for the super chat donation. It means an incredible amount to me. And you know what? It's about time to get into this episode, start to break it down. I like to, right about the hour point, I like to get into the actual episode, and the best way to do that is to get into a recap. Okay, everyone, sorry about that. It's time for the recap. We're going to go through everything that happened in tonight's episode of Better Call Saul, scene by scene. And I can't wait. I can't wait to talk about this episode. Listen back to some of the audio of the different scenes, get a different feel, and get way into it. And thank you so much for all your super chats and all your calls. People, we still got 25 voicemails right now, and we got 11 text messages. I will get to all of those this evening. We'll not miss a single one. We're going to clear the decks before the end of the night, but we are going to get into a little bit of a recap. Groz. Deep Space Nine, it is the best Trek. I do like Next Generation a great deal, and I have love for the original cast as well, but Deep Space Nine to me, because of characters like Garrick and Quark and Odo and just all the different character interactions that we have, it's more akin to shows like Better Call Saul, where you can like look at the character progressions and the character growth in the same way. And this, unlike some of the other Star Trek series where the characters kind of stay static throughout. That's one of the reasons why I like Deep Space Nine, and where it's apropos to have behind us here during talking about Better Call Saul, because it's another really great character series that really pushes growth within their characters. So, Voyager, yeah, Matt, I'm not gonna hate on any of those three series. My particular favorite is Deep Space Nine, though. Because of the characters. Garrick is my favorite character. He's a Jimmy McGill. I know I'm cutting down the influence of people that go, what the hell am I talking about? But just talking about characters that have those, the duplicity and have, and are kind of sketchy people. And Jimmy is the height of that. I think characters like Quark and Garrick are like that as well. Okay, enough Star Trek talking. We'll definitely stay subscribed to me for Star Trek stuff in the future. And let's get into this recap of this episode. The auditory storytelling, I'm pissed off about that. I don't want your super chats declined. I'm not declining you. I'll never decline a super chat. That's one of my rules. So our episode starts out. Let's see. Oh no, we got the commercials first. Our episode starts out as we open up with a really good promo. We open up in the color in the desert, and we see Saul's old car, and we see the moon blanket, we see a $100 bill, and we see Saul Goodman walking with the two bags. It's the Bagman episode with him and Mike in the desert, bright colors. We see all this, and they have a very interesting conversation to start the episode off that we're going to play in a second here. Sorry, really want to help. Discord provides live online chat. I do have a Discord. I could send the link to it, but Friends of Phil does have a Discord. If Ian in the live chat or one of our Mods is a member of our Discord. Can share the link in the description box below if you guys want to pop in that. But we start the episode in a really interesting way. I wasn't expecting this. I wasn't expecting to go back to this particular episode, and I wasn't expecting to see Mike again. So I enjoy that we get to see Mike again. And let's listen to a little of the scene.
And I say we take it, split it 50-50.
Auditory. I'm not like, I don't want to be like, oh, you got to donate to me. But if you want to go to my actual page, my YouTube channel page, there's a link directly to donating on PayPal if you want. But that's never expected or necessary. But if the super chat's not working for you, that's obviously appreciated any way if you would want to help out. But obviously, like I said, never appreciated, always expected. Never expected, always appreciated. Thank you.
Take off. It's not ours. Could be. Yeah, well, I know some people who would have a problem with that. Them? Don't worry about them. You feeling right?
Nope.
First thing we do, take $6 million and build a time machine. Those people that you're worried about, they would never find us. Where would you go first, huh? You look like a history buff, right? What, would you go to Civil War times? Or?
Civil War times? It was so random that he said that.
Oh, Christ.
And I love how Mike sort of engages with him
December 8,
here. You don't
2001.
You don't usually see Mike engaging with someone in this kind of tomfoolery, so to speak. And so it's really kind of interesting to me that he would even go down this road with Saul and like talk about this stuff with him, because it's not very like Mike to want to deal with this kind of crap personally. Oh, thank you, Kevin, Phil. I appreciate you, man. That's so amazing of you for that super chat donation, buddy. Very much appreciated. And I will try to pop that. I'll try to pop that in soon. So we open up to the color in the desert. Let's listen to a little bit more of this.
Why? No. March 17th, 1984.
Oh, thank you, Ian. And just because I'm putting you to work tonight, if you could jump in the Discord group and share a join Discord group in the live group as well, in the live chat, that would be amazing if you could do that, because I'm having trouble getting in there right now.
Day I took my first bribe.
And he play the dark music kicks in there right there as Mike talks about taking his first bribe.
Go forward.
And Jimmy wants to go back in time here and talks about putting money in a certain property that would be a billionaire. Could I be a trillionaire possibly? And Mike turns to him and is like, all your life is about money? Is that all it is? And to Jimmy in this moment, it is. That's all his life. That's all he knows. And it's over. There we go. So the theme barely plays as we start back, and we come back in right after Marion called the cops through the life alert thing. Jimmy's off, and in the first 15 minutes is very tense. This is where we get what little action that we get in this episode as Jimmy stops at his house, gets the police scanner, gets the cash. The cops are outside. They're already building a sort of perimeter around him, boxing him in through this whole scene. It just feels uncomfortable and boxed in.
FT6. He's headed south towards Curtis. Oh, please get him.
Oh, please get him. Oh, Carol Burnett, you're hurting me. Yeah, it's inconsistent writing, Phil. Of course, Mike wouldn't do this. Was shocked to find out that Mike was the victim of the Betamax hype back in the day, says Radio Chaos. Radio Chaos, toast to you, my friend. Thank you guys with the super chats. Getting me drunk. Very much appreciated. And all good, Jackie. No worries. For some reason, I'm having trouble getting in there on my computer here, so I'm having trouble sharing it. But I'll jump in there in the phone for a second. So run, Gene, run. As Gene is on the run here. Music is intense. I'm feeling it. I'm like, at this point, watching the episode, you're thinking, is this going to be the whole episode? Am I going to be watching him, chasing him the whole time? Oh, I'm so excited. Thank you, Kevin. So he looks like he's going to go into the sewers, but he's off. The cops are around every corner. He's totally boxed in. He jumps in a dumpster. He opens the box to try to get the vacuum cleaner guy's card out, and he's trying to remember the code over and over again, as we heard in the trailer, repeating it as he's got his phone with him, and he tries to open it. He drops all the diamonds in the dumpster. They're all scattered, and they knock on the dumpster door, and they're like, hey, are you in there, Mr. Goodman? And they get him, and right at I don't even think it's the 15-minute point. I'm going to tell you exactly where it is. It's at the maybe 15 minutes with the commercials. But in the episode time, in an episode that time-wise is 1 hour and 12 minutes, Jimmy gets caught at the 12-minute mark. So Jimmy gets caught really early on in this episode. And that's it. Jimmy is caught. And at that point, you're watching like, okay, whoa. I'm going to actually get to see what I think I'm going to see. And seeing Jimmy get caught, for good or for bad, was surreal as hell. Just seeing anyone within this universe in this position is just kind of super horrible. Civil had mixed opinions. Jeff is the public masturbator. Masturbation. Loved how he opened the dumpster lid with his head. Funny how people saying Wildfire is the leaked song as Vincent Gould would want some corny goodbye music for the finale, says Timothy. Jimmy gets Kim to check the dumpster just in case the cops did ransack it. I'm glad the ending was bittersweet and free of any sort of edginess. I'm happy we got to see Kim again in this one. I want to be on that bus. Jimmy. You guys are amazing tonight. Thank you so much. Is there a Discord for this chat? There will be a Discord chat for Better Call Saul, and in the chat room, I will share that in the live chat before I end the show. Jimmy should have had the Phil-type wig in his box and walked around all sketchy. That being said, I do have a Jimmy-type wig for my Saul Goodman outfit. Wait. Let me put this on for the. This is awful. I was gonna wear this tonight, but I couldn't do it. I'm gonna do it. Hey everybody, Better Call Saul. No, not gonna do it. We had a good run, Commander. We did. Thank you, Iron Throne. Finally doing what I couldn't do. Sharing the Discord link in the chat. So everyone join that if you want to keep the discussion going after the season is over. We got a TV group there. I can make a dedicated Better Call Saul group too, but keep the discussion going on the Discord group after these discussions are over here. And you can also follow me there to hear when my next shows are on. I'll always post the next video in my captain's room as well. So stick around. Dang, Phil got it. Yeah, I do. It's a clip on though. Okay, so let's listen to a few more voicemails. This is area code 314.
Hey, Phil, this is Jim. I'm calling over here from
Okay, there we go. Area code 207.
Yeah, Phil, we're calling here from Chelsea. And I'll let you know.
Okay, that's okay on that one too. Area code 909. Oh, we got a series of great phone calls there. Area code 215.
I better call Saul. I'm gonna call Saul Goodman, and I'm gonna get him to arrest you, buddy. I'm Saul Goodman. Saul Goodman is gonna get you. I know where you live, and Saul Goodman is coming.
Saul Goodman's coming. Area code 865. Okay, area code. There we go.
Hi, I'm Albert from Massachusetts. I thought the ending was decent, but a little dissatisfying. It had some good moments here and there, but I think Breaking Bad did it definitely way better. Even though I didn't think he was gonna die, because it would be repetitive of Breaking Bad, and I feel like Vince Gilligan just didn't want that. But it was good in its own show and its own matter, and I probably was let down because I had such high expectations for the episode.
Yeah, yes.
But I don't know. So I didn't mind the no colors. I was hoping it would go back, but I didn't mind that there was no color during the episode.
Yeah, and I think that's part of it, too, with the series finales when you're watching them live and you're following the show all the way through. It's impossible, at least I know for myself, it's impossible not to have ridiculously huge expectations. And all I care about when I'm watching a series finale is that it doesn't shit the bed. And I think even if you are somebody that's in the camp of not enjoying this episode to the fullest, I don't think you could say this was a failure of an ending in the way that, say, How I Met Your Mother was or Game of Thrones was. Or Lost was. I think that it's good. It's good. We didn't create one of the greatest series finales of all time, but for me, they gave us a hell of a good episode and a hell of a good run. And especially these last couple of episodes really tied the room together in an interesting way, in a unique way, in a series and it gave us a conclusion similar to that, again, of something like Mad Men. The ending wasn't as exact one for something like Mad Men, but it did give us a sort of conversational ending where the ending of Mad Men basically ended with, spoiler alert for that, I guess, with Dawn on the phone with Peggy and having a interesting conversation pan off to the Coke ad. So this end ended with Kim and Saul talking and then her walking off and making eye contact about thinking, is there a future? No future. Everything's over. However you want to interpret that moment. So I think we got an ending more similar akin to what kind of show Better Call Saul was. And it didn't drop the ball like some of those other shows I mentioned, but it also was not crazy pumpy, exciting, because that's not the kind of show this was. We had those moments, those kind of exciting moments. It ended with the Nacho stuff and with the Howard and Lalo stuff. Everything after that is human drama that we've been building since the end of Breaking Bad that I feel like they explored and executed in an excellent way. No sound. I didn't go mute, right? It was a good watch, 8 to 10. I'd watch again. Exactly, Mango Havoc. It's not an all or nothing kind of thing. It's not a shitty Game of Thrones Lost or How I Met Your Mother kind of ending moment. And it's not the greatest thing, the greatest episode of the entire series. I think I will take the last episode or episode 9 from this season or even episode 1 or 2 as some of the highest points of this season, but this was still a hell of a way to go out and very appropriate for the series that we've been watching. Corey the Norm says, I'm not up to Cinnabon standards right now. It's true. I can't work for Cinnabon. I just can't do it. Cutie just says, I'm just upset he ended up in prison. I think a lot of people are. A lot of people were hoping for something a little different in our conclusion here. So do we have Kevin Costner calling in right now? Oh my good, Kevin Costner. Hey, let's go. We got this call from area code 631.
Hey Phil, it's Joey. I'm calling from Long Island. I gotta say, I've been usually missing the live streams and watching it the next day because I work early in the morning. But I'm a big fan.
I wasn't laughing at your voicemail. I was laughing at the text, the chat, live chatter that just wrote, oh, come on, Phil. That Lost finale was awesome. I mean, J.J. Abrams fella really knows how to end stories.
Gotta say, I was very satisfied with the ending, but it also left me wanting more in a way that I can't quite explain because I don't know what else I would expect.
Dude.
But it was such a satisfying ending. Walt looked outstanding, and Marie caught me so off guard. I wasn't expecting it. Great talking to you, and I'll see you in the chat.
I would agree. I think Marie I wasn't expecting it, and I thought her scenes were really appropriate for who she was as a character and worked really well. I thought Walt also looked incredible, much better than he looked in El Camino, and I'm glad it was the scene I thought it was. It wasn't exactly the meaning that I thought it was going to be, but it was the scene. If anyone wants to see that, I put out a video during the midweek last week predicting that would be the scene that we would see. So I enjoy the choice, obviously, of the time that they picked. As for what you were saying at the beginning, I also had a similar feeling. I enjoyed the ending, but I can't quite verbalize. It also left me wanting a little something more. They left it open in a way I didn't think they were going to leave it open at the end. Yes, he's going to be in jail for 86 years and die in prison, and Kim looks like she's probably going to get her law degree again and go back in the positive direction. So they did kind of end it at a conclusive point, but I feel like both those characters have more story to tell in their life. Saul has adventures, good and bad, in prison, and that we've seen so many prison dramas before that we know that there's whole universes that could occur within Saul's prison universe. And Kim, theoretically working as an aide to eventually getting her license back again, could get herself involved in a whole bunch of other mess as well. So I think it does leave you wanting more because there's more for the characters to go after that point, even though that's sort of a good endpoint for this particular arc. I think Peter and Vince love letting the audience feel like they want more. Leaving when they still want more is the best time to leave. So I think that's intentional choice by them to keep you wanting more. So that's my impression. No, not going to play that one. Area code 407.
Hey, Phil, this is Joel from Florida again. All jokes aside, I will say I still stand by my last statement and my last message, but I feel like I was a little too harsh. I will say there were a lot of scenes that I really enjoyed. Right from the beginning, seeing the scene in Bagman, the flashback, that was really cool. Seeing, of course, Walter White and Marie Schrader again, that was really cool. I had a feeling Marie was going to make an appearance this season, and I'm glad they finally did it in the finale, so that was good. She gets some closure. Really enjoyed the reflection of the scene where Kim visits Saul in prison and they're smoking a cigarette against the wall. They pretty much mirrored that very first episode where we got introduced to Kim. So it was like a representation of, hello and goodbye. So really, really enjoyed that. The episode was really great. And like I said, phenomenal show. So no disrespect to the writers or anything. They did wonderful. So that's really all I wanted to say, my more serious take. So thanks again for listening. Have a good night.
Thank you. And I realized I played your messages backwards, but here's his first message.
Hey, Phil, this is Joel from Florida, and I just was calling to say the finale, I enjoyed it. It was good, just like all the other episodes. I will say, though, I feel like I'm always expecting so much more, but I feel like the ending they chose was the most realistic for all parties. There's still some questions unanswered that I'm curious about, but, I mean, it is what it is, and it was a great show, and I love it. Now, I will say, I still think Breaking Bad is better.
Okay, and that's something we're going to get into after we're done with all of this. For some fun in debating back and forth and discussions of Breaking Bad versus Better Call Saul video and that kind of stuff, and talk about both shows. Personally, I think they're both even, just in different ways. They both achieve a spoiler, I guess, for my video. I think they're both equally as good in the shows that they're trying to do. I'm probably a little partial to Breaking Bad just because it's my first love in the universe, and you're always a little special to your first love. But I'd have to rewatch both series back to back to truly answer that question. And in some ways, I think of them as one big giant series, with El Camino in the middle too. I think about all three just as one giant entity, for good or for bad. Okay, so let me continue on to this. Let's play a little bit more of this episode. So now he is in jail. What she meant on that wasn't that her bar license didn't expire. She meant on the card where it said she had her bar, that didn't expire, so she could go to the jail and pretend to be his lawyer and they wouldn't question whether she was a lawyer or not. She didn't actually get her license back again. She was just using an expired license or a... Enigma says, I think Better Call Saul's a little bit better. Very possibly. The porn bots are back. They're late. The porn bots are late.
Hello, Krista. It's Gene. Sorry, I wasn't in this morning. Did you open up okay?
I love how
I'm fine. Could you?
I love in how all of this, he cares enough to call Cinnabon and tell them they need to find a new manager.
Oh, one more thing. Just call the main office. The number is on the bulletin board, and let them know you're going to need a new manager.
I love that that's what he uses his call for, to call Cinnabon and tell them they need a new manager. Because at this point, he's just giving up. This is how they get you. This is how they get you. I love how pissed off at himself he is in this scene, because he should be pissed off at himself in this scene. He did all of this to himself. At this point, he got himself caught. He went too far with the scams with Jeffy and his group. He deserves to punch this wall and bleed. As he reads something on the wall about lawyers, he realizes that maybe there is a way out of this whole thing. And he calls Oakley.
Saul?
You got it, buddy.
What are you doing? You know I'm gonna have to report this call.
Whoa, calm down, Junior.
Exactly. Is Lyle going to get transferred over to Cinnabon at this point? I think he needs to be the new manager.
Of a police station as we speak.
So they finally caught you.
Listen, this is your lucky day. I am talking to Saul Goodman's new advisory council.
What?
Keep up, Bill. You hit the jackpot.
Advisory council?
This puts you on the map, amigo. Here's what you're going to do. You're going to grab a flight to Omaha, Nebraska ASAP. Yeah, there's nothing direct, so you're going to have to connect through Houston.
Who's paying for this?
You are. Listen, you hear that?
Hear what?
Bang, bang! That's opportunity knocking. Get off your ass and answer the door. Okay, on your way to the airport, I need you to make some calls.
Even supposing hypothetically I'd be willing to take this on.
Willing? Bill, this is a career maker. Get real. You're doing this.
So I like that we got to see this. This is the connection from the last episode or 2 episodes ago when Francesca mentioned that he's a defense attorney now. This guy dates back to the first episode, I believe. He was in the first episode, or at least the first couple of episodes. I'm glad that they brought this character back. He has excellent chemistry with Bob Odenkirk, and it made a lot of sense from what they set up in the series for him to be his advisory counsel. And I like this whole transition in this particular episode, and as we go to the hallway with him walking down the hallway, and
27 predicate violations.
And let's get into all of
Federal
this.
Conspiracy to manufacture and distribute a controlled substance. On this scale, life sentence, stat max.
Money laundering.
8 counts, 20 years each, 160 years, stat max.
Ugh.
We'll argue for consecutive sentencing.
Ooh.
Accessory after the fact to multiple murders.
Ooh.
Including 2 decorated federal
Okay.
officers.
Okay. The money laundering, yeah. Is he? I mean, yes. I've said it before, but the accessory, he could have argued out of the accessory for murder that he didn't have a lot to do. I mean, maybe if we go by the definition of where he takes responsibility later in the episode, that Walter would have sunk if it wasn't for me, and I gave Walter the strength to be what he was, so I am an accessory to all of that. But really, when it comes down to that should all be on Walter. Hank's murder and all them, and on Jack's crew and all those guys. Saul didn't have much to do with that. I'm not saying he didn't have accessory to some murders or he was associated with that, but I think the accessory charge is probably would not have stuck, is what is my speculation. He could have wiggled his way out of that, even with the information that came out eventually. I don't know if that's why he got 86 instead of a life plus 120. What did they say he has here? They say he gets like life plus 38 years or something, and he ends up with 86. Maybe it's because not everything's stuck.
By our count,
there is felony murder. There's the Howard murder thing that comes into it, obviously. But I'm saying the murders of Hank and Gomez, would he really be convicted as accessory? I don't know. I don't know. I'm not going to say definitely no or yes. I'm just saying there's some wiggle room there for a good attorney to probably say he really didn't have anything to do with that one. You know, the money laundering, yeah, this, all these other things, yes. But Hank, that was Walter White alone. We don't really know the whole thing about. They don't really know anything about the Jack's crew and all of that. But at least it's the truth. I don't know. Drakkar says he was definitely accessory after the fact. Yeah, I mean he was. I'm just trying to give my boy a little wiggle room, so to speak. Oakley was definitely in his way. Joel X Kill. Thank you so much for the super chat, Joel. Why would Jimmy hire Bill Oakley when he ended up defending himself anyway? I don't know. Ultimately, I think he just needed some way of having some other attorney there so he didn't look as crazy, in the sense of initially what he was trying to do with getting the 7 years. I think in that situation, Bill actually helped out. Like when we get into this scene, when Saul breaks it down a little bit, Bill's actually not, it's good having someone else that's in charge, so to speak, as the advisory counsel. But when he actually gets into the real case and it's at that point, Oakley is just superfluous.
That's life plus.
Yeah, metal makes me crazy. Answered the question more succinctly than I and more accurately than I, making him do the paperwork.
Life plus 190 years. All right.
Oh no. Okay, I want to read this comment before it flashes by. The cinema nerd says, Saul is so two-dimensional in this episode, especially in the later part. In the beginning, it was fun, but for me, when Kim left Jimmy, it's the end of the show. Or on the same level with Dexter, New Blood finale. Oh, don't say I was Dexter. No, come on. No, come on. You can say you don't like it, but don't insult the show. Don't insult the show like that. Come on.
One-time take it or leave it offer. Here's the headline. 30 years. Keep your nose clean, stay healthy. You have a shot at seeing daylight in your old age. Mr. Oakley, your co-counsel. Is he here with us?
Listen, you've got Agent Schrader's widow back there. Why don't you invite her in?
So this isn't necessarily how I thought this was going to go either when he first calls Marie in. I forgot to mention that we do spot Marie, and I almost thought that was going to be the only cameo of her when he spots her in the hallway for a second as he's walking down. But we do actually get to see a full scene with her acting, and a couple of scenes with her. She gets the most screen time of anyone of the main Breaking Bad characters, if you really think about it. I'm trying to think how much screen time Hank got in early on. I think it was only one scene, right? But Marie kind of got 3 distinct little moments here, and she got a good little monologue back and forth with Saul here. So let's listen to a little bit of everyone's favorite Breaking Bad character, Marie.
Well, that makes sense. My husband was the best man.
Do Skylar and Marie talk anymore? I'm going to guess if Skylar took the deal at this point, they do talk. It's hard for me to imagine that Marie wouldn't want to talk to her and then hold it over her for the rest of her life.
I've ever known.
Okay, so Hank got the most time. Hank got 2 episodes. Thank you, Joey X Kill. It's hard for me to remember those such things.
He lived to help others. If somebody was in trouble, no matter the time, no matter the place, Hank Schrader.
She did. Marie shined in this episode. I think all of the Breaking Bad cameos that we got in this last season were excellent. I have 0 bad things to say about the Walt and Jesse together cameo, except for Aaron Paul. looked more his age in that one. The Aaron Paul alone scene with Kim was perfect. The Bryan Cranston and the Bryan Cranston scene tonight was perfect. And this scene with Marie might have been really has a lot of that pathos that you wanted to see from Marie in this moment.
Would be there.
I'm glad Huel finally escaped and he's in our chat now. Now that Jimmy's finally in jail, Huel can come out and hang out with us again.
He was kind. He was decent.
No. Okay. Was Hank really kind and decent?
Strong.
Abusive, over the top, obsessed with rocks. They're not rocks, Phil. They're minerals. Shut up, Hank.
Steve.
Okay, Gomez seemed like a good guy. I'm more sad about Gomez than Hank. Hank was kind of an asshole. Hank was a little bit of a narcissistic asshole. Let's not forget what he did to poor Jesse Pinkman.
I made a home that was warm and full of laughter. 3 children.
Up my ass.
3.
Up my ass, Marie. You think I think you're it's like when I go, someone's gonna come out here and be like, Phil really loved talking to you guys. He was a really good person. Don't listen to him. I'm not a good person. Fuck that shit. They're lying to you. They're saying good things about me because I'm gonna be gone. You're out here now. You know what kind of a piece of crap I am. I'm slipping Jimmy over here. Hans Schraller says, quite a ride. Thanks for going on with us. 86, dude. Thank you for going on this ride with me since the first episode. Some of you guys that have watched me since the first episode of Better Call Saul. This has been an amazing run, and I can't wait for the next show. I'm going to try a couple shows coming up here. The new House Dragon next week. I'm going to be recapping that for anyone watching that. Please join me right after that episode airs on HBO next week. Also going to be talking about Cobra Kai when that comes out. So those are the next 2 shows I'm going to be talking about if anyone watches either of those shows. But then lots more coming up in the next coming year. Pretty much anything. I'll take any suggestions or requests. So please do it if you got a show you want me to talk about. Someone suggested Succession. I'm definitely going to watch Succession. Definitely going to talk about Severance next year. A show called From. I'm going to be talking about that. So lots of shows coming up. Whatever Vince Gilligan and Peter Gould do next, 100%. And also more Better Call Saul and Breaking Bad stuff, as well as possibly a full rewatch of Breaking Bad, so I can, because I talked about the last few episodes of Breaking Bad, but I never did podcasts on the beginning part of it. So I might go back and do a full rewatch and go through each episode of Breaking Bad, and up to I'll just do the whole show again, and then maybe eventually a rewatch of Better Call Saul. So definitely stick around if you want to hear more of that show's content too, because just because the show's over doesn't mean I will not talk about it again. So make sure you stay subscribed. Do you think Jimmy's going to be in jail until he dies? It certainly seems that way, Nicholas. I don't see a scenario of him getting out. He does say that maybe with good behavior or something, but unless they come up with some sort of situation where he can be a benefit to the government in some ways, I don't see him getting out anytime soon. Exactly, Jonathan. It's not a deep analysis show. Says Cobra Kai isn't worth analysis. No, it isn't. But I will binge watch the entire thing and then do a full reaction babble, like one podcast on it that I do after I binge watch the entire season, where I'll like talk for 2 hours about the season and shoot the shit. So exactly, no deep breakdown on that. So I do Cinema Nerd. I've been watching and recapping that show since midway through season 3 or season 4 possibly. Joe and I will be talking about the final episodes of it, mercifully coming to an end. Holy shit. It's another super chat donation. San Burbia, speaking of my very first subscriber, I feel like, definitely the last one that's around still. San Burbia, $20 super chat donation. I feel satisfied. I cannot believe it's over. After a 14-year run here, San Burbia, that we've been talking for since 2010 or whatever it was or something. No, it was later than that. It was like whatever the last season of Breaking Bad was. Toast to you, my friend. You're amazing. Jimmy likely did it to get Kim to spring him. Possibly he could use Kim as a lawyer at that point and realize that she's out in the world and she could help him in the future. It's certainly a possibility.
Fatherless children.
Mark.
Hank and Steve, the good guys. They were shot dead.
They should have called for backup.
And left in a hole in the
Gomez told Hank we should wait for backup. And Hank said, nah, we got this.
desert. And you helped the two-faced, poisonous bastard behind it all.
Who's that? Oh, Walter.
Money. You did it all for money.
Did it all for the nookie.
No matter what they do with you now, no matter where they put you or for how long, it will never.
No, Brian. No, Brian. I mean, Marie, this rage that you're feeling is a little bit misdirected. Again, I say that I don't know how much Saul is to blame for Walter here. I mean, yeah, later we find out that Saul believes he's big responsibility for giving Walter legitimacy in a certain extent. But really, Marie, your problem's with Walter. Your hair across your ass is with your ex-brother-in-law.
Be enough.
Oh, yes, STE, 100%. Misunderstood you, but I agree with that.
Mrs. Schrader.
2 years ago.
The loss that you suffered, it's unspeakable.
This right here, what we're about to listen to here is probably my favorite moment of the episode. When he gives this speech right here in full, like the ultimate form of his con man skills at this point, learned everything that he learned from the Gene situation and has sort of come down from being in a place in the end of the Gene timeline where he was almost self-destructing, self-sabotage type stuff, but he's at the ultimate con man form right here, where he gives this whole speech and they're like, some of them believe, they're not sure if they should believe it or not, and they turn to him and they say the thing about you really think you could convince a jury that? He just says, just what? Like, this is my favorite section of the episode. Let's listen to this right now.
I met your husband a few times. He was a man who stood by his word and was very good at his job. He's a straight shooter. You and he are victims.
Victims.
And so am I.
Sure you are. Sure you
2
are.
years ago, a man came into my office. He said his name was Mayhew.
Exactly, Jonathan.
He wanted one of my clients to lie under oath. He offered me money. I declined. Any lawyer would.
2 years ago, a friend of mine.
That night, as I was leaving my office, I was attacked. 2 men threw a sack over my head. They hogtied me, and they drove me out into the desert.
I mean, they did.
And when they pulled the hood off,
I feel like indirectly Bob Odenkirk and Saul Goodman here are giving us a lesson in proper lying. That the best lies, there is some truth to it.
I was kneeling in front of an open grave with a gun pointed at my head.
I mean, he was.
It's my introduction to Walter White. From that moment on, there hasn't been a minute that I wasn't afraid. Yeah, I worked for him. I made a lot of money, but that's not why I did it. I did it because I knew what he would do to me if I refused. Over and over, I thought about going to the police. I even thought about
the looks everyone's given him, like, Oh my God.
White would kill me wherever I was. And I was right. You look it up. October 4th, 2009. They murdered 10 men inside 3 prisons in the space of 2 minutes.
And this is how good his con men skills are. He thought about all of this in a lightning second in the jail cell when he was thinking, this isn't how they're going to get me. This isn't how they're going to get me. He just put all of this deeply, quickly together, and it's amazing.
Dan was stabbed 48 times. So yeah, when it all blew up, I ran, but not from the police.
I'm going to get back to this. I just want to get to the super chat before it zips by from our good buddy Sam Burbia. Thank you for another amazing super chat, buddy. Incredible. Says, I can't understand people's feeling. I can understand people feeling underwhelmed, but this series was not Breaking Bad. Jimmy's arc came full circle upon realizing what an awful and empty person he was. And now, despite sealing his fate, he's in prison, but he's free. And that's the ending that I, again, thought we were going to get. The ending where he's free in prison, feeling more like he's free than he did when he was in Omaha, actually out from behind bars. And Sam Burbia, I think this is surreal that you and I talked out here in this context for the Breaking Bad finale, and here we are talking about the Better Call Saul finale. It's so awesome.
Them. Walter White might be dead.
Okay, you're getting to see Starbucks says, I can't wait to see the sequel movie in 5 years. I do want to say that there's a lot of press in the last couple of weeks about Vince saying he's done with this universe. That's not what he said. He did make a tongue-in-cheek joke that it's time for me to move on to other stuff. Maybe I'll come back to it in a couple of years if I fail at everything else I do, and I'll come back to what's familiar. That, to me, that's him making a joke about it, but also whether it's a success or a failure, the next things he does, he just means if the next show he does only lasts a season or something, maybe he'll come back and do it. But if the next show he does lasts 6 seasons, 7 seasons, it might be too late because the actors are past the primes to be able to play those characters. That being said, I think regardless of anything, you might see after the next project that Vince and Peter do, they might come back together and do something in this universe. Maybe it's Walter's daughter searching out the last of Jack's cash, somehow finding the case of her father, knowing that there's millions and millions buried somewhere in the Jack compound. Maybe it'll be a story completely de-separated from the entire series. Who knows? Or we might not get anything. I think all I care about is that Vince and Peter make other shows and work together again too. I think the next things that they're doing will probably be apart from what it seems like. Peter's going to do his own thing. Vince is going to do his own thing. But I do hope, even if it's not in this universe, the band gets back together and all of the creative team gets back together and does something else again, because they're fucking awesome working together. And I hope this isn't the last time. More than I care about more shows in the Albuquerque universe, I care that this creative team works together again because they're just so good. He did. It has to end. But the relationship that they have with each other making shows does not. But I could see some sort of epilogue El Camino thing happen at some point in time. But whatever. We'll get into that later.
But Jesse Pinkman and the others, they're still out there somewhere.
Jesse is scary. Yeah, bitch.
Mrs. Schrader, you are looking at a man who has lost everything. My profession, my family, my freedom. I have...
Mama Ree says we need a Gustavo Fring spin-off series.
I have nobody. I have nothing.
I've got nothing. It's my favorite part right here. Here we go.
And you think jurors are going to buy that?
One. All I need is one.
And the way he says it, too. The way he says it. 1. All I need is 1. That's all. That's all I need. I just love it. I love the sardonic humor in this scene as he's basically daring these guys to take him to trial. Do you realize how popular I will be? Do you realize what I could do to a jury in this situation and emote and emotionalize this whole freaking situation?
Oakley tells me that.
And then the music comes in, that I got you by the balls music.
You've never lost a case. Is that so? It's a hell of a record. You should be proud of that. Still, juries, right? You never can tell. It's a roll of the dice. I'm hoping there's some wiggle room.
Maybe you could win, but do you want to roll your dice and take your chances? It's just, he's totally coming at him like, come on, Lieutenant Caffey. You want to come at the big guy here? Like, that's the attitude he's given. We got another super chat from the amazing, the wonderful. Have I not done it? Let's do this stuff. Let me. There you are. I don't know how you weren't before. It's a legal ramification in the YouTube world that Maud Mary has to be a mod in every chat. So Maud, I had a Better Call Saul watch party here. Sorry I'm late. Oh, don't be late. I'm like the prom queen that hooked up with a nerd on prom night. I love the episode. We'll bring it out like a sex toy once a month. Love you, Phil. That just sounds fucking exciting. I don't know what I got lost halfway through. I can't lie. I was enjoying that message, that super chat. That might be the super chat of the night right there, Maud Mary. As you've been turned into a mod all of a sudden. So thank you so much for that super chat, Maud Mary. I'll take a sip of a drink in a moment when I have a chance. It's a little late for musical cues. So let's listen to a little bit more.
You're not going to negotiate with this man. You're not.
I do. Nerds. Nerds. Oh, wow. We have a lot of votes in our poll tonight right now. We have over 2,000 votes on whether people felt this episode. Right now, it's looking like 71% said yes, they felt this stuff. We also have our voicemail and text line that's still open. We got 23 voicemails and 16 texts. I will make sure to get to all of those before the end of the night, so stick around, or if you're crashing, come back and join us and watch the second half of this tomorrow. But I will get to all of your voicemails before the end of the evening, I promise. So let's listen to more of this episode. We're going to recap a little bit more. Okay, so I called it. He's got Oakley as his attorney.
17. After sentence.
Okay, then we get into his actual sentencing situation after the sanctimonious speech that we get from Marie. We're back in and we get the negotiating, and it seems this is also a very good scene that shows off Jimmy's lawyering skills.
Imposed in addition to any supervised release.
So they get into all this stuff about what he's going to get, and Jimmy's just sitting there. He realizes he's in full control of the situation, and he takes over.
This is an actual request?
You kidding? Give you guys half a chance, you're going to throw me into Gen Pop in some hellhole. I visited a client once at ADX Montrose.
I wish Dirty Locks would enter the chat. It's been a while since Joe's been up in here, but timing has made it impossible for Joe to join us on these Better Call Saul stuff. But people that have watched us all since the beginning of Saul, I know Joe is feeling this season, so we'll definitely catch up with him at some point in time.
Alcatraz of the Rockies. No, that's a deal breaker, my friend.
So he's just daring him here. There's no
FCI Butner, low, wing
D. Wing D.
Okay, one second.
D. And now we are done.
As Steve Jobs used to say, one more thing. 20. During incarceration, defendant Goodman to receive...
So we'll play the rest of this in a bit. I am area code 289 for a quick text message here. Saul finally became a human with a conscience and became himself, Jimmy. Didn't hear Kim take the oath, nor did we find out where the prize diamonds are from. We did kind of find out where the prize diamonds are from in a extra clip that got released in between episodes 12 and 13. They released a little bonus clip of Saul Goodman giving you a speech about converting your money into diamonds. I think it was just to kind of tell you, and they told you a little bit in this episode too, that basically he did that to easier transport his money. So he got them into diamonds. And that's basically what they say in that little short that was released. If you haven't seen it, I recommend it. It's very funny. You can see it on the Better Call Saul or the AMC YouTube page, or it's also on the Facebook page as well. Very funny stuff. Thank you, area code 289. And I hope you have an awesome night. Thanks for checking on in. Make sure you hit that like button and stay subscribed. Area code 347, Phil Lucy Tootsie here. You have made this final season so much more special for me. I'm just sad the show is over. This show is over, as I'm sad that Better Call Saul is over. I was on the edge of my seat the whole finale, and I didn't know what would happen. Of course, people are always disappointed with finales, but I feel bad for people who couldn't enjoy what I watched. I'm so glad you enjoyed what you watched, 347, and I'm glad that I even added to a fraction of the enjoyment of your watching experience this season, because I know you guys all added to mine a million times. It makes it so much even more amazing to talk about these episodes, to watch these episodes, getting to come out here afterwards and talk to you guys. Joe from Massachusetts, explanation on Saul saying sweet as ice cream as he was on the airplane. I don't know. I honestly don't know. Can someone call in and try to explain to me the sweet as ice cream thing? That's the one part of this episode that slipped past me. I think he was talking about his connection with Kim. This is how I interpreted it. That he was talking about that connecting and making Kim happy is the greatest thing in the world. And he was sort of metaphorically comparing doing right in Kim's eyes to how sweet that would feel to how tasty the ice cream is of that. Like that would be the tastiest ice cream of all, making Kim love me again or think positive about me again. At least that's how I took it, but I could have completely misinterpreted it. Kathy said, thank you. Good night. Have a good night. I hope you feel better, Kathy. Sending you lots of love from me in the motherfucking chat. T says, yup. And I'm gonna go through a lot of the texts right now, so I will get to them all. Area code 570. I have a feeling Jimmy will be Jimmy for maybe a year in prison. Then he will be the king of the schemes, conspiring with other prisoners to get goodies into their cells, maybe convincing guards to do X, Y, and Z. I'm not convinced he will forever just be Jimmy. Saul is not gone. Would love to see a slapstick Huel Rules skit with Saul in prison. I would love to see a Saul in prison episode at some point, like a mini webisode kind of thing. That would be awesome. I've said that a couple times. It would be fun. Let's see if I can see that. Area code 918. Bravo, Vince and Peter. 14 years of arguably the best television ever made. Loved the finale. Jimmy got the redemption he so desperately needed. The man went from hermit in a hell of his own making to ridding himself, bang, bang. Ridding himself of the sins of the past, while one last time showing that he's one of the world's greatest attorneys ever to his peers and love of his life. Loved it all. Excellent excellent text message, 918. Phil, oh yes. Okay. Area code 617. We're good. Absolutely. Area code 323. Phil, the same dude from Los Angeles again. I saw you. Cheers right now. And from Los Angeles again. Cheers, my friend. It's been quite a ride. Area code 914. Episode started with 7 million viewers. He wanted to keep 7. Episode started with 7 million. He wanted to keep 7 years. He decided to give it up at the end. Kim says that her bar card doesn't have an expiration date to the promo of her saying her oath because she always burns the candle for Jimmy, which is why we saw the flame in the cigarette. Interesting interpretation of it. I definitely like it. Saul finally eats the ice cream Nacho made for him. Oh, okay. 631 says, my girlfriend said she was just disappointed with the finale. She anticipated at least an episode with Gene on the run, and the finale being his prosecution. She was also disappointed that Marion didn't appear in the courtroom, being as she was the one to notify the authorities, which would have also given room to give closure on what happened to Jeff. Very fair. I wouldn't have minded seeing a little bit more of Marion in the end. I almost expected to a certain extent, just so she could have seen Saul find his destruction, so to speak. Absolutely, Groz. And that's what's amazing about it. It's so layered. Area code 423. Love the exit sign flickering in the courtroom. Chuck's ghost. And you hear it. They did the buzzing. And I like how they did that. And they also showed us like the Kim scene in the last episode with Alaska next to her head. Both situations were to foreshadow the cameos that we saw later. In the last episode, the Jesse cameo, and in this one, seeing what happened with seeing Chuck eventually in the episode too. Area code 252. Hey Phil, this show references and themes related to Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, since Victor Frankenstein sought to destroy the monster that hurt the woman they both loved. Saul called Jesse Igor in an episode 11. Percy Blythe Shelley, Mary's husband, wrote the poem Ozymandias. Interesting parallels to Frankenstein. Excellent text, 252. 724. I think we all should know that Jimmy was going to get all should have known that Jimmy was going to get caught and go to jail. Because that's just what his character needed to get out with. He's not going to die like Walter or be free like Jesse. It was just a matter of whether or not he would accept it in the end. And while for a while he didn't, but despite this episode feeling really bittersweet, I'm glad he finally dropped the act and took responsibility. If not for his own sake, at least for the sake of getting back the only person he cared about. And he needed to do that for himself. And at some point in all of that, when he heard that Kim was at risk, he decided that her safety was more important than his own at that point. He had given up and didn't care and realized he could find some satisfaction within his life at the end. You guys are awesome. I love when friends get made in the live chat. Friends becoming friends in there. And thank you so much for checking this out tonight. Really appreciate all of you guys joining me here. And if you haven't, hit that like button. Do appreciate it, and make sure you're subscribed for all stuff in the future. Area code 513 says, I heard, okay. Area code 737, Scanner said they're gearing up. Area code 715, I thought the ending was perfect. Admittedly, for me, the ending of Jimmy's story was expected and predictable, but even so, I don't think it could have ended in a better way, and I'm so satisfied, yet sad that it's over. And that's how I think you framed it in almost exactly the way I feel about it. And I think I am... It was predictable because I kind of figured you'd end up in jail too, like I think a lot of people did. But they did it in a way that made sense to me and was true to the show. And it was the ending that I think Better Call Saul actually really deserved. And you guys, yeah, the bus scene was funny. It was a funny scene to sort of have as a conclusive point with Saul Goodman and everyone sharing his name and stuff. And we got one more text that I missed right here. Straight Man and Parish are the two new shows announced with Bob Odenkirk and Esposito. I saw someone ask your thoughts on that and you weren't sure what it was. Oh, cool. I'll definitely, that's the AMC show with Odenkirk? I'll definitely check that out at some point. So let's get back into our recap. As we cleared the decks on our text messages, we'll get to the voicemails. We still have 24 voicemails. I will get to all of those soon. Let's listen to a little bit more.
1 pint Bluebell mint chocolate chip ice cream every Friday for the duration.
Are you kidding? He's kidding.
Bluebell mint chocolate chip, no substitutions.
Okay, that's it.
Hold on. I can oil everybody's locks.
No more games.
Now I got a sweetener. It's nothing I've talked about. New arena, primo stuff.
Go.
Inside story, previously unknown felony homicide. Concerns a prominent Albuquerque attorney who disappeared, believed to have killed himself.
Howard Hamlin?
You're talking about Howard Hamlin. That's your sweetener. He's trying to sell us the Hamlin thing.
He thought he really had something.
Sounds like you and your ex aren't talking.
This was kind of an interesting scene where like everyone's lined up against him. It was a very theatrical kind of scene, and they're all facing him with the monologues and attacking him with line after line, being like, "Come on, oh, you really think you had something here, buddy?"
On a regular basis.
Kim Wexler walked into the Albuquerque DA's office.
Oh yeah, he threw that dude under the bus.
She spilled her guts about Howard Hamlin on the record.
You got nothing left to sell. Last chance. Do we go to trial or do we have a deal?
Yes. Yes, we have a deal.
Let's get this in writing. Not a word changes.
Oh. Okay, so amazing stuff as Saul actually, he starts to get emotional in this moment, realizing that Kim is at risk in some way. And I think this is obviously the moment where he starts formulating another plan as we now flash into our next cameo in this episode. We have 3 big ones, essentially. Yeah, Mike's a main character in the episode, but it was sort of a Mike cameo in some way. Just to kind of get Mike in the final episode. So we get that flashback and to have the rule of 3 here. We get the Walter White alone scene. Again, I'm not trying to get people to watch my video, but I did put out a video this past week. You can see it. It says Walter White in the finale. Go check that out. I was wrong about the meaning behind this scene, but it was the scene that I said that Walter would show up in. Because it's the one that made sense. We had 2 days that they spent together. We only saw like 5 minutes of their conversation. They were with each other for a couple of days at least while Ed was figuring this out for putting each one in each place. So this made the most sense for an opportunity to have another Walter White and Saul Goodman scene. So here we go. We're going to listen to it in its entirety. Walter and Saul together. Let's do it. Oh, thank you, Summer Stevens. I was trying to put together a Saul Goodman outfit, but it didn't really work. This is like a shiny shirt, but it didn't come together. I had a blonde wig, but it's awful. Listen, Walter. First of all, Saul says, Walter, I don't know what you're doing at 3 o'clock in the morning here, but put your dick away, Walter.
Am I going to be sorry if I ask what's going on?
I'm putting a stop to it.
Stop to what?
To what? Listen. Just listen.
Did I click?
The click.
This can be fan service. I don't give a fuck. I love every second of this. And I think it actually has significance, emotional significance to Saul deciding to turn himself in and fluctuate all this. His view in looking at these relationships he had with all these people. And Walter and seeing how similar and seeing the parallels between himself and Walter and realizing that he's pulling his dick out too. He's got his dick hanging out too and he has to pull that shit in. I mean, that's a funny little thing, but it also, like, it's the truth. Walter has his dick out all the time. Like, put that shit away, Walter.
This will do the trick.
Stay in your lane, pal.
Knife or a screwdriver in one of those bags, would you?
And also, this is important to get the line that Walter says, I think super important here, is you were always like this. So you're always like this. He never became Saul Goodman. He just, Slippin' Jimmy developed over time. Stay in your lane, pal. It's true. I bet Walter is condescending to Satan, says Adrian Rodriguez in the chat. The truer words have never been spoken. Walter White is a condescending, narcissistic douchebag. And it's good that they got that through in this scene. The El Camino scene, I don't think got that through necessarily. And in the last scene, the Walter and Jesse scene was more about the chemistry between Walter and Jesse again and taking advantage of this. This scene really features and shows off Walter's narcissism and he just doesn't suffer fools. I'd hate to have this guy as my dad. You know?
I mean, you can go backwards, forwards. Where would you go?
Meaningless question. Time machine.
Time machine. It's stupid.
Time travel. The kind of time.
Listen, Saul. There's no such thing as time travel, you idiot. You fucking moron.
Travel that you're thinking of is a scientific impossibility. It would violate the second law of thermodynamics.
But what about a wormhole?
Dude, I bet you're fun at parties, Walter White. Good douchebag.
Well, I was watching Nova, and Alan Alda seemed to think.
Oh, well then, Alan Alda, he's the expert. Oh.
In this scene also, I think what it's really meant to is similar to the Kim and Jesse scene. It's to show off how different our main characters are in these two series. Where like the Kim's and Jesse scene, they really wanted to have the sidekicks have a scene together. And here we see how different our protagonists are in both series. And Jimmy's a people person. Jimmy wants to talk to you and connect with you. Walter is a douchebag. And I love Walter White. He's an excellently written character. And so is Jimmy McGill. Both equally written and fleshed out as television entities and feeling like real people at times too. But Walter is so much worse of a person. And you see it here. This is starting to separate that line to set you up for what Jimmy does at the end, because you also see in the scene that Jimmy, like at core, he's kind of a good person, I think. And I really do believe that. And I think we see that at the end of the series, that lays credence to that Jimmy actually at core is not what Chuck says, is actually a good person. But Walter's a pile of shit. And I think this scene dictates that very well.
Travel that you're thinking of is a scientific impossibility.
Oh, what was it? No ball cap? Was he really bald? Because it really worked here. Did he actually shave his head for this? If he did, bravo to you, Brian.
It would
He did. Okay, he did legit shave his head because it looks real. I said if they did the special effect, they definitely learned from El Camino, but that makes sense. They learned from El Camino and asked Brian to shave his fucking head. Good. Thank you, Brian. Thank you for doing that, because it matters. I'm not saying it matters, but it matters.
Violate the second law of thermodynamics.
Say my fucking name.
But what about a wormhole?
Oh.
Well, I was watching Nova, and Alan Alda seemed to think.
Oh, well then, Alan Alda, he's the expert. Oh, Christ.
Yes, Walter would have killed that old lady. Easily. Walter does not give a fuck here. And especially Walter right here. This is Walter after losing everything.
Are you kidding me? Quantum mechanics? We're discussing that now?
Oh, come on, Saul, you idiot.
Stay in your lane.
Stay in your lane.
Oh, well then, Alan Alda, he's the expert. Oh, Christ. Are you kidding me? Quantum mechanics? We're discussing that now? Stay in your lane.
I mean, that's not quite say my name, but stay in my lane is it's close.
It's just a thought experiment.
Just because I want to read every comment, good or bad. Diane says he wore a ball cap. If it's a ball cap, we'll have to wait to see for sure with the after. I'm sure that information will be out there by tomorrow, how that whole scene worked out. Either way, whether it was a ball cap or he really shaved his head, what's good is we're not here saying, look at the Megamind Walt head from El Camino again. We're actually saying it could go either, if they did it, if it's a special effect, they improved on it and it looked really real to me. I didn't look at his head and go, is he wearing a fucking bald head? To me, it looked perfect. He looked like Walter White to me, and it never took me out of the moment to say, oh, Bryan Cranston looks like Grizzly Adams under that thing. Like it never like that never popped in my mind. So, either way, it doesn't really matter to me if he had the ball cap on it or not. It matters if I noticed it while I was watching it. And in El Camino, I did. I was like watching it the first time. I was like, this is awesome, but what's wrong with Walt's head? Like I didn't know what it was. And then I went back and watched it, and then I'm like, oh, his head doesn't look right. But if I didn't notice anything in this scene, he just looked normal to me. But ADM says, I hated the ending all throughout when he's in jail, in court, in prison. All I could think of was freaking diamonds. Why the hell did he just stay quiet? Why in the hell did he stay quiet in that fucking dumpster? Good question. He should have stayed fucking quiet in that dumpster. So we're back in, and let's get back into this situation.
There's got to be something you'd go back and change if you could.
So you are not talking about a time machine, which is both a real entity.
Oh, that voice. That Walter voice just sends shivers down my spine hearing it again.
It's like this. Soon you will enter my darkness, you evil fucker.
You know, it's like, it haunts you at the darkest level.
Theoretical impossibility. You are talking about regrets. So if you want to ask about regrets, just ask about regrets and leave all this time-traveling nonsense.
Dude, you're an asshole.
Hey, regrets.
You're an asshole. Better free Saul.
Regrets.
I have a few.
Yeah.
So
regrets. All right.
We don't have to listen to all of this, but basically he talks about how he tells him all about the gray matter situation.
When I was a graduate student, I started a company with some. At the time, I thought they were my friends. Our goal was to commercialize discoveries that I had made. And
someone says Walt's ego took a time machine to go back and make billions off of gray matter and get fame and recognition, when he probably should have taken the time machine to Elliot and Gretchen's party and accepted the damn cancer money from them to begin with.
At a certain point,
prideful
I
douchebag.
stepped away. I thought I was doing the gentlemanly thing. But little did I understand that they were artfully maneuvering me into leaving my own creation. And had I stayed,
Exactly, rot dog. This was the sinister, like Walter at his worst at this point, really just realizing he lost all his money and not quite coming up with the plans that he figured out before his comeback from Felina. This was Walter at the end, still struggling to hold on to his last bit of hope in his life, and also knowing that he got sick again. I believe it. I think he already got a diagnosis, knowing that it came back. So, yeah, this is Walter at a very desperate, dark point.
Well, I wouldn't be down here with you.
So you started a company. Is it still around?
Oh, yes.
Is it successful?
Very.
How could you never tell me about
Yeah,
this?
dude. How come?
We could have done something with this. Wrongful termination, intellectual property theft, patent fraud. I mean, I could have sunk my teeth into this.
You'd have been the last lawyer I'd have gone to.
Yeah, sure.
You would have been the last. The last.
So what about you? What regrets?
I got a few.
Wait, I got one.
I think the decision with the cigarettes being the only color was showing that was the last connective tissue between Jimmy and Kim at that moment. Like they bring each other color in their lives, and by that moment, sharing that moment was like their last form of connection that they'll ever have.
You know, never mind.
When I was 20,
Yeah, Walter doesn't want to hear anything you have to say.
I pulled a slip and fall outside Marshall Fields. I did. And I was stupid and young, and I was trying to show off, so I hit the ice fast as I could. I biffed it so hard I heard a crack. Wasn't the ice, it was me. I actually hurt myself.
Ooh.
I mean, my knee's never been the same.
A slip and fall.
Yeah, that's how I put myself through bartending school.
Right. So.
I am not singing, and don't call me Shirley.
So you were always like this.
That's the important line of this scene. It's all about this one line.
So you were always like this.
SDE says, no, I believe that was because he was reigniting the gifting partners of Slippin' Jimmy and Kim. Very interesting take on that too, but I just love this line so much. So I'm sorry I keep playing it, but
So you were always like this.
just like you were always a narcissistic douchebag that always thought you deserved everything and thought everything was only you and can't share shit and can't ever be happy. Yes, and that's almost the Saul moment that Walt had with admitting to Skylar that he did it all for himself. It's this moment where it's, so you've always been like this. You didn't turn into Saul Goodman. Yeah, you got a little hollow a little bit. You kept moving. You tried to ignore life for a while and get trapped within a character of your own creation. But ultimately, you were always this guy from the very beginning. Maud Mary, have a very good evening, my friend. Yeah, he was. So we go to a very interesting fade to Jimmy flying on an airplane, getting ready to turn himself in to do the 7 years.
Not to speak to him.
And his lawyer walks by who's on the plane, and Jimmy does a little fast talking to let the U.S. Marshal take notes on what him and his lawyer are going to be talking about.
Nothing I say in front of you is privilege, right?
That's right.
So
I will, Huel.
we let something slip that could help the government's case. You could pass it along to the prosecution, totally clean.
Correct.
With that in mind, you're sure we can't have a few words?
Make it fast.
She confessed. What's the DA gonna do with it?
Oh shit! I lost it. We've lost the connection to AMC Plus. It's been terminated. It's been terminated. So he asks what is up with him and Kim's situation and what kind of time will Kim really get? And he says the truth of the matter is she won't.
Correct.
She won't get much time, but that's not the real problem. The problem is she was stupid enough to go to Howard's wife, widow, and give the confession to her, and she's out there investigating lawyers. And thank you to everyone checking this out. I understand that these go late. Hope you finish off the rest half of the video tomorrow. Thank you to everyone that's checked on in. I'm going to be on here for a while longer, but if you're checking out for tonight, I thank you so much for making the season better for me. As we continue, we go off to, he's got a plan, and he's going to, this is where it gets a little wordy or confusing. He decides to change his plan up and decides on the way out, he stops Oakley on the way out, and he has a new plan.
Hold up, Bill. Now, wait, you're gonna love this. The Hamlin thing, the government doesn't know the half of it. As soon as we land, I want you to tell the other side that I've got more to trade. Okay, I just remembered something that'll make their toes curl.
Okay, anything that makes their toes curl is bound to jam Kim up, if it involves her.
Oh, it involves her.
Kim's already got a civil suit hanging over her head. You give the government more, maybe they bring the hammer down. What more are you gonna get?
What more?
Left?
You don't understand. It's really good ice cream.
Or maybe they bring the hammer down. What more are you gonna get? What's left?
You don't understand. It's really good ice cream.
Really good ice cream. I'm guessing it's some reference to making this to Kim, the connection to, it's really good information. It's something sweet that they're really going to want. So as we hear the music, we get down to the court case, and then we see Kim in the next couple of scenes. We see Kim back in Florida doing her own thing and going, eventually finding her way to the Florida Legal Aid Department and helping out. It seems like she might be getting ready to be captured at any point in time, but it doesn't necessarily happen. She just keeps moving and eventually finds the job. She gets out of her car and she moves on, and she goes to the law place, and she's back. Kim Wexler's back. And I do think, even though we don't actually see it get to this point, I think we're to assume that Kim eventually becomes a lawyer again. As she gets a phone call.
I don't think so.
Your ex, Saul Goodman, he was arrested in Nebraska. He's been extradited to New Mexico.
86. 86, everybody.
When was this?
2 days ago. But that's not why I'm calling. He's giving testimony that affects you personally.
What kind of testimony?
So at this point, we're all the audience with Kim. We don't know what actually is happening. If Jimmy is trying to... I mean, I think we can all assume, if you're watching this show, that Jimmy's not trying to bury Kim in this moment. That he found out that she has a chance to lose her life even more so, and he's going to help her. And this is amazing as he walks down the hallway in full Saul Goodman garb, back dressed again, dressed to the nines with his shiny suit, walking in the courtroom knowing he's going to see his girl. Like, this is that moment. All he's caring about is seeing Kim right here. He's like, I know Kim's going to be here. Where is she? Where's Kim? Where's Kim? Oh, there she is. Oh, there she is. Yup. Yep. And he eyeballs her, backs up, almost does like a Fonzie, like, hey, baby. STE says, Phil, no way Kim could be rebarred after what she admitted to do to Howard. Is that actually gets thrown away at this point because Jimmy took responsibility for that and said that what she said was actually not true? Could she theoretically possibly get a law license again? But you're probably right. Maybe she'll just be legal aid and help out the Florida legal aid department for the rest of her life. But you could be right. So Jimmy has resurrected. Kim is scared. She's tapping her foot as we get a very funny courtroom scene. I thought we were going to get a courtroom scene. We definitely got it. And it lived up. STE says, Phil, none of what Saul did would help Kim much. She's still open to a civil and criminal prosecution. I don't know. That's why this is the part I want to listen to again most closely, because I think he says at one point he tries to get her confession thrown out by saying that Kim doesn't really know what happened, that Howard actually committed suicide and didn't get killed by Lalo. I don't know how much of that's going to fly, how much they're going to believe and just take what Jimmy says. But doesn't Jimmy say here to try to flip the script, to turn it back to the fact that Howard did actually commit suicide because Jimmy pushed him to suicide and what Kim said wasn't exactly true? I don't, like, again, this is where it's interpretive. So let's listen to this scene.
Austin Ramey from the DEA. Also present in the courtroom, Zachary Hernandez, Special Agent in charge of the FBI in New Mexico. Your Honor, I'd also like to note the presence of the victims who are here this morning.
Huel's hanging out on some stack of money right now listening to this goddamn podcast.
William Oakley appearing as advisory counsel. Saul Goodman appearing on his own behalf. Good morning.
Welcome.
The defendant still wants to represent himself?
Why did this just get quiet all of a sudden?
That's right, Your Honor.
Okay. The parties have reached a plea agreement satisfactory to both sides. However, I have reviewed the government's sentencing recommendations.
I wasn't expecting Marie, and I was pleasantly surprised by her as well. And I think Gotti's listening, are my first co-host on the Breaking Bad stuff. Great to hear you, Gotti. And I also very much enjoyed the Marie cameo.
Mr. Castellano, today we consider the sentence for a defendant who will
Excuse
be
me.
pleading guilty to multiple felonies, RICO offenses, money laundering, conspiracy, accessory after the fact to the murder of federal officers. And for these offenses, the government's sentence...
I'm going to be looking in every dumpster I pass for those fucking diamonds.
Years.
Your Honor, I can assure you my colleagues and I gave every aspect of the...
So...
Oakley is advisory counsel.
Okay, so I just wanted to fast forward a little bit to when Saul starts admitting everything.
That I think will help the court fully understand the situation.
Mr. Goodman, you are the beneficiary of the most generous sentencing recommendation I've seen in 22 years on the bench. Any statement you
Goddamn take it.
imperils that recommendation.
I'm very aware of that.
Is the judge, someone can check the math on this, is the judge the woman from Orange is the New Black, the bald woman that died of cancer and like stole the truck? Not Frida. Was her name Frida? No, it's a wrong character. But the bank robber that stole the van and stuff. I don't know. It looks like the same actress. I'm trying to place her.
I think will help the court fully understand the situation.
Mr. Goodman, you are the beneficiary of the most generous sentencing recommendation
I don't think
I've
it's her.
seen in 22 years on the bench. Any statement you make imperils that recommendation.
I'm very aware of that, Your Honor. If you'll allow me to speak,
Diamond Peaking is my new
I
band.
think I can save the court's valuable time.
Diamond Dumpsters?
Go
Diamond
ahead.
Dumpster.
Briefly.
So he comes up, he deals with it. I'm smoking a Saul Doobie Man right here, Jonathan. Every time you see the camera go like this, squat cobbler time.
2 years ago, a man came into my office. He said his name was Mayhew. He wanted one of my clients to lie.
It seems like he's going to do the same old speech here. And I even said in my notes at this point, he's just going to give the same old testimony again. He's given his speech.
A bag was shoved over my head. I was
But he doesn't. He takes this in a completely different direction and decides to go full on.
Gun pointed at my head. That was my introduction to Walter White.
Dude, Dracarys bitch, I was screaming, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. I just want to say also, if you left a voicemail, we've got 27 voicemails. We're going to be playing all of those when we're done here. When I'm done with the recap of this episode, I just want to get through the recap of everything that happened. But we're pretty much towards the end of this episode right now.
And I grabbed it and I held it tight. And for the next 16 months, my every waking moment was spent building Walter White's drug empire.
Hold on, Mr. Goodman. Stop right there. Consult Mr. Oakley before you say another word.
Your Honor, I believe the court deserves the whole truth.
You are contradicting your plea agreement's sworn factual basis.
No offense, Your Honor, but I think I know the law here better than you do.
Your Honor, would like to request a recess?
No, we do not need a recess.
Your Honor, we are satisfied for Mr. Goodman to continue.
Your Honor, I'd like to...
I love the state's like, can you please continue?
Denied.
Respectfully...
Not a chance. Bobby, swear Mr. Goodman in.
Do you swear that the evidence...
Prosecution for perjury or obstruction of justice?
Yeah. He knows what he's talking about.
Yes.
I get it.
All right.
He can't wait.
In the last 24 hours, have you used any alcohol?
And she even checks it out. She's like, are you drunk? Are you high? And he's like, nope, I don't. I didn't drink. I didn't drink it in anything. My name is Jimmy McGill. Don't call me Saul Goodman anymore. Here I am.
It's murder. I just wanted her to come here today. I wanted her to hear this.
Oh, wait. I missed that.
All right. Continue.
A wedding singer kind of vibe. He turns around and looks at Kim. Excuse me.
I lied to the government about Kim Wexler. I fed him a load of BS about her involvement in Howard Hamlin's murder. I just wanted her to come here today. I wanted her to hear this.
But Jimmy, this is the problem I have with what he says right there. Kim confessed on her own to the Albuquerque DA. So that's on record. Everything he's saying here, this is a question I have. Does it throw out what Kim said? Is that part of why he's doing this right here? To take all the responsibility for the case and say that maybe Kim covered for him because she was trying to protect him because she loved him, like what he's saying. Because she loved me, she took the blame for everything at this point. And is he trying to get all the blame off of her in this moment? At least that's how I take it. Oh, someone said, yes, the judge is played by Barbara Rosenblatt, the character who was the bald one who had cancer. Oh, okay, so it is her. Okay, awesome. I'm glad that I thought it was her. I'm like talking myself out of it and stuff because I'm not used to the actress having hair and all that sort of stuff. But I loved her performance in Orange is the New Black. She had she was one of my favorites before her character's conclusion point. But yeah, oh, cool. So it is the same actress. Thank you, Disco Ball Glitter. I said that so weird. Disco Ball Glitter.
So yeah, I wasn't there when the meth was cooked. I wasn't there when it was sold. I didn't witness any of the murders, but I damn well knew it was happening. I was more than a willing participant. I was indispensable. I kept Walter White out of jail. I laundered his money. I lied for him. I conspired with him, and I made millions. If he hadn't walked into my office that day, Walter White would have been dead or behind bars within a month.
Millions.
And Agent Schrader and Agent Gomez and a whole lot of other people would still be alive. Fact is, Walter White couldn't have done it without me. You got that?
You got that?
Your Honor, we move to strike Mr. Goodman's comments.
On what grounds?
Speculation.
I wanted him to say the rest. We moved to strike Mr. Goodman's comments. On what grounds? Because it really screws with my case, Your Honor. This is gonna really fuck with my shit, dude.
He's testifying to his own actions.
Your Honor, he's describing events that would have
Marco
transpired had he acted
Jones.
I
differently.
have one more thing to say.
Sit down, Mr. Goodman.
Please, Your Honor.
Now.
Please.
Your
Will
Honor,
the marshal
the government
please
urges the
remove
court to
Mr.
allow Mr. Goodman
from
to
the
continue.
podium?
How is that not speculation?
All right, Mr. Goodman. Go ahead.
Keep incriminating yourself, Saul. Keep digging that
What
hole.
happened to Howard Hamlin? It was
Saul.
It was.
Okay, that's what I want to hear.
I can't even.
Axel, before I play this, Axel says, would I trade 7 years for 86 for someone that had been? No, I wouldn't. I'm not a good person though. I'd have taken the 7 years with that ice, except I wouldn't have got mint chocolate chip. I would have got chocolate, Ben & Jerry's chocolate therapy. That probably would have been my pick if I had to get the ice cream, and maybe pizza rolls or something too. Something like that. But I would definitely, I think it's hard for me to imagine if I'm in a position like that I wouldn't be selfish. I'm not saying I would rat. I would never rat in a situation like that. I would never turn Kim in to have less time or something like that. But I would protect myself in that situation. I think if I was Saul, I would think I could help Kim out in the civil case after the fact from jail, giving her counsel, giving her help, giving her assistance, find other ways to do what I need to do. I would take that 7 years and run and fucking run. 7 years, even 7 years seems like a ridiculous amount of time. Like conceptualizing that in my own mind. Like I know it's the deal of the lifetime, and 7 years means if he was good, he'd probably get out in 3.5 or something, maybe 4. But it's still a long time. It's almost a decade of your life especially if you're Saul Goodman. And how old is Saul Goodman supposed to be in his 40s, early 50s or something like that? I mean, that's a big amount of time in his life. But still, it's only 7 years. I'd be a selfish fucker, and I'd probably take it. I'd love to say I would be selfless like that, but anyone but my dog. I don't think I love anyone that much. Maybe my best friends, maybe like Joe or my friend Nick or something. But even that, like, because they actually have lives, they have bigger lives than I do, families and shit. So if it was into like them going to jail or me going to jail, like, would I take the fall for them? I don't think I'd do good in jail. I wouldn't be Saul Goodman in jail. I'd go to jail and cry all the time and stuff. Could I do this? Could I do this show in jail? Like if I could do this show in my jail cell, I could, but probably not for anybody. Could I play musical instruments? No, probably not. So I don't think I do good. 7 years is how long the show runs. It is, actually.
After that, Kim had the guts to start over. She left town. But I'm the one who ran away. And my brother Chuck, Charles McGill, you may have known him. He was
another excellent little part is you can hear the buzzing once Charles McGill gets mentioned. You hear the buzzing.
Is the most brilliant guy I ever met, but he was limited. I tried. I could have tried harder. I should have. Instead, when Your Honor, Bill, please, just let me get through this.
I know, Bill, the ship has sailed at that point. I want to get Bill Oakley as my attorney because he fights to the end there. Even after Saul has already sort of gone too far with the situation, Oakley's still fighting for it. And it's like, come on, Oakley, just let him die.
Instead, when I saw a chance to hurt him, I took it. I got his malpractice insurance canceled. I took away the one thing he lived for.
Oh, I can't believe he admits everything that happened, everything with Chuck, too.
The law. After that, he killed himself. And I'll live with that.
Oh, you're right. Like, so, as SD said again, it's everything he says doesn't necessarily take Kim off the hook, but I guess it puts more of a lightning rod on Jimmy and at least makes it seem like if anyone's going to face prosecution for any of this, it's Jimmy. And I misunderstood that. He was talking about Chuck. For some reason in my mind, first time I watched it, I thought when he said he killed himself, he was talking about Howard.
What was all that? That thing with your brother, that wasn't even a crime.
It did feel like a series recap.
Mr. Goodman.
Doing my job.
Sit down and stay seated.
Sit down and shut up. Walter, sit down and shut up.
I'm James McGill.
And
Your Honor, in view of the defense,
and he turns to Kim, gives her a smile as we go out on like a lot of lawyer arguing as we come into our last flashback in the scene I probably most wanted to see, and I like how Michael McKean floats into this character like a friendly glove, playing the character of Chuck. That look that he gives Jimmy throughout, the dubious nature of which he connects to him, never trusting him quite, always kind of setting him up in a way that everything he's doing is for naught, undermining him from the first moment he's in the same room as him. We see the foundation of Chuck right after he probably left HHM for a while, and Jimmy settling in on him and how he's going to come take care of him in certain situations. So I love that we got this. I think it was important that we got both Chuck and Walter in this final episode. I'm glad that we got the appearance by Michael McKean. It was necessary, and it was awesome. And let's listen to a little bit of David St. Hubbins. It's time for a sex farm. Is Heisenberg in there? Jackie C, love you. Have a good night, my friend.
Conked out on the 40. I almost got creamed by a cement truck.
And we get a wonderful, oh my goodness, Mr. Lampert. Up in New Hampshire, we got Walter White in the live chat. He's dangerous,
those
everybody.
Apples that you like? I got you half a dozen. Fuji.
No need to really listen to this scene with Chuck because most of what's important with the Chuck scene is the way Chuck looks at him. That condescension in the look, the condescension in everything Jimmy says and every reaction he has towards him. It's evident they haven't lost their chemistry. It's great to see Chuck again. Good scene. Maybe is not overshadowed, but the Walter scene is so excellently done that I'm not saying the Chuck scene isn't quite as good or in any way, shape, or form, but I think of the all three cameos in this episode, including the Mike one, who is a star in the show, but I'll still consider that a cameo, were all very excellently done and extremely important to the conclusion of the series. We needed to see Chuck, and I'm glad that they gave it to us. Mr. Lampert really is in New Hampshire right now. Aware says, episode was okay. It was too safe and linear. I thought Kim was going to represent him and get his sentencing down to a few more years after the 7. We go off to the prisoner transport as Saul is on jail on his way, and it's really surreal seeing that he is in this jail situation as we get after the Chuck scene. And Chuck is like, Jimmy, just give up on everything, Jimmy. What are you doing here? And we see this scene, and finally we get to see the kid I went to school with.
Call Saul.
Turns around and goes, I know you. Wait a second. I know you, buddy. This guy right here.
Hey. Better call Saul.
He learned that one from David Allen George. I know you might be watching, buddy.
I'm McGill. Don't give me that. You're Saul.
Holy shit, we got another Super Chat donation from Bandit, or BNDIT. I believe he was going to get stuck with the deal but changed his mind during the testimony. I think you're right. I think he definitely decided to change his mind and try to not even necessarily protect Kim, as ST has pointed out. It doesn't really protect Kim so much as in repairing her perception of him and making her look at him differently again. Thank you for the Super Chat. Toast to you, my friend.
Back here, yo.
Oh, I know who you are. I know who you are, too. Better call Saul. Better call Saul. Here we go. We've been waiting for this all night. Everyone, if you can, I know it's late where you're watching this. I appreciate everyone joining me almost 3 hours in and still watching me. Still got, how many we got people? Like 200. Oh, we still have 420 people watching. Holy crap. 420 people watching right now. Thank you so much. Almost at the 3 hour point. This is amazing that we're still here all talking about this, and I'm not even close to done yet. Still got all these voicemails, but let's get into the chant. Wherever you are, let's do it. Better call Saul. Call Saul. Better call Saul. Better call Saul. Better call Saul. Better call Saul. Shut the hell up. Saul. Better call Saul. Better call. And he smiles. He's smiling. Look at the smile. And he can't help but smile. Oh my goodness. We got another Super Chat donation from Bandit. Cheers from Brazil. I just watched it with my girlfriend. Thank you so much. Cheers to you in Brazil. I bet it's unbelievably beautiful there. Toast to you, my friend. Cheers, my friend. Hampton Roy says, terrible ending. Kim is there to see him sent to prison, and Saul thinks she's there for him. Good rhythm, Mr. Lampert says. Kim went back to Lauren, so I guess Jimmy saved her and felt good about it. That's enough for Jimmy to be free. So we end up here at the end of this episode with Jimmy making bread like he was making Cinnabons back in another prison, being cool, being treated good by everybody. And he has a guest. His lawyer's here, but his lawyer is not his lawyer. It is Kim Wexler. And he says, hi, Kim. And we get our final scene, essentially, of all of Better Call Saul.
Hi, Jimmy.
Where she's giving him loving eyes. And they talk about how he
did you
had 7 and gave up.
Turns out,
but I'm going to shut up. Let's listen to this scene.
Doesn't have an expiration date.
They're looking at each other. She's eyeballing it. And that's the important part right there. As I said, she did not get her law license back. She's using an expired, or her old license that isn't valid anymore, but it isn't expired at any point in time, so she can forever use that as a fake ID that says she's a lawyer. And most places won't check. They'll just look at it and go, oh, you're a lawyer. Go talk to your client. Another super chat from Bandit. I believe he's happier in prison than Cinnabon. I think so too. I think that's what we're supposed to think at the end too, that he's happier in prison than he would be finally at living free in Omaha. Bandit also adds with the super chat. Thank you, Bandit. You're fucking amazing with these super chats. Heavy vibes in the Kim scene. I'm happy that Saul still has good humor with good behavior. Who knows? I'm happy he could stop pretending. And that's the thing right here. Anyone who's ever been in situations where they're lying and they build up a lie for a long time and then finally it gets relieved, you hate being caught, you hate the situation you're in, but it does kind of feel okay to kind of be relieved of that pressure of having to lie or keep that secret. So I think there is a part of him in this way that's happy that he's not having to keep any facade anymore, and he can actually keep his head up and look at Kim in her eye. And fortunately or unfortunately, or for whatever reason, for the people that wanted, myself included, maybe him to get away with it or have some sort of, by the end, I wanted him to get away with this in some way. But he needed to deal with some fallout for all of this. And I think him ultimately deciding that Kim thinking he wasn't shit is the most important thing, because she's the last person he has left. Everyone else he could possibly be connected to is either dead or gone. Get busy living or get busy dying, Casper. Jonathan, maybe he'll escape. Maybe we'll get a glory hole. All these questions and more next time, Mr. Lampert. Maybe he'll get away. Maybe we'll have a glory hole. All these questions and more on the next Better Call Saul recap show. So Kim is leaving the prison right now as we get her end point of the series. Let's watch it together with my shaky hand. Kim is walking out and she turns around and she's watching the basketball, and then Jimmy's just standing there with his hands in his pockets. What is Jimmy touching right there? Is he touching his dick, Walter? I think he's touching his dick, Walter. He's looking at her, accepting his fate. At least feeling good about himself, giving her the Better Call Saul because he did what he wanted and went out on his own hand. And she's like, Jimmy, you had 7 years. I think she still just can't believe that he did that. is thinking about him like, am I impressed by this, or do I think he's the dumbest person on earth as I walk away from the situation? And it seems like this is an end that ends, but at the same time feels like it is screaming for more. And that's the end of our episode as we get this whole thing, as we get the final top off of the season, as we see all the Saul Goodman costumes and coats to the final prison outfit. Thank you for watching Better Call Saul. And that is our conclusion to the series Better Call Saul. Wow, we made it. We made it through this entire series. We recapped every single episode of the series. And I could not be happier with the way it ended. I know it wasn't the greatest episode of the series, but the final episode of this series was never going to be the greatest episode. It needed to wrap things up, and it did. It wrapped things up in a very nice, interesting way that was satisfying to me and also left it open-ended enough for interpretation and discussion. I'm excited about this show as a whole. I can't wait to go back and rewatch it and assess it. We got really lucky with both these shows, Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul, for killing it. We have 30 voicemails and a couple of text messages. We're going to get to all of that right now as we move to our final part of our show, our voicemails and texts. I don't have a song for this. Wait. Our voicemails and texts. Play me a damn song that works for all of this. Sorry everyone. No, not that one. Don't. Oh come on. Okay, I'll stop. Here we go. Okay, everyone, let's get into this here. Let's get into our voicemails and texts. I don't think the black and white sucked. I thought it was an interesting choice. I thought they could have taken some opportunities to maybe move to color by the end of the series. I would have thought that they would, but I think it was an interesting choice to end all of the main actions there with color, because in some senses the main Better Call Saul series ended with the episode 9, and everything else that happened afterwards was additional kind of stuff. So let's continue here. Let's get through our few text messages, and then we'll get to our voice messages. Area code 551. I think the ending showed that Kim was heading back to Bad Choice Road when she visited Jimmy, but then when he does the finger guns, it wakes her back up and she leaves. Do you think she'll be back again? I'd like to think that she would be back to visit him again, but I could definitely see her having this be her goodbye. She gave him one moment to hang out with her. But that being said, because she has that lawyer card, she set up a situation where she can go visit him anytime she wants. She happens to be in the area. So I'd like to think that maybe she'll visit him more often. What do you guys think in the live chat? Will Kim visit Jimmy again, or is this a one-time deal? Francisco says, no, she's fucking done. She's done. I added the fuck. She's done. 631. Do you think the team would ever put Better Call Saul, Breaking Bad, and El Camino in a box set that can be watched in chronological order like The Godfather? It would be really nice to see all the flashbacks and flash forward. Like, you know how they did the Godfather saga thing where you can watch it all in chronological order? I would love if they did something like that, and then also released it with a commentary track where all the creative team was doing alternate commentary tracks with actors and directors and stuff. I would love an ultimate box set version of all of this at some point in time. I would definitely purchase it and watch it and review it here. So maybe. I think physical media obviously is a little different these days in how well it does, but I could see them doing some sort of limited edition, maybe not necessarily doing something in chronological order, maybe making you do that yourself, but I could see a really cool Blu-ray set coming out. Area code 780. The series finale was really good to me. It was kind of a tearjerker when it came to Jimmy confessing. Just so many Easter eggs to earlier episodes, and writers and directors really wanted you to be sad. But I'm excited to go back and watch, and hopefully we'll get more in the future. I have mixed feelings about that. If this is an endpoint for the entire universe, I'm happy this is the conclusion point. I do think if you put my hand to the fire that we will get at least one other thing, even if it's a webisode, even if it's a short mini kind of thing. Even like in Oz, we got the Zoe thing for like a sequel to Oz with O'Reilly and Beecher. I think we will get something Better Call Saul, Breaking Bad oriented before Vince and Peter retire. But I'm not going to hold my breath. I'm more excited to see what both those guys do next at this point. Saul did get a good ending. He did. I'm a fan of his ending. Let's get to some of our voicemails now, if my computer will cooperate. Let's go to our earliest voicemails first. Some of our voicemails here might be a little longer, but that is okay. We're going to play all of them unless, they're those kind of messages. Area code, let me scroll through this for a second. Yeah, here we go. Area code 978.
Hey, Phil. My name's Ryan. I'm calling from Massachusetts as well. Shout out, Mass.
Masshole.
Thanks for just, doing your live streams and all the content you're putting out. Just really, really love listening to it, especially when I'm working. It's been great, especially, in these last few episodes leading up to the finale. And I'm just curious. I mean, I know we talked about, you talked about a little bit earlier in your last stream. Vince and Peter talked about ending Better Call Saul in a way that was, sort of something we had never seen. And I was curious if you thought they lived up to that question. Personally, it's a little too early for me to tell. I can't think of another series I've seen where someone necessarily ends up in jail and fully kind of telling the truth, but I'm curious what your kind of take on all that is. Thanks again for all the work, and I'm definitely going to miss, the community and, all of your live streams and everyone else out here just, commenting and putting their thoughts into the show. But thanks.
No, thank you. And I hope we do get to do this again and somehow get another show. And what was it? Do I think, what was the question again? Sorry, I'm a little...
Better Call Saul in a way that was, sort of something we had never seen.
Okay. Do I think it's something we've never seen? I think in the sense of it ending in a very real way with the main character facing actual consequences is not something we've really seen before. So I think it did live up to that to a certain extent. And I think it was effective in that way. And that doesn't necessarily mean it has to be something we've never seen, because everyone's thrown all the shit against the wall in almost every thing in the world. We've seen endings where everyone dies or everyone lives, where everyone is heroes or everyone's saved. This was an ending where a main character faced consequences in a very real way. And that is very new. Area code 408. Hopefully this isn't the text I missed. Great final show, Phil. Happy to share the final memories with you and the awesome community. Hopefully that was the text that I missed. If I missed any of your other texts, just text me again at that number, and I will know it's the message before. Send the message before if you missed it. The Wire is, and I say it's hard to talk about what the greatest series of all time is. It changes for me. There's a bunch that sit at that table. The Wire is one of them. The Sopranos is one of them. Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul is another one. They all sit at that table, and different people take turns sitting at the head of the table depending my mood. And so it goes in a lot of different directions with that. So area code 513.
Hi, Phil. This is Rob from Calais. I talked to you earlier. Well, we didn't see none of 10 feet, but boy, that was sad, man. That was really sad. I like you get up, man. You got all dressed up tonight. Great for you. Nice suit. This was sad. That's all I gotta say. It was sad.
No, I hear ya. It was, and I think ultimately this final season, that's one of the big things, good or bad. It definitely was a sad season. It was it was a big downer in a lot of ways, and I like it though. I think it needed to be a downer show. Here's a longer message, but we're gonna play them all. Area code 262.
Phil, this is Uncle Davey
Uncle
from
Davey.
the upper Midwest.
Welcome, Davey.
Phil, you know that Chuck wrote season 6, right? Do you get that, man? Listen, I love you, man. I love Phil, the issues guy.
Thank you.
I've got issues, too.
I do.
So I can relate to your issues.
We all have issues.
Maybe you can relate to mine.
I do, buddy. I do. Totally do.
But I don't relate to Chuck.
I
don't relate to Chuck. And Chuck wrote season 6.
Okay. Do it. Keep
of
telling
Better
me.
Call Saul. It is the most disappointing thing I've ever seen in my life. I don't mean just the finale.
Okay,
I mean season 6, Phil. Season 6. People were out of character. Kim, who basically went up against Saul to pull this Howard Hamlin scheme, even though Saul tried to talk her out of it, she does it anyway. Then, when it blows up in her face, she flakes on him, which I think is out of character. And then she rats on him, which I think is out of character. Then Saul starts making a lot of goofy mistakes up in Nebraska.
He's a Nebraska kind of guy.
Mistakes that Saul Goodman would never, ever do. Ever. Out of character. And what is that thing in the bar? Is that an issue? Siphoning his own drink.
Now, I think this caller is personifying what a lot of people's issues are with the episode. That's why I'm playing this episode in this message in its entirety. I see a couple people in the chat going, this caller is verbalizing how I'm feeling. So I do want to share all perspectives, even if I don't, as this caller said, into watching me make a silly fool of myself with all my issues, but we don't necessarily have to agree exactly on the episode, but I love being able to share all these folks' opinions. So let's continue this person's message.
Yeah, with a pump in his hand. What is that? Is that Gilligan's Island? Is this a Gilligan's Island episode? Completely just unbelievable. And now Saul's going to give up a 7-year deal so that Kim can smoke against a wall with him in prison.
It was a good smoke, though.
These are stupid.
Well, but it was a good smoke. She gave him fuck me eyes, too. Like, she was giving him the fuck me eyes, too. It's like a smoke and fuck me eyes. Come on. Oh, shit. I fast-forwarded too much. Wait. Oh, no, I missed you. Where are you? Oh, no. There you go.
Happy. The writers, meaning Chuck, is scratching his butt and smelling his fingers. The writers began huffing their own farts.
Listen, I like the smell of my own farts. Do you like the smell? I kind of do, Like, I don't like other people's farts, but, in the middle of the winter, you're under the cover, you're like, oh, it wasn't bad. It smells like the garlic bread.
Chuck, I'm sure Chuck is pleased with season 6. These writers hate Jimmy McGill. They hate Saul Goodman. And they stuck it to him by turning him into an idiot, a sappy idiot. But I love you, Phil.
I love you, too.
You got issues. I got issues.
We got issues.
But I don't have an issue with you.
And I don't agree necessarily with your take on the episode, but I don't have an issue with you, too. Excellent way of expressing your disapproval of the episode. I'm not going to try to argue your points or anything like that. I think you expressed how you feel about the episode really well, and that's what I always say. People that feel differently, even though I'm a sort of Kermit the Frog, I love it, running around like an idiot, feeling this shit. I appreciate people that will call in and express differentiating opinions, and it's fun to listen to. And I think it challenges you as a viewer to go, okay, yeah, I hear what this person's saying. He didn't just go, hey, stupid living room like this. He actually had some points and some perspectives. Like I said, I don't necessarily agree with it, but I will listen to what you have to say and say it is, and I appreciate it. So let's listen to area code 870.
Call Saul. Honestly, I loved this episode. I do agree with the one nitpick you were saying, but besides that, I pretty much loved it. It was about everything I wanted. I figured Saul would be Joe, and I loved it. I loved it. I would not say did not think it would as good as the Breaking Bad finale. In my opinion, I do think.
Yes, we are to assume, Serpentine, that Marie was wearing purple.
The Breaking Bad finale, one of the best finales of our time. But it was a really good ending. I loved seeing Mike in the opening scene. I thought that scene was great. I love seeing all the cameos. I love seeing Marie back. I love seeing Walter White, especially Chuck. I'm really happy to see Chuck because he's one of my favorite parts about the show. So, yeah, I loved everything with Kim, Barbara, and Cook, and they actually paid Kim to deliver Emmy nominations. They were absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, and I do hope they win. I think they deserve it more than any. I think this show deserves to win the awards and get the recognition that it deserves, even though those awards are whatever. Hope you guys join me for the live Emmy stream I'm going to do, watching the Emmys live, and hopefully will be a Better Call Saul kind of cleaning it up kind of night.
But I would say Ozymandias is my favorite episode of any of the shows. Ozymandias was the best TV episode of all time. I don't think anything on television would be able to quite match it. But loved Better Call Saul, loved this final season. It was awesome, amazing characters. Gonna miss everybody. I don't want it to be the end for the Bad Wolves, but if it is worldwide, I would love to see like a Jesse Pinkman movie. Jesse Pinkman.
I mean, we did a little bit with El Camino. Someone in the chat said, Phil, can you ask callers to speak up louder when they call in? Some of them it's hard to listen to. Yeah, if you call in, definitely speak very clearly. Yes, thank you for you two callers. You're amazing right there. My next two callers were incredible. Area code 850.
Hi, Phil. Good evening. It's PI guy Mike from Northwest Florida. We had a conversation, voicemail conversation last week regarding that episode, but I actually thought this was a poetic ending to the story between Saul and Kim. I ended up being partially right about Saul falling on a sword, so to speak, for keeping Kim out of any trouble.
Yep.
But anyway, enjoying the show and continuing to watch your cast here. Thank you for your having my call, and have a good evening, sir. Bye.
No, thank you, sir, for the message. And yes, you were, and it's great to hear from you again. Gotti says, 86 years, I think it was almost the only way they could have gone. How much do we love Barbara Rosenblatt? By the way, Betsy Brandett's appearance was absolutely perfect. It really drove home the fact that Walt was an anti-hero to the viewer, but he was a destructive, mass-murdering thug to the victims and their families, and his own family in particular. Excellent point, Gotti. I don't know if you're still listening. Text me if you are. I think you hit it on the head. Marie is single, Huel. Now is the time, everybody. Now is the time. Facts. Let's go to area code 256.
This is Asia from Houston. So I just finished watching it. Like, it tugged my heartstrings a little bit, you know, the ending scene with Kim and all everything.
Yep.
But one thing I noticed, like, don't you, in the end of the scene with him and Kim smoking a cigarette, the colors started coming back.
They should have smoked a joint.
Freed himself. So now he can fully be himself, who he was truly was before all of that started. Because in his looking back and recollection of everyone, everybody saw him basically as a scammer. Everyone he spoke to, from Walter White when they was down in the basement, to his brother, and all those people that he can possibly have that redeeming quality and show them they're not there anymore. The only person he had, like I said, is Kim. So he had no other choice but to show her, like, yes, it's possible I can do that. Because basically everybody's dead and gone or in Alaska somewhere. I mean, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I mean, so, but with him being in jail, his name is out there like that, he'll be all right. He will get his little commission, his little oodles and noodles or cup of noodles or whatever it is. He won't have to pay a dime for none of that stuff. He'll be straight.
Yeah, he'll be good in commissary. He'll get SpaghettiOs. He's going to get special treatment. He's going to be running that place by the end. I think that's what we're supposed to assume from the ending. And great caller, 256. I think you're a first-time caller. It's great to hear from you, Aiden. It's he's gonna be living the high life in jail. We didn't quite get the Andy Dufresne. He's the lawyer of helping people out in legal situations. It's more like he is a celebrity because his court case is his criminal history is now. There's podcasts and television shows. Like he's known to stick it to the system and blah blah blah, and he did whatever. But so he is protected to a certain extent. So great call, 256, area code 314.
Hey, Phil, on the intro, right?
Yep.
Did you see the goldfish bowl flashing? You know, the intro with the videotape, the VHS tape, and didn't.
Okay, great. Yeah, I didn't. I was wondering, honestly, and thank you so much, 314. I was wondering what the flash was. I knew there was a flash in between the scene when we see the blue screen and it flashes to the intro. There was a flash of something on the screen. I wasn't sure what it was, and was it the goldfish bowl? That's cool. That's good pickup. 314. Area code 502.
Hey Phil, this is Luke calling from Kentucky.
Welcome, buddy.
Probably won't be on late enough because I got school tomorrow to hear you read this message, but I think this last episode of Better Call Saul was really good. I really did think the only justifiable ending was for him to go to prison. I think it is one of the best endings. Those last couple shots in film history, I really did like it. The last couple episodes, I was a little mixed on. I feel like ever since Lalo killed Howard, like after that episode, everything started to go downhill a little bit. But I kind of rewatched some of those episodes. I kind of did like them a little bit more. But I was very pleased with this last episode. I thought this was a very good episode. I think it was a good ending to a great show, and I think Vince Gilligan did a great job on this. So thanks for getting this message.
No, thank you so much for calling on in, and great message yourself. Area code, or not area code, another super chat donation. Thank you so much for the super chats. Excuse me, they're never expected but always appreciated. Excuse me. Boob Sailboat says, just tuning in and wanted to say sick Deep Space Nine poster. Deep Space Nine is the greatest of all the Star Trek series, and it's in this conversation for some of the best television seasons of any television show. I would say seasons 4 through 6 are some of the best television ever assembled, and some of the most well fleshed out characters on any show ever, and stands right up in conversations with something like Better Call Saul. So yeah, I'm a huge Deep Space Nine fan. More than I'm even a Star Trek fan, I'm a Deep Space Nine fan. I do love Star Trek, but DS9 specifically. Deep Space 69 is a great movie. I've watched that too. Area code 463.
This is the Mad Shangy. I'm calling from Calgary, Alberta, and I just want to say, I thought the ending of...
I just want to say that you have an amazing radio voice. Like it's smooth. I thought it was recording at first because it was so smooth. Let's hear it again.
I'm calling from Calgary, Alberta, and I just want to say, I thought the ending of Better Call Saul was pretty so-so. I'm glad they didn't just have a kill-em-all ending like Breaking Bad. I was expecting something a little bigger, but I guess it was okay. It was a logical conclusion to the story. I was kind of expecting Saul to get killed or something to happen to Kim, but I guess it was a good enough ending. He pays the piper, I guess. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like again, it had an ending that wasn't crazy big explosive because the series itself was more of a character piece, so it ended on a character moment, a character choice. And I personally like it, but I can understand the anticipation or the excitement not being there, and some people feeling let down a little bit. But I don't particularly feel that way. But I'm gonna entertain that because I don't think it's the best episode of the series in the entire run. I think it's a good episode and a good conclusion to the series because it's the logical conclusion for the series. instead of trying to force something overly exciting or something that doesn't organically make sense, they gave us a very natural kind of an ending that makes logical sense for Better Call Saul. So 813 says,
Phil, what's up, man?
How's it going, buddy?
It's Mike from Cleveland.
Cleveland rocks.
Definitely kind of down the middle on this one, but the more and more I'm starting to think about it, I mean, the way they tied in the Breaking Bad timeline to the end of this show, I thought was masterful. Even bringing in Marie and the scene with Walt, but also just, as I think the more we're going to think about it, he was the mastermind behind Breaking Bad. And I know that the creators talked about how we're going to look at Breaking Bad differently now because he admitted it. He said, without me, Walt would have been dead.
Absolutely. I'm going to play the rest of your message, but 100%. Well, you see that Saul admits and goes full in on the fact that he's so culpable for Walter's creation. He legitimized Walter in the criminal world by giving him that into the whole black book world, or just having someone that understood money laundering on a different level. And he helped legitimize Walter, who probably would have just burned out if he didn't get that correct criminal lawyer or if he hired the wrong person.
So I thought that was really great.
Smoke's choice. I think episode for episode, I would agree with you. Although Better Call Saul had some very strong points in this final season, I do think Breaking Bad is still, as the way it ended in a stronger point. But I think both series ended at the point where are most effective for them. Walter needed to die. Walter needed to go out in a hell of bullets in some sort of way. That needed to be the end, the Scarface-like ending. Better Call Saul needed to end in court in a legal situation and in a real human interactive moment between two characters. And we got that with Kim and Jimmy. So I think both series ended the way they needed to end, but Breaking Bad, by the nature of the show, and I'll say this for the last time, but I've said it 100 times, this is 2 meals produced by the greatest chef in the world. One's a little spicier and a little hotter, and one is a little bit more savory, but both are equally as amazing. And Breaking Bad is spicy and hot and quick and it's good. Better Call Saul is, you take it in, and you really savor those flavors to really understand the true depth of it. So both shows and both kinds of food have their moments and have their times where they're effectively what you want to eat. And so I think both shows are great, not to mention the connections that both of them have and the connective tissues that make them feel like one giant world and one giant show. We got another super chat donation from Dapper Dave, 2021. How upset you think the fan base would be if Saul sold out Kim and pinned her for Howard's death and ended with Saul smiling, eating ice cream? I think people would be more like crazy right now and more raging for that ending. I think people would scream bloody murder because Kim is a fan favorite character. So here we go. Let's keep going. We still got 20 voicemails. I'm getting through all these voicemails tonight. We're not going anywhere anytime soon. Let's keep this party freaking going. Keep talking about this episode. Here we go. Episode. Area code 323.
Phil, man. Thank you for all that you have done. Honestly, it has been a pleasure.
I can hear you, but your radio is up a little too high right now, so I can hear myself a little bit too much in the replay. So let me zip through your message a little bit and see if we can hear you a little bit better.
It's been a ride. I was born and raised in Los Angeles, so right now it is 2020. At this because
Okay, that's the only other. I'm sort of a call-in radio show, so I have to say, when you call in, if you can, mute the live stream so you don't hear me in the background. Sorry, 323. Great to hear from you, buddy, from LA. Let me see if I can read. You says, so right, 2020, said, I don't know, Jimmy deserves dependence, deserves to have them come to town. Yeah, he deserves what happens to him. And I think it is a very deserving conclusion for Jimmy. Thank you, Timothy. I appreciate that. I'm not ready to go to bed yet. I'm not ready to end the party yet. I'm not ready to end this Better Call Saul yet. We got 20 more voicemails. Let's keep going. Area code 914, JP from NYC.
JP from NYC. Love the finale. I just want to say stuff about the flashback.
Do it.
It was basically him thinking about conversations he's had with dead people. Mike having has died first. He answered the question about investing in a company, and it was the same answer that Walt gave when...
I'll play the rest of your message. Why do I simp for Jimmy? Because Bob Odenkirk is amazing. The character of Jimmy is multi-layered in depth. You get so many different layers of him and all the different characters he plays within that character, with Gene, with Saul, with future Saul, with all different dynamics, and then seeing the comedic foil that he was on Breaking Bad, and taking a character like that and able to develop that character into a more depthful character. That's why I simp for the character of Jimmy and Bob Odenkirk as an actor, because he's able to do almost anything an actor or a character on a show could possibly do, be hilariously funny and just like a comedic featured player of just being the funny comic relief of the series. And then he proved he could do drama and he can go back to that comedy and bounce back and forth and take all of it and develop his character throughout all of that. So I think all of those reasons makes me a proud Bob Odenkirk simp. If it's, so I don't know if you meant that in a negative way. I'll take it as a positive. So yeah, I am a fanboy for the Gilligan universe. I'm a Vince Gilligan and Peter Gould fanboy. Admitted so. Yep. I'll take the oath. And yeah, I'm simping for Bob Odenkirk. Yep. Proudly. I'll ride that train all the way down. So his evolution through the series. Yeah, exactly. His evolution is unbelievable. It's just been such an incredible progression. And if you're going to pick actors and comedic geniuses, if you just look at Bob Odenkirk's career as a whole, he's so amazing. From being a writer on Saturday Night Live and writing Chris Farley sketches that you love and amaze at, to Mr. Show, one of the best sketch comedy series ever, to all of his guest appearances in shows like How I Met Your Mother and Arrested Development, you name it. He's made Seinfeld even. Like, he's made a guest appearance on to the character of Saul Goodman on Breaking Bad as the comic relief and a interesting foil for Walter White at times, just to kind of bounce off of him. And then, everything that happened with Better Call Saul and showing what kind of range he can have as an actor and showing what he can do. And because of that, we get movies like Nobody. We get a future of Bob Odenkirk doing amazing different things and being projected into different roles. So pretty fucking awesome. Oh yeah, the Office. I mean, he's been in everything. Did Kim become a lawyer again and just take fake license to get into jail? She hasn't become a lawyer again. I am a simpleton. I resemble that remark. Area code 9. Oh wait, sorry, JP. I didn't play your rest of your message.
Sir, that Walt gave when he asked him, and when Mike answered and he said something, in regards to taking a bribe or the day his son died, stuff like that. He answered the question the correct way when he was with Walt. The answer he probably should have gave Mike, but now, he was always one step too far with each of the dead persons, which is why, he basically ended up seeing that, why for him to escape death, the same death that they did, is, to kind of give himself up and, come into the light, which is why you actually see the moment with Chuck, another dead person, which is the moment he wished he could have gone back to when he was, not flipping Jimmy, but not Saul Goodman yet, and living in the light and, being like a PD lawyer and everything like that, and, just going on the good road instead of, bad choice road. And then, you got to think about the comparison between the $7 million he started out with at the beginning of the episode in the flashback, and then the 7 years he gave up. There's a connection there.
Yep.
All right, thanks.
No, great voicemails as always. JP, thank you for all the support and all the love. Area code 904.
Hello, this is Thomas from Jacksonville, Florida. I wanted to say, I'm curious about the dumpster and the diamonds. I think there's...
You mean, where is that dumpster and where can we get those fucking diamonds?
Left behind the dumpster. I was curious about what might happen to those, how much money that might be, and I just wanted to give my opinion about the ending. Thank you.
No, thank you so much for calling on in. I'm not sure how much it is, but I'm assuming that, okay, if we're to say that Saul says he made millions of dollars off Walter White, most of his Walter White money probably got converted to diamonds because he wanted to have it for easier, quicker movement. So I think probably $1 million or so in diamonds, you want to say, maybe? I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm overestimating. Maybe it's a couple $100,000 in diamonds. It definitely has to be enough to at least pay for the vacuum cleaner salesman. I think that's what he at least thinks he has enough. So, oh, thank you, Axel. I appreciate that. That's what I strive for. I like it whether I agree or not. I love listening to different people's opinions. It helps me look at things differently and increase my perspective by hearing other people's opinions, and it's even better when they're different than that. I mean, I like when people agree with me too. I mean, you don't hate when people agree with you, but it's fun to hear alternative perspectives because it helps grows your palate. So here we go. Area code 407.
Hey, Phil, great live stream. This is Jerome from Central.
Wait, is this Mike Ehrmantraut? Like, the guy that calls and pretends to be Mike Ehrmantraut? This guy sounds way more like Mike Ehrmantraut than that dude does. So we're going to pretend this is Mike. Hey, Mike. Hey, Mike.
Florida.
Hey, Mike.
But not from a plumbing supply company.
Are you sure? Wait. Sure you don't work with Kim, dude? Dude, Jerome, I don't know about you, dude. No, I'm kidding. Love you, Jerome. Thank you so much for calling in. Very much appreciated. Hope you're still watching. We're gonna get this message. I know you left this voicemail at like 11:53 p.m. I'm getting to it only now. I hope you're still listening or you check this out later. Thank you for checking this out, buddy.
Throw out a couple little comments. One being, I'm surprised that a lot of people seem to think that Jimmy redeemed himself.
Just getting started, your boy. Still got 18 voicemails, 3 texts to go. As long as we keep getting super chats and voicemails, I'm going to keep this party going tonight. So let's keep going.
And so-called killed Saul. I didn't see that at all. He had every opportunity to redeem himself earlier than that, and he wouldn't have done that kind of a 180, especially when it wouldn't save Kim much of anything. She could still be prosecuted. She could still get reamed in a civil case.
Excellent point. A couple of our chatters have said that too. He doesn't really help Kim out too much other than take responsibility for his own actions and give himself up to try to impress in Kim's eyes. And again, you got a hell of a voice, my friend. We got some great voices in our callers tonight. You're killing it, 407. Like, I'm jealous of your tone there, dude.
I think that he wanted to become Bonnie and Clyde again, hoping that she would spring him. And that's the way I felt it was left. And by the way, I'm surprised that more people aren't commenting that 86 was Maxwell Smart's number in Get Smart.
Oh, yeah.
Just a thought. Great stream. Better Call Saul.
Great call. Thank you so much. Love Maxwell Smart. Mel Brooks, I believe, wrote the original series. Great stuff. Flynn needs a spinoff. where he owns a Denny's. I need that. Adam L. needs that. Just because the two of us need that, it needs to happen. I mean, more people want that than a fucking remake of some other fucking trash that they're going to just remake again now. Were they remaking Over the Top or something next? Isn't some, another attempt at making Dirty Dancing again? Like we need the Flynn spinoff. I love it. Agent 66. Yep. 864.
Yo, what up, Phil? This is Sam from South Carolina.
Hey, Sam.
And I thought the ending was pretty solid. I just want to know, what do you think is next in like the Breaking Bad universe? Do you think there will be more shows, more spin-offs? Do you have any thoughts on what might be next? Because it is sad to see it go.
It is.
But also nice to have such an awesome show to, rewatch whenever we want. Thanks.
Awesome call. I think for the most part, it seems like Vince and Peter are going to take a break from the universe. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some additional different kinds of media. There's been something that went through the press the last couple of weeks about Vince originally wanted to do a Grand Theft Auto type Breaking Bad game, probably similar to like the Scarface game or the Godfather game. I could see a Telltale Breaking Bad universe kind of game coming out, or something like that, a story-based video game maybe coming out, or some other media from the universe, comic book run, some sort of sequels to the series that aren't necessarily television series, webisodes. I think those are what we're going to see first before we saw anything else. And if we saw anything else, I would doubt we'd see another full series. I think we'd see something more akin to El Camino, where we see the gang get back together for a movie or something. The next things that's going to happen with most of these creative people is they're going to be doing other shows that are going to try to take off. If everything they do fails, like Vince even said this unironically, if everything I does fails, I'll come screaming back to the Breaking Bad universe. So if his shows fail, maybe we might see something sooner. But I do hope this whole creative team gets back together for another show. I would love Vince's next show to be successful, and then he brings everybody else in, like his creative team in again. Nope. Area code 905.
Hi, my name is Jamie. I'm calling from Canada. I've called a few times before.
Welcome, Jamie.
I just finished the finale, and then once it was done, I tuned right in. I think it was good.
And it's great to have you, and that's why I miss sometimes when TV shows air at certain times. It's fun to talk about streaming shows, and I do talk about streaming shows too, but everyone watches them at different times. I like when things air generally around. It allows me to be on for, 3.5 hours and still have still have 320 people watching us live right now after 3.5 hours doing this live after the episode airs. So it means so much to me to be able to do this, and thank you all for checking this out. I think we had almost 900 people earlier watching. It's been a really amazing night and an amazing season. It's incredible to be able to watch this with all of you awesome folks.
Good. It just, I really see what you mean by it kind of leaves you wanting a bit more. Yes. You know what? I think there's just two things that would have made it feel a lot more complete. First of all, I think that the whole kind of time machine motif throughout the episode, where Jimmy asks someone what they do if they had a time machine, I kind of thought that should have maybe had just one more time that they did that, either with Chuck or with Kim. And I don't know if you noticed this.
Yeah, and I'm going to get back to your message, but I agree. I think they could have done more with that whole time machine thing. That's part of what made me feel like I wanted more, too. Them talking about do-overs, and it's something that I think about a lot in real life, too. And I have to stop myself, that what-if machine. that I always wondered when I was growing up, and you always think sometimes you think, oh, if I could get anything, I always wanted like a what if machine, something I could look at and be like, if I made this different decision here, what would have happened? Not even that I can live it, just so I can see it. And I think there is an element of that here too.
But I actually did that in the scene with Chuck, which I was really glad to see. I was really glad to see Michael McKean come back. But in the scene with Chuck, he did have a book called The Time Machine or something to that effect. And then I was also hoping...
Was it H.P. Lovecraft, I believe, The Time Machine? I think it might have been, but I could be wrong about that.
Maybe they would play the Better Call Saul.
You're watching Hell's Kitchen, Richie. It's fucking raw, dude. This fucking podcast is fucking raw, dude. It's fucking raw. You call that risotto? You don't have fucking risotto. That's a fucking risotto. I wouldn't serve that to my dog.
Theme song that actually is a whole song similar to what they did in Selena. But aside from that, I think it's a very fitting conclusion for the character and the show and everyone within it. And a nice little scene.
I knew it was initials. H.G. Wells. Thank you, everybody. I thought I saw Lovecraft, but I was wrong.
Or detail in the scene with Kim and Jimmy is that whenever the cigarette lights up, the tip of the cigarette, the fire, is in color. Fun fact. Anyways, I have to...
Samit, I have 15 voicemails right now. I play them out of order and I roll them in, so feel free to call in and leave more. I am not ending this show until I get through all of these voicemails. Some go quick, some go longer, but calling in 781-990-8509. I would love to hear from you. Don't hesitate, and there's no limit on as many calls as we can get. Get them on in right now. You fucking porn bots. Hide on this channel. Bye, porn bots. Hopefully I didn't. Okay, good. Sometimes I think I mess up and I don't want to ban anyone by accident. If by chance I'm trying to ban a porn bot and you get banned, I'm not trying to ban you. I'm just trying to ban the porn bot. It's not you. And message me privately. I got issues, man, at gmail.com, and I will unblock you. Area code 773.
Hey, Phil. It's Roger again. My message cut off for some reason. I'm guessing I took up too much of your time.
No.
Cut off when I was listing the characters I wanted to see. Jeff, Tuco. I understand why Tuco couldn't make it. And James Edward Kilkelly, the guy that made his appearance in the same episode, Saul Goodman in Breaking Bad, where he took the fall for Badger. That was the last guy I wanted to see, but I don't think...
And I'll put the rest of your message. Someone said the Chuck scene was a waste of time. I feel like of the 3 cameos we saw, the Chuck one had the least weight to it. It was... I'm not saying I didn't like it. I just think the Walter and the Mike ones were more efficiently done. I think they melted into their chemistry with the Chuck and the Jimmy. It just didn't have as much punch because the dialogue wasn't especially interesting. It was more about the body language and the looks that they gave back and forth, which I thought was exceptionally well done. I don't think what they were saying to each other was much of anything. I think it was more the way Chuck was looking at him, the way he was talking down to him.
I think we saw it. I also wanted to know, you will be covering the new Game of Thrones installment, the
House of
Dragons.
Dragons.
What it was called, Dance of Dragons or House of Dragons. I haven't been paying attention because most of the projects were canceled, so
I will be, and thank you so much for your message. I will be live next Sunday evening, right after the episode airs on HBO, talking about it with myself alone or possibly with my co-host Joe Dirty Locks. So yes, I will be talking about hopefully all 10 episodes of the final season of Game of Thrones. Maybe I might miss one because I'm going on a vacation at some point. Another super chat donation from the Recovery 716. This episode was fantastic. No complaints. This is one of my favorite shows of all time, and you've been a part of my Monday night for the whole series. Thank you, Phil. No, thank you. As I said before, you all have been a part of my watching experience from the beginning as well. This is one of the few series I watched episode 1 live and came right out and talked to everybody, and that continued all the way through. So it's been an amazing run to be able to talk about this whole entire series. Area code 267.
Hey, this is ATR from Atlanta.
Welcome,
I
ATL.
just wanted to see your input on, like, what are those 2 shows that they said in the commercials about Bob and Gus making a new show? Like, I'd rather see a Jimmy in prison show. Honestly. What do you think about that? Thank you. And like, kind of sad about the ending of the show. Very sad about it.
Yeah, it's sad. I think a lot of people are going to be screaming for a Jimmy in prison show at this point. I think basically what they were saying was, don't worry, we got shows produced by Breaking Bad producers, and we got other shows with Breaking Bad actors. It's going to be okay. I am holding judgment on both of these series before I see them. It looks like Bob Odenkirk and Gus have some shows coming up on HBO, possibly. I wish I discovered Phil before the season. You're so great. Jakari's bitch, you're amazing. I appreciate you discovering me at any point in time. I assume you found me through my best buddy Tony Teflon. I think that's where I originally saw you, but thank you to everyone that's followed me over from there or any other place, or friends of the Kiwi that found me this season of Better Call Saul. I've been lucky enough to have some bigger channels and friends share it away and help spread the word for what we do over here. So thank you so much to all of you guys joining us this season. This has been a ton of fun, and I hope this is just the beginning of a very fun year. As I said, the next show I'm going to be doing is House of Dragon, the final season of The Walking Dead, Walking Disaster, as we call it. That's not a very positive stream. If you don't want to hear us be negative, don't turn into those. And also Severance coming up, and From, and more series. Last of Us, when that premieres, we'll be talking about that. So many different series, whatever Bob does, whatever Vince does, all of these sort of things. Okay, area code 906.
Bill, hey, it's ADHD Whiskey. Listen, super sorry that I wasted your time with all the dream nonsense.
No.
Man, I was wrong about that.
No waste. All the theories that didn't make sense, it's part of the fun of this fucking series.
That one. Son of a gun. You know what, though? It was a pretty good theory. Looking back on it, I got a little bit too invested, and I should have probably just shut up. Anyway, love you, dude. ADHD Whiskey, best whiskey content on the planet. Subscribe. Love you, bye.
Dude, I love your name. I hope you guys keep calling. I'm going to miss all you fucking callers. I really am, and I hope you guys keep calling for other shows. But either way, these 6 episodes of Better Call Saul are the most fun I've ever had doing this channel, and I have to thank all of you for this. Area code 732.
Justin Jr. from New Jersey.
Welcome, Jersey. Thank you, Jersey, for calling in. Very much appreciated. I got a longer message, but I'm going to save that one for later. Here we go. Area code 403.
Yeah, hey, it's Mike Ehrmantraut calling you from Las Vegas, Nevada.
So wait, so Mike, you're in the desert in Vegas? Is that what's going on here, Mike?
Nevada, because I'm watching a baseball game at a hotel, drinking water out of a trough. The show is over, and I'd like to thank everybody all these years for putting up with Mike. Goodbye. Good night. Good night.
Good night. Good night. Godspeed, Mike Ehrmantraut. Thank you for the years of phone calls. We really do appreciate everything you've done for the Issues program, Mike. Walter, put your dick away, Walter. And we appreciate you and everything you do. And then the whole Rick Grimes reveal. I can't wait to talk about that. We'll definitely be talking about the Rick Grimes series too. Lots of stuff we'll be talking about. Keep requests coming. igetissuesman@gmail.com if you have any requests, or the issuesguy@gmail.com. Either one works. Please keep your requests, or put in the comment section of this video after the fact, or make a request any way you can, and I'll look at different series or movies or legacy series. I might go back and do a watch of Oz, a couple of other programs, still doing our Sopranos rewatch as well. Okay, so let's continue here, and of course, I am not even close to done here. We're keep going here a little while longer. Here we go until we get through all of our calls. Area code 914.
This is Brian. This is my first time calling, and my area code is 714.
Welcome,
which
buddy.
is in the Southern California area, and I just wanted to comment on sort of what this person was saying earlier on how it left us craving more. The final episode. And for me personally, it left me craving more. I think more of Saul getting in the rhythm of things in prison. I think that's what I wanted to see more. That's personally what I wanted to see more. Sort of a more cushion for that happy ending.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was having a little trouble hearing you, but I definitely, I think you're having like a little mixed feelings.
That makes any sense. I wanted to see him sort of interacting with the prisoners, because we saw that he was cool with them since he was on the...
You wanted to see like more interactive with the prisoners and more how he's settling into that life rather than just quick flashes here and there. And some could say that's one of the points in the season where they yada-yada'd some stuff where they could have expanded more. Absolutely. And great call, Brian. Thank you so much for calling in for the very first time. It's more than appreciated. Let's get into 778.
Hey, Phil, first-time caller, Samet from Vancouver. And just a quick comment, when Marie was first...
I just have to remark that we're getting a lot of callers from Canada tonight. Thank you, Canada, for being amazing on the voicemails.
Brought in and Saul was calling her. I don't know, am I the only one who thought Saul was going to bring up the DVD that Walt made trying to put the blame or frame Hank and her back in Breaking Bad? I don't know why. That's the first thing that came to my mind. Anyways, love what you're doing. Keep it up.
Thank you, man. I will, and I hope you check out another show in the future, and this isn't the only time you call. Great stuff. And yeah, I did a lot of stuff I thought in the moment. I loved how he brought up Walter and kind of blamed everything on Walter. Always blame the dead man if you can. Area code 702.
Hey, Phil, it's Dave from Las Vegas. I loved...
Dave, I hope to come out to Vegas soon. Let's party.
Better Call Saul and Breaking Bad, both excellent series. I just almost felt like this ending could have been a little more effective if there was just the slightest little chance that he would have gotten out maybe when he was a very old man. If they had said maybe, 58 years was the sentence rather than 86. I don't know, just a thought. Loved your show. Be seeing you again soon in the future, I'm sure.
I hope
Take
so.
care.
I hope so. And I really do hope so. I know we still got like 250 people watching right now after almost 4 hours of live stream. I cannot appreciate you guys that anymore. All the super chats tonight, all the live calls. We still got 10 voicemails to get through tonight. So we're still here for a little while longer. Don't go anywhere if you're up and still thinking about this series. Could get to some of the newer voicemails first here and then get to some of the older ones. Area code 407.
Walter, put your junk away again, Walter. I'm not having sex with you, Walter. This is Orlando, Florida again. I think I sound a little like Mike.
You do sound like Mike.
Just had to call. And I left the particular word out because I'm not sure what you can get away with.
No, I
appreciate
it.
I have to work on the accent a bit with Mike. I can do another one better, such as, Captain, the Romulans are without honor.
Worf.
Good night.
They are not they're without honor, sir. Today is a good day to die, Matok.
So yes, it will never grow old, Samet. that and the yip, yip, yip will be with my lexicon for the rest of my life. We got another super chat donation from the amazing Stephen Michael Davis. Another long timer. That was a sad ending. Looked like Chuck was wrong, though. Jimmy did change. At least that's what I think. I agree. I think Chuck was wrong about Jimmy. Jimmy turned out to be a good person in the end. Not the smartest person in the world. I would have taken the 7 years and find another way to help Kim. Or another way to make it up for Kim in the end. But still, he did a good thing. That Saul Goodman is a good person. Good fucking person, dude. Let's see. Area code 832.
Hey, Phil. Great show as always.
Oh, thank you.
Just wanted to say, Jeffy, what do you think's going on with that? Is he ever going to get out of that jail cell?
I think Jeffy needs to get used to hanging out in that jail cell. That's Jeffy's life right now. You think Marion's going to go there and let his ass out? No. Marion is pissed forever trusting that Saul Goodman person, and she's going to take it all out on her little Jeffy. This is going to be a point. Jeffy's going to be cut off from Marion. This is this side story that we don't know. Jeffy's on a one-way track to hell. To hell, I tell yous. So we got a bunch more voicemails. Let's get to it. I want to make sure I don't miss any of you guys tonight because so many of you were good enough to leave your voicemail. So I want to make sure I get to each and every one of you tonight that aren't the other kinds of voice messages. So here we go. We're going to zip through a couple of these. Ones are the longer ones. I've saved the longer ones for the end, but here we go. As I'm tireder at the end of the night, so it's easier to give myself a little rest here. So area code. Oh no, I'm sorry. This is area code 240. This is a question about Targaryens, right?
Yo, this is Marvin from the DC area. My question. Couple of questions, but do you guys think, possibility theory, that the Dornish who married...
Okay, no, wrong show, 240. I'll try to play that next week. Wrong show, buddy. That's for House of Dragon, and we'll get into that next week. The answer is yes, I do. Area code 718.
So, Romeo from Brooklyn. Thank you for your live stream.
No, thank you, Romeo from Brooklyn, for calling on, and you're fucking amazing. And Patricia is fucking amazing. It's a love story. Someone needs to get on with their life, and someone needs to end up messed up.
After the show was over. That's how I discovered you. And I'm going to ride with you the rest of the way, no matter what you're covering.
Fuck yes.
How long are you streaming tonight? I say you should go 6 hours for 6 seasons. What do you say?
Ooh.
As for this episode, there was some fan service here, but I love it.
I'm guessing more like 4 hours and 20 minutes.
I love that was Mike's last scene in the universe. I loved Walt's response to the time machine. It was so Walt to shoot down the idea and just get to the point of regret. And the Chuck scene, that's what I wanted the most. I wanted Chuck in this finale. The book, The Time Machine, made it all make sense. I've never read it, but now I want to. The random announcements and commercials of Straight Guys starring Bob Odenkirk, Parrish starring Giancarlo Esposito, popped me. I don't know if these are Vince Gilligan related, but I don't care. Bravo.
I don't care. I'm watching it anyway. I'm checking it. I need more shows. I want the next mystery show. Is Succession that show? Should I be talking about Succession? Is that the big show that I keep hearing great things about this? People in the live chat, should I catch up? I haven't watched one single episode of this. Should I watch this show Succession? Is that the new big show? Well, what should I watch? I'm down for suggestions. I'm watching Severance. I'm on top of it, but I also want to find a show that airs every week at a certain time so we can come out here and do this silly nonsense. So keep your suggestions coming in the comment section of this video. If you have any series you want me to cover, let me know. If you put it in the chat, I'm going to forget. Put it in the comment section of the video afterwards. Come back, leave it in the comment section. But let's play the rest of this voicemail.
Well, to both of these guys getting new shows. I will definitely follow them. Now, I was very worried that this was going to turn into Saul versus Kim. And I was ready to be very annoyed by it.
People in the live chat saying Succession is good. Definitely give Succession a watch. Is Succession a show that would be cool for me to cover on this week to week and talk about it? Because I've heard good things. I haven't watched it. I need a show to catch up on. People have asked me to cover that show before, so if you guys give me a thumbs up or give me a hell yeah if you want me to cover Succession, so I'll look into that.
I was ready to compare it to, all right, spoiler alert for anyone that hasn't seen Game of Thrones. I was ready to compare it to that ending, where they just randomly have Daenerys be the worst person in the world when she was someone we rooted for the entire damn series.
Yeah.
But thankfully, Saul Gone meant Jimmy put Saul to rest. It took him taunting Kim to come clean, but he came clean too. It was romantic in a weird way. And it was in a courtroom where this show should have ended the way it began. Kim and Saul are both redeemed, and that's as good an ending as we could have rooted for. Bob Odenkirk was amazing in this episode, the same way Ray Seahorn was amazing in last week's episode.
Mm-hmm.
We got Gene, Saul, Jimmy, all in this episode, and this was done by a guy who had a damn heart attack.
Yeah, dude, and we almost didn't get the end of this series. That's one of the most amazing things. People seems to be mixed a little bit. Some people, Ed Davis is like, boo, no, but most people in the live chat say, Phil, yes, give that show a shot. I'll give it a shot. I'll try to catch up in the series, and if I catch up and I enjoy it, I'll cover episode by episode. I need some new series to cover because a lot of my series I've been covering for years are ending right now. Obviously, I'm going to be doing House of Dragon every Sunday on for starting next, and many other shows after that. But let's hope that House of Dragon is good. I'm hoping for the best. Hoping to go to another great series after this series. It's gonna be this is gonna be a tough act to follow, especially the amazing interaction with you guys in the audience. There's gonna be nothing like the Better Call Saul community is. Even when people disagree, I like the banter back and forth. This is like the best, really. And I've been a part of a lot of them, but I haven't had more fun than in the Breaking Bad Better Call Saul community. It's like it's the closest to my sensibilities by nature. I love all you guys. Like it's we have that sort of I don't know. I feel connected to all of you.
If that's not an Emmy, what is? I still think Waterworks is the best episode of the season. I think season 6 is absolutely the best of the series. Is it better than Breaking Bad? I don't know.
I don't know about that too. And I would say seasons 4, 5, and 6 are all god tier television for Better Call Saul. I think, and you still have a little bit in your message, and I'll play the rest of it. I think seasons 1 and 2 of Better Call Saul are really good. Season 3 too, but 4, 5, and 6 are. I mean, all of it is. Season 3 too. I think seasons 2 through 6 of Better Call Saul are god tier television. I think season 1 is good, is unbalanced a little bit, and I would say season 1 is the worst season of Breaking Bad too. Both those shows, and neither of those seasons are bad. Neither of those seasons are bad, but I'd say the worst seasons of both the shows are the first seasons, and that's how it should be. That's exactly how it should be.
Both top 5 shows all time to me. I know Vince said he is taking a break from the Breaking Bad universe, and the audience can use one too. I think eventually we do return somehow, some way. I trust I'm telling a story we'll all get invested in again. And Mike's words in the beginning of this episode about wanting to check in on some old friends in 5 to 10 years, that felt very, it felt like it meant something. Could that mean checking in on Saul, Kim, Jesse in 5 to 10 years? I don't know. Thank you, Better Call Saul.
Thank you.
What a journey.
It's been.
And thank you, Phil.
No, thank you. And it could be. Again, I could see webisodes. I think webisodes is the first line of defense to see more of this particular universe. And Severance is amazing. I wish I covered season 1 of Severance. I will also be covering Invincible whenever that comes back, which is an unbelievable series. I very much love the first season of it. And a lot of stuff as it pops up too, but Severance was the best first season of a show that's been out in a long time. So I'm very excited to see where they go from this first season. I will at some point catch up with a season 1 review when I get a chance to rewatch the season again. and then I will be covering season 2 episode by episode. I'm very excited to talk about that show. I think it's a missed out on series because not everyone is able to watch it because of where it's on, like on Apple Plus. I don't think is that what it is? Plus, Apple Max, Apple, whatever the fuck it's called. But it's a really, really good series. Area code 706.
Hey, Phil, it's Jackie from Florida.
Jackie.
Jakara's bitch.
Jakara's bitch.
I absolutely loved this episode from beginning to end, especially in the beginning with that Dave Porter, Breaking Bad-esque, anxiety-driven music while he's on the run. I knew he would be caught fairly quickly, and this would be a long, drawn-out legal battle. And I was screaming at my TV for him to shut the fuck up.
Dude, shut the fuck up. Like, why wouldn't he shut the fuck up? Axel says, in reality, 6 years, I doubt Jimmy would even like him. Patricia says, the great series in no particular order, HBO's Deadwood, Carnival, short-lived Mad Men. I would also put Mad Men, I think 2 of the most underrated series of all times, because Sopranos gets its due, The Wire gets its due, Breaking Bad gets its due. I think Better Call Saul will get its due. I think Mad Men and 6 Feet Under, 2 series that don't get their due for being in the conversation, for excellently put together series. I think both those series from beginning to end achieve what they're trying to achieve in a exceptional way, and I think they deserve in the conversation as well, with The Wire, with Breaking Bad, with Better Call Saul. So Mad Men definitely deserves a lot more credit than it gets because of what it's about. I think sometimes people sleep on it because it's not about the meth trade or supernatural forces or something. It's about fucking advertising. So I think in a lot of ways it is underrated. And 6 Feet Under can be a dark, depressing series, but from beginning to end, it's the most consistent series of all time. It's not my favorite, but it is so consistent from beginning to end. And is so effective in what it's trying to tell. People know Dexter, but this is the first series I saw Dexter in. So whenever I see Dexter, I think of him as this character. 6 Feet Under is not my favorite series, but something I give respect as an underrated, excellent series of that HBO era. And I think is, again, akin to the kind of show that Better Call Saul is trying to do. Everyone wants to be Don fucking Draper. It's true. 6 Feet Under is a show I forgot about. I forget about sometimes too, but it belongs in this particular conversation when we're talking about greatest series of all time from beginning to end. Because a lot of shows get better or get worse. 6 Feet Under stayed consistently the same all the way through and really well textured in depth. Dexter is also awesome. Not the new one. Everyone wants to be Don fucking Draper. Ben says, I think the most logical spin-off series is the one about Mike's granddaughter Kaylee grown up in the Breaking Bad timeline, all spalled on by her grandfather yelling about building a slide. Oh, I love you, Patricia. Okay, so let's continue with our voicemails. We got a few more. Let's continue with Jackie's voicemail. Excuse me.
Up when he started talking in front of the judge. Oh my God. And I was really hoping we'd finally get to see Judge Pompadumian, the judge that likes him, but apparently not. That would have been a nice callback. As for Kim and Jimmy, I totally called it that he would end up in prison, and Kim would come and visit him. I did not think she would come visit him as a lawyer, though, which makes me really happy that she's a lawyer again. Or finally cleansed of her sins,
or at least working within the law situation.
Everything, and Anyway, there's just so much to talk about. And Walt's scene, my God, I was so happy to see him on my screen. However, the guy is the biggest asshole
Such
that
an
has ever been an asshole.
Such an ass. Dude, such an asshole.
And it took me several watch-throughs of Breaking Bad to realize that he is a narcissistic.
Dude, the worst. And yes, someone said 6 Feet Under brought me to tears. One of the most emotional, thought-out kind of endings that ever existed. Really well done. Really transparently effective. Very well done. The guy that got Saul in jail with the bread is an old classmate of mine. I had to rewind it twice. That's interesting because the guy on the bus is an old classmate of mine, Kano. So between the two of us, we're totally connected to the people that were in the last couple of scenes of Better Call Saul. It's amazing.
Piece of shit. Egomaniacal sociopath. And he for sure would have killed Marion, which shows the difference between him and Jimmy. You know, Jimmy is a good guy at heart. He just makes poor choices, impulsive poor choices, and he gets the thrill out of those poor choices.
Yeah, I mean, he does, in some ways, get a thrill out of those poor choices. Area code 870.
Yeah, I really enjoyed this episode. I just wanted to say, what was your favorite episode of Better Call Saul? I would probably say mine. I'll have to check some of the other ones out because it was...
What's my favorite episode of Better Call Saul? I would say it's probably, all in all, from beginning to end, would be the chicanery episode. I still love the Chuck arc. As much as I love all the different arcs on the series, I think we had some amazing episodes in season 6, with some amazing episodes after the fact with Kim and Jimmy connecting and all that sort of stuff. Sorry, I'm zipping through the messages a little bit. Sorry if I'm going a little lightning around here. But I think my favorite episode in the entire series of Better Call Saul is probably chicanery still. Like, seeing Chuck break down on the stand, that interaction between the two brothers takes the cake for me and feels like, in some ways, the greatest singular acting moment that we had between two characters on the show. And we had a lot. So as much as I love a lot of moments that we got in season 6, and I don't want to underrate what I saw in season 6, I feel like ultimately that's probably still my favorite episode of Better Call Saul, just because of Michael McKean's exceptional performance and how much of a fan I am, from Laverne and Shirley to Spinal Tap to everything, and getting to see Michael McKean get a part like this. And I think that's his best episode. And I think it's one of Bob Odenkirk's best episodes in the series. I'm still pissed off Michael McKean didn't get an award for this shit.
Well, so many good ones, but I'd probably say my favorite is Penn Execution. That alone kind of felt like the finale to the main story. I mean,
yeah, and that really was. That was an amazing. I think this season 6, had a murderer's row of episodes that were just exceptionally well done. And let's move on a little bit to area code 630.
Hey, this is Stephen Trasnick from Chicago, Illinois. I'm just saying this was a perfect ending because in Breaking Bad, they killed off Walter White. So basically, I feel like in Better Call Saul, they could not kill off Saul Goodman or Jimmy.
Yeah, they couldn't do that. It would be too repetitive.
Because they killed off Walter White. So I feel like that was a good ending to have him in prison instead of killing him off. Also, what do you think about the 7-year prison sentence? Is that enough or not? Or is that too much? Thank you for taking my call. Thank you. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
No, thank you. I think the 7-year prison sentence was a joke. I think it was a credit to how good of a con man and manipulator Jimmy was, that he was able to present to a whole team of lawyers and different people that if they put him in front of a jury, he might, be able to manipulate at least one of them. I think the 7 years was an incredible gift he should have fucking taken. And it's ridiculous that he didn't. Ridiculous that he didn't. And here we go.
Hi, Bill.
Oh, sorry, you got cut off. Area code 419.
Hi, Phil. This is Katie calling from Columbus. I just thought the finale, it was okay. I was kind of disappointed with the courtroom scene. I was kind of on the same page with Pete Peppers, how not wanting the episode to turn into a courtroom drama. I did want to see Kim pay for her involvement somehow, because I do feel like she played a really big role with Saul becoming who he was. Not that she's responsible for his actions, but she did egg him on quite a bit, and then she skipped out after the whole debacle and kind of ran away from it. I do understand that she still turned herself in a way with, sending him the affidavit. But she still got to...
As someone said in the chat, X says, just to clarify, if Kim hadn't turned herself in affidavit, then he never would have had to confess, and he was going to use the Howard details to get more time. Agree, Philly went from 7.5 years to 86. Nah, buddy, not for me. Not for me. I'm sorry to say, I don't think I care about anyone that much. I'm a horrible person.
Reinstate herself as an attorney. I'm not sure how that works, but she had like a civil suit against her from Cheryl because it did.
Listen, Lieutenant Caffey, Richard Mick. Listen, I did order the code. You're goddamn right. You need me on that line. You want me on that line.
Sound like Cheryl was going to be looking for a lawyer, against him. So I'm not sure. I liked it though. It had to end sometime, and I still felt bad that Jimmy was in prison.
Yeah, and that's the thing. And thank you so much for your call. You felt bad that someone you'd root for that long was in prison. It was emotional in some ways. And thank you so much for the caller. Area code 419 is a great number. We're getting low on voicemails. We're starting to sort of wrap things up here. We got 3 voicemails and 3 texts left. A couple of them from Dracarys bitch. I'm saving those last 2 for her to end the show right now. But we got a couple more questions from, first of all, area code 718 and 870. We're going to get to your 2 calls, and then we're going to get to our last text messages too, and then get to Dracarys' last couple of texts as well. And you guys have been amazing. I'm not going anywhere anytime soon. We still got a few more texts. Obviously, if we get any super chats or calls, I'll keep this going. But I'm starting to wrap things up now. Let's play this one. It's from Romeo from Brooklyn.
Romeo from Brooklyn again. 3 quick questions. 1, will you be going live after House of the Dragon?
Yes, I will be going live, Richie, on Sunday evening at 10:15 p.m. after House of the Dragon airs. I will maybe be going live Monday, but I'm not sure. I will definitely be going live Sunday for the next couple of weeks. Everything, if you're tuning into me and you enjoy my stuff and you don't care what show I'm talking about and you just want to see my silliness, tune in on Sunday night starting at around 10 p.m. for either Game of Thrones spinoff series or The Walking Dead when that returns to. Will both be living on Sunday evenings. That's not necessarily the only time I'll be streaming. I'll also be doing some short videos and stuff too. Might be doing some videos with Kiwi too. Me and him might talk and do some stuff for after post Better Call Saul. So I will definitely be talking about Saul again, but if you want to see me live next time, I'll be live next week on Sunday evening.
Next Sunday. 2, have you read the House of the Dragon books?
I haven't. I know the story in the beat points, but I'm going into it more naked so I can enjoy the story as much as possible. I do know sort of bullet points, but I did not read Fire and Blood. So I'm going in a little naked, even though I do know from listening to people like Tony or Carmine or Preston or some of Direwolf City people that I'm friends with, like hearing some of those people and doing streams with them and discussions. I know some of the the bullet points of things that happen, but I am trying to go into this as naked as possible to enjoy it as a television series on its own, which is always what we do here.
And not the House of the Dragon books, the Dance of Dragon books is what I mean. And number 3, what are your top 5 TV shows of all time? They don't have to be in particular order.
My top 5 TV shows of all time in no particular order, and I will do a separate video on this at some point in time, would be The Sopranos, Breaking Bad, The Wire, Better Call Saul, and Mad Men. Those 5 probably would be my top 5. I would maybe Batman the Animated Series, Deep Space Nine would be close for me in those discussions. But if I'm looking at 6 Feet Under, even though it's not one of my favorites, if we're talking my favorites, there's top and then there's my favorites. I'm talking my favorites: Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul. I consider it one giant one. The Sopranos, Deep Space Nine, Batman the Animated Series. Those are some of my favorite ones. But if I'm talking best, I hold true to what I just said. Yes, I do. Let's see, 870.
Another question I wanted to ask. What were your favorite episode from the entire Breaking Bad new was Breaking Bad or Better Call Saul? Mine is Ozymandias. I think Ozymandias is most people's. Now, if Ozymandias is your favorite, because I know a lot of one, everybody, most people, most fans of either show would say, do you have a second favorite? I would say I loved Call Space.
Yeah, that's a great one.
I loved Pen and Execution. I loved Face Off. I love...
Another one for me is Arrested Development. I love that fucking series. BoJack Horseman's another one of my favorites. A very dark ending.
What else did I love? I loved Point and Shoot.
Daredevil. The seasons of Daredevil on Netflix.
Great one. I also loved the finale to Breaking Bad.
Felina, yeah. It's a great episode.
I mean, by the way, before we go, since it's the end, who will you pick to play High School Jesse Pinkman? And not any do you want that to happen?
I don't know. Like, you've asked me that before, High School Jesse Pinkman. I don't know who I'd have because I don't know young actors enough to kind of pick somebody. It's hard for me to imagine anyone else playing Jesse except for Aaron Paul. I just don't think it would work. I think part of the charm is it being Aaron Paul. As for second best episode, I think you could almost pick almost any episode in that final second half of Breaking Bad. I think the episode when Hank finally confronts Walt, I don't know what the name of the episode is, when he closes the garage door and he confronts him with the situation. I think that's amazing. I think everything in the back half of Breaking Bad is unbelievably intense. And I also think the Nacho episodes of this season are getting forgotten about of how good they were. The first seasons 601 and 602 were those the 2 Nacho episodes, or was it 603 too as well? But whatever the Nacho arc concluded in this season 2, I think is underrated episodes. But yeah, I don't think you could do Jesse without Aaron Paul. Personally, that's mine. Dracar's pitch. I'm gonna zip through these messages a little bit.
Hey Phil, sorry my call got cut off. It's Jackie again, Dracar's. So the show centered around Kim and Jimmy's relationship, and it ended with Kim and Jimmy's relationship. And to me, that means everything. We started where we're at, and we ended it where we were at. Them sharing a cigarette in the prison cell, just being intimate with each other, just being in their presence. Like this had never happened. And that's made me feel very, very satisfied with that. And Jimmy is the only person out of everybody that is serving time for all these crimes.
The only one.
And there's something poetic to it. And a great point that Jimmy says on the stand is, without me, Walter White would have been dead or in jail within a month. And that's really true because the Salamanca twins were gonna kill him brutally out of that shower.
Yeah, and he had no... If it wasn't for Saul handling everything for him and manipulating his money, and he never gave Saul that kind of credit either. So here we go, Jackie C. Not Jackie C. Dracarys bitch, one more message.
Hey, Phil, it's Jackie again. I forgot to mention the statutes for limitation in New Mexico for a wrongful death suit in a civil suit is 3 years. So clearly this happens in 2010, 2011 timeframe, which is 5, 6 years after Howard's death. It wouldn't. There's a reason she's shopping for lawyers. It's because the statutes of limitations have expired. That goes also for character defamation lawsuits. Statutes of limitations on that is 3 years in New Mexico. So I think Kim is free and clear of anything of that. So Kim is free as a bird.
She's free as a bird from a legal sense, but she can still be sued for responsibility from a civil point for money-wise if Howard's wife wants to prosecute her. And a couple people in the chat have pointed this out. I'm wrongfully assumed that Jimmy took responsibility for this, but it doesn't matter. The civil case could still happen, regardless of all of this. But I think what Jimmy's hoping to do is to be a lightning rod for all of this. And if Howard's widow is going to do it to anybody, because Jimmy fully admitted that he was the one that manipulated and it was all his idea and blah, 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 that if she's going to do that to anybody, she's going to do it to Jimmy. So hopefully he shielded Kim to a certain extent in his mind.
And I'm very happy about that because I was really, really worried something terrible was going to happen to her. But I'm glad she got out of it. And it looks like she's going back to the profession that she loves and cares for.
Yeah.
And I think she's going to dump that horrible boyfriend and stop working at the sprinkler place. Anyway, have a wonderful stream, my beautiful man, Phil.
Aww. You're making me blush. Thank you so much. I am blushing on you, Dracarys bitch. I appreciate that. And let's take a couple of text messages before we call this. We just got another voicemail. Now's the time. You want to get your last minute. Not that we're going away anytime soon. I can't believe we made it through all those voicemails. We're almost there. We only got a couple left. But if you want to get a last minute voicemail in, or you've been waiting, now is the time. 781-990-8509. Area code 631. Do you think the team would ever put Breaking Bad? Okay, sorry. Next message. Do you think that Walt's words about Gretchen and Elliot artistically drive him to leave gray matter and hold any substance? We didn't actually see what happened. It seemed to me like Walt left to start his family, and because he was too prideful to be with Gretchen, his father had more money than him in real life, that Elliot ended up marrying her. Could there be more to that story as viewers know? There's definitely more to that story. We don't know. I think he was involved with Gretchen. Wasn't he involved with Gretchen? And Elliot ended up with her in the end. I think there's a lot more to that story that we don't know. I think that's one of those things I wouldn't mind there being like an audiobook with like a short story about the gray matter era with Walter White, with Bryan Cranston doing the audio commentary. I would pay good fucking money for that. So I think there's more to that story to understand, but I think we're always to assume that Walt's gigantic ego always played a role in this situation. So area code 408. Great final show, Phil. Happy to share the final memories with you and the awesome community. It's been incredible. And like I've said a bunch of times tonight, but not enough, it wouldn't be as fun watching this show if if I didn't get to share it with all of you awesome folks. And we're 4.5 hours in this stream, and we still have 283 people watching right now. This is incredible. Thank you so much to everyone that's still watching, still rocking with us, still going. And we still got a couple of voicemails and a couple more texts. Awesome that you're sharing everyone's opinions. It's nice to get the full perspective. Have to agree with the caller, though. Didn't think about Kim. It was making eyes at him around the con. The fact that he got down to 7 years and then threw it all away in the courtroom theatrics to prove he was worth her love. Different perspectives indeed. Changed my thoughts on that front thanks to playing the caller's voicemail. So there we go, right in action. Something what one of our callers said helped somebody else think about things in a different perspective. That's what it is. Always listen to other people's perspectives, even if you're going to disagree. It's better to understand what they have to say to help solidify your mindset, or at least try to understand or challenge your mindset, because you should always be critically thinking about stuff, whether it's television shows or any other fucking issues. I think critical thinking and constantly adjusting perspectives and trying to alter things is important, to never be too locked into anything too much, unless it's like, whatever. Sorry. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm getting philosophical. 909. Damn, what a sad ending, but good. It's the way it needed to happen. It is the way it needed to happen, unfortunately. Jimmy needed to have somewhat of a sad ending. It felt like wasn't the most exciting ending, but it was the ending that we needed to have on Better Call Saul. So we got a couple more voicemails, and then I think we'll probably call it a night. This is, we'll play one of these two. Area code 870.
I'm gonna miss you doing the Dreams, man. The crew. And I feel like Better Call Saul is kind of underrated. Now, I'm popular among the fans, but I feel like compared to, the final season, Breaking Bad was fucked huge in the hot.
Dude, it was fucking huge. It was fucking ridiculous. I can't wait for Better Call Saul 2, taking it back. The only reason I want to do it again is because I'm having so much fun talking to all of you guys, and I feel like we need to get this party back together again. I really do hope some of you guys join me on other series, whether you're even watching them or not. I never care. If you're not watching the series, you see me go live, jump in the chat, call on in. I'm loving having all of you guys. I don't want tonight to end because I'm having too much fun, and I don't want this series to end because this has been the ultimate conclusion to an amazing ride with all of you unbelievable people.
I seen Breaking Bad was oh my god, so huge. I feel like this show did not really get that much hype, which is too bad because I loved the show.
We need a shitty microtransaction filled Breaking Bad game. I think we need a story based Telltale Breaking Bad game. That we make decisions in the Breaking Bad world. We're an assistant or some shit like that. I want that kind of game, and I want to live stream it for all of you guys.
As I said, I would like to see Mo, but if this is
I got a breaking bladder, Patricia. And thank you, Ron Gavin. You're amazing, my friend.
Most likely is because I know they want to move on. Which Gilligan say he wants to move on and his team. I would say they ended it with a bang. I love this show. I think this and Breaking Bad are two of the best shows ever made. They're two of the shows that really never left me down.
And that is true. These shows never really let me down. And Vince and Peter don't let me down. And that's why I can't wait to see what they do next.
For main characters, I think we have ever seen. Two of the best characters winning on television. So I hope this gets nominated next year for Best Drama. It should. Anyway, I'll talk to you later. Good night. Love you, man.
You're the best, buddy.
Keep doing live streams. Do fun for She-Hulk.
Maybe. I tend to stay away from the Disney Plus series just because there's so much competition with those, so it's hard to get view. It's hard to do this and get a great as big of an audience as I want unless the show actually airs at a certain time. Otherwise, everyone watches it at a different time. I'm not saying I won't do shows that air and just get added on streaming services, but it's more fun to do shows that air at specific times. Excuse me. Because then everyone's watching it at the same time. So I hope Better Call Saul isn't one of the last of these. I think as long as HBO is still broadcasting, they always drop their stuff at around 9 p.m. on Sunday evenings, their big shows. So we'll still be able to play this game. So that's when this is the most fun for me, when I can go live right after an episode airs somewhere. Not that I'm not going to do it for streaming shows, but you know what I mean. So we get a couple of messages from Romeo.
Romeo, Brooklyn. If you can describe this episode in one word, what would it be? I'd tell you mine. I'd say romantic.
I would say the word bittersweet is an accurate word because I appreciate what Jimmy did. I appreciate his emotional connection with Kim for doing what he does. But I also feel like you made a stupid mistake, Jimmy. I'd have taken the 7 years and found a different way to connect with her and found the post 7 years. So I would say bittersweet is my word. I think that works, is an excellent descriptor of how I feel particularly about this episode. It's tough. I mean, talking about a whole series, I'll do it, but it's a different vibe.
Romeo, Brooklyn. I'm sorry, I just don't want the stream to end. But I wish you could poll this to the chat, or maybe you've done this poll before. But if I would have told you that Kimberly Wexler survives Better Call Saul alive, like how many of you people would have believed that?
Yeah, a lot of people thought Kim was going to die. The Boys, I did talk about a couple of episodes of The Boys this past season. I'll talk about more of it in the future. Didn't get the views I wanted necessarily. I shouldn't talk like that, but I didn't necessarily. But it was very fun. I'll definitely talk about The Boys again. Invincible, I'll talk about Invincible 2. Let's get into our poll. Let's end our poll with 2,700 votes. Wow, 2,700 votes. Did you enjoy the finale? 71% of the people said yes. Somewhere in the middle, 18%. So that's a good chunk of people were somewhere in the middle. Only 9% said no. So I think if we're viewing this on our poll tonight, which is of a good sample size, let's not say we didn't just poll 10 people here. This is 2,700 people voted in this poll. So out of the 2,700 people that popped on in here tonight, we had almost like over 10,000 people popping in here tonight over the course of the evening. But out of that, 2,700 people voted. 71% of the people like this finale. For a series finale, when series finales are difficult, I would say that is a success for Better Call Saul. And yes, the Disney Plus series, I can't cover. I can't cover those series. I'm so worried about Daredevil. I'm worried. 870, one more question, let's say.
One last question before we leave. Since the last time on Better Call Saul, what is your favorite season of Better Call Saul?
Breaking Bad.
Combined.
I would say my favorite season of both shows would probably be Breaking Bad season 4. The conclusion of the Walter and Gus arc, I think ultimately so many moments in both shows are excellent and well thought out and well paced. But I think that is the ultimate combination of intensity and excitement all merged together in an incredible ultimate conclusion. So I would say that would be number one on my list, but it's a varied response. I wouldn't say it's conclusive. No, thank you. Invincible is so awesome. Invincible is definitely underrated. Area code 909. Oh my God. Showing me an incredible fucking Cinnabon. Damn, what a sad ending, but it's good. The bus scene at the end was hilarious. Eating some Cinnabons. Also, it's really similar to BoJack with him going to jail and all the flashbacks. It would be even more so if he had only gone to jail for 7 years and then gotten out and then had a moment where he sat on a roof with Kim and talked. Area code 419. Hey, Phil, was there any info on who the lawyer was Saul referenced to Francesca when he said to tell him Jimmy sent it? No, we never got an actual completion of that unless I missed something. Someone in the comments or the live chat can follow up on that. And I think our last text of all of Better Call Saul. Oh my goodness, this is so sad. Oh no, we just got a voicemail. Sorry, our last text. I really love the Mike farewell. He starts off by saying if he could go back in time, he would stop his son's murder. That's it. That his biggest regret is letting them kill his son. But then he stops himself and he realizes that he regrets becoming himself. He recognizes that his lifestyle, his corruption, is what got his son killed. He wishes he could take it all back, never have his son killed, never get into the cartel business or the drug business. It was a fitting goodbye to Mike. I think as much as I can wax poetically about Saul Goodman and Kim on this series, Mike was also a starring figure on this show, and Jonathan Banks added so much mythos and deepness to his character of Mike that it deserves special recognition. And I feel like he's underrated in some ways. In Breaking Bad, he steals the show, and Bob Odenkirk being on How I Met Your Mother is the only reason we have Mike, because the character was created because Bob couldn't be on the show. True story. But Jonathan Banks, amazing performance. He somehow plays Mike younger and older at the same time, and I love it. Adds so much. Last voicemail of the night. Here we go.
Hey, Bill, it's Summer, first-time caller.
Summer.
My question is, what is your favorite montage of all the seasons? Mine is actually in, the second season where he's going through the motions of being a lawyer. And there's that Mozart symphony playing as he's defending his clients and sort of going through the routine. But there's just so many great montages. I'm curious what your favorite one is.
And this isn't the last voicemail because we just got another one. Romeo's like, this stream is not ending. My favorite montage, there's so many good ones, and great call, Summer, and thank you for being a first-time caller. It makes me so sad that we're getting first-time callers in Better Call Saul right now, and I'm hoping you guys follow me to other shows. Please make sure you're subscribed, and I hope I find another show I'm talking about that you guys watch as well, because it's been so fun getting to connect with you. But my favorite montage would probably be, I really love the Kim sticky notes one when she's flipping through all the sticky notes. And I also like the one that has the thing outside the car dealership, the wind guy, I don't even know what those things are called. But there's so many. I mean, that's one of those things about Better Call Saul that we can talk about all these other things. Great character exploration, great connection, one of the best prequels and sequel type series of all time. Unbelievable comedy mixed with everything, but it's such a great series. Breaking Bad, a Star Wars story, but it is maybe the greatest series of all time with producing montages. It's there's so many. Summer, I could do a whole video on top 10 Better Call Saul montages. In fact, I'm sure someone's going to steal that now and do that. But you could, because they're so amazing. Every one is better than the next. Could Gilligan and Gould save The Walking Dead? I don't know if anything could save The Walking Dead. I think Gilligan and Gould now, it would be difficult. At what point do they get a hold of the series? And how much creative freedom do they have? That's the problem. That's the fucking problem. One voicemail and 2 texts to go. Let's get the text done. Hello again, Phil. Not sure if you got my text earlier. My phone says it didn't send. This episode was so sad. Oh my God, especially the ending. I love seeing Marie too. I also got dumped tonight and haven't slept in 24 hours. I'm watching your live really cheered me up though, and thank you for being you. Sucks I didn't find your channel until season 6 of Better Call Saul, but I'm glad I found it nevertheless. I'm glad you found me nevertheless as well, and I hope you stick with me through all kinds of shows. I'm sorry that you had dumped tonight. I can relate. It fucking sucks. Fuck that person. They don't know what they lost. I don't even know you, 503. I don't know if you're a dude or a girl or something. I just know that fuck that person. Because you're here with me, so I'm on your side now. So I'm sorry that you're having to deal with that. Hope it all gets better. Happy to have added even a fraction of distraction for what you're dealing with. So, area code 512. Oh, it's the big one. There it is, the end. I like the resolution to Jimmy and Kim's relationship at the end of it all. The only person that he still cared about was her and finally admitting to it all. He closes the book on all the shit that happened to her over the years. She finally got to see him and actually be remorseful about Chuck years later. She can even just begin to move. One last smoke with Jimmy, not Saul, but Jimmy. I think the ending with the prisoners is a perfect, well, if there's one thing Jimmy did, it's give the best representation he could to every client. As for meaning of the final shot, I think it's kind of meta. Better Call Saul works as a great prequel to Breaking Bad, but it didn't have to also be an epilogue. 2 episodes ago, the show could have just ended fine, fulfilled its purpose. Jimmy isn't satisfied with that, though. He records over his old tapes. He gives us one last go-around, one last scheme. Bob Odenkirk in Jimmy's final act. I think the final guns are to the audience. It's Bob Odenkirk, Jimmy McGill, Saul Goodman, Gene Takovic saying goodbye one last time. To me, it's so heavy on my heart to see because of feels like a chapter in television history closing. That's one thing I've heard a lot, that this series marks the end of this unexpected next golden age of television. I still think there's a lot of series out there, but I do see what people mean about this being sort of a conclusion to an era of television. We'll see how things happen moving forward. To me, it's heavy on my heart. These characters have been persisted for so many years and have finally finished their journey. That may just be me being sentimental, but it works for me. It's more of a textural sense. I think it's showing that at the end of the day, he's still Jimmy, and he'll always be who he is. Consequences be damned. And while he's still maybe learning a lesson in the end, Kim not returning it, I think is intended to be ambiguous, but I interpret it as her taking it slow with him. She doesn't want to go back to the person she was with him, but she still cares about him. And I think their ending ended up more positive than I thought it was going to end. And I liked it. She was giving him I love you eyes. And I do think they have some sort of friendship future from jail in person. Area code 909. Also, I think this was probably the best season of Saul. The best Breaking Bad was season 3. What do you think the best episode of the season and the episode of a whole is? I think the best episodes of the season were probably the Howard Lalo episode. Those 2 episodes into each other were probably the 2 best of the season. But all of it was exceptionally awesome. I thought the Breaking Bad episode was also incredible and one of the best episodes of the entire series. Also, it ended really similar to BoJack. It did. And our last voicemail of the night, area code 718.
I don't want this to end, man. I don't want this to end. If you could, Phil, give your gold, silver, bronze favorite characters on Better Call Saul.
Okay, Chuck, that's tough. Chuck gets a gold medal. Jimmy gets a gold medal. Kim gets a gold medal. Howard gets a silver plus medal. Lalo gets a gold medal. Nacho gets a gold medal. Mike gets a gold medal. It's a lot of fucking gold medals. This is a fair question. It's a lot of gold medals. Let's take a couple of live chats before we call this a live chat. Call this a show. Sorry, I'm drunk. Mighty Healthy, I will not be covering the She-Hulk. The only one of those Disney Plus series I might cover is Daredevil, just because it's been one of my favorite series on Netflix, but I'm scared. I'm very scared. I'm scared with Disney Plus controlling it. So we'll see where it ends up. But I definitely loved the first 3 seasons of Daredevil, and I hope it keeps its same edge. That's all I'm saying. More CGI effects in upcoming shows. Yup. You're not missing much. Get dumped. It's all a new adventure. Just a lot of yups. He's asking for my top 3 characters. My top 3 characters on the show. I feel like it's cheating saying Jimmy and Kim, but Jimmy, Kim, and Chuck. Jimmy, Kim, Chuck. In that order. Watch The Sandman on Netflix. I will definitely try to watch that. Exactly, Mighty Healthy. I'm so worried about Disney clipping Daredevil's nuts. I'm so fucking worried about that. And we getting another text message and another voice message. People don't want me to end tonight. You all don't want me to end.
Guys, if you don't send any voicemails or texts, Phil's going to end the stream, and that'll be the end of Better Call Saul. We got to keep asking questions. Like, Phil, who is the character on this show, Better Call Saul, that you relate the most to?
The character I relate the most to on Better Call Saul is probably Kim because of the mother thing. Without getting into turning you all and the couple of 200 people that are still watching into my therapist right now. I had a mother similar to Kim's mother. And so I relate to Kim. I also relate to a certain extent to Jimmy. I guess I relate a little bit to Jesse for being wrapped up in another person's huge manipulation. But I also, and I think part of it is I relate to all of the characters except for maybe Mike, because Mike's more together than I am. But I definitely have broken bad in some ways, so I can relate to Walter. But I would say ultimately Kim. If I related to anyone the most, it would be Kim. It is. This is kind of free therapy. It's totally free therapy. Area code for a text message 419. Phil, please review Servant from Apple Plus. I've never heard of it. I will look into it. I'm definitely looking for more things to review. I want to do this as much as possible. I love getting to come out here and talk to you. This is literally the most fun I have in doing anything, and it feels like it's the place I should be. You know what I mean? It's like the place you should be, doing what you should do. This is what I should be doing pretty much every night. So I will hopefully get to do as many shows as possible. Area code 902, it's been real. Take care, man. It's been amazing. I appreciate all of you guys. It's sad to say goodnight, but it's almost that time. Whoa. That last line from Chuck, there's no shame in going back and changing your path, tied everything together beautifully. Obviously, in the moment, he's trying to manipulate Jimmy into giving up his career as a lawyer, but you look at how in the other 2 conversations about the time machine blend together, and it comes together as to why he's confessed. Mike is all about the residual heavy regrets that you carry on. They linger with you like a weight. And as much as you try to wake up one day and forget, there's simply some that you can never forget, things you always carry, like Howard and Chuck's death, in Mike's case, which I assume was his son's death. Walt literally brings this up. Yes, you obviously can't go back in the time machine to change your choices. Saul Neil's spiel, and so you've always been this way from Walter is pretty much funny, so it reaffirms that even up until this very end, Saul, he couldn't come to terms with his brother. But when Jimmy confesses, he takes a little bit of what he heard from Mike, Walter, and Chuck and chooses to change the past. And Chuck had said Gene Victor proved that moment. He went back to Jeff. I loved it. All rested. Sorry, I'm yada that a little bit at the end, but really awesome. 419, it's M. Night Shyamalan show. Very good. Really cool. I might check it out. people in the live chat, the real question is, would Slip and Jimmy exist without Chuck? Would he have existed if he had a better brother that actually knew how to enhance his negative points and his positive points? It's a good fucking question. We got another voicemail, area code 773.
Hello, Phil. It's Roger again, calling to pester you. Honestly, I just don't want the series to end. Your live right now is basically what's keeping Better Call Saul alive.
It's true. Anyone that I've been lucky enough to have join me for this ride, if anyone's watching still now at, what are we at, 4 hours and 50 minutes, that this me continuing going on here, all the people that are holding on to this, that want Better Call Saul to last as much as possible. We just got another voicemail too. People are calling on in. They don't want me to stop. They want me to keep this going, keep this pushing, keep Better Call Saul alive. Vince, if you're watching, I know you're probably not, but if you're watching at this point, if you tune on in and stretch on in, this is how much we love what you guys created. That we're here 5 hours in, still with like what 100 people watching, 250 people still watching. We're going strong, caring, and wanting to keep this alive.
At least for me. So, as much as I don't want it to end, I don't want it to end, but I came up with a question I wanted to know. Out of both Better Call Saul and Breaking Bad, who is your least favorite character and why?
Least favorite.
And once again, thank you for being you, and thank you for hosting a good live stream.
Least favorite. Like, least favorite as a person or bad character? That's an interesting question. I think it's a credit to Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul that there aren't a lot of shitty castings. There aren't a lot of characters that I don't really like. So this is probably the toughest question I've been asked. Who is my least favorite character in both the, like, least favorite as in like I hate them and I think that they're a horrible person, is Walter. Easily Walter. But if I'm thinking like least favorite as in a bad actor or someone that doesn't quite fit into the world properly, I can't think of anybody that pops out to me. So least favorite, like I hate them and I think they're a shitty fucking person, is Walter. Fucking Walter White. Fuck him. Flat says Chuck. I fucking hate Chuck. I'll buy that too. I have family members that have been Chucks in my life. I fucking hate Chuck too. Fuck that guy. And Lalo, someone says Lalo. Fucking Lalo. Exactly, Brian. Brian, we're at the final minutes here of Better Call Saul. I'm at like 4 hours and 52 minutes or something like that. We're going to probably try to tap this out at about 5 hours, and we'll break this down. Where are we? Where's our time? Do we have a time on this stream right now? I don't know fucking time. Let's see. We're going. We're still going. Still going right now. Still going strong. Was Gus a bad guy? I don't know. This is a world full of bad guys, so where are we ranking these bad guys on what metric? Is Gus as bad of a guy as Walter? Is Walter or Gus a worse guy? You got to think that Gus more, everything he did manipulative and dark was to protect someone that he cared about that got killed. So he killed all the other members of the cartel. Everything he dealt with Walter, he saw Walter as a potential threat, so he tried to deal with him, and then Walter tried to kill him and tried to manipulate the situation. So I don't know. I think I would say Walter's a worse person than Gus. Blackmail Walter, not a great idea. Definitely not. Skylar was awful. Main villain of the Gilligan universe is AMC plus. I buy that. 626.
Philip, put your dick away, Philip. I'm not having sex with you right now, Philip.
Thank you, Walter. Listen, Walter. Listen, Philip. Put your dick away, Philip.
Philip, put your dick away, Philip.
Okay, I'll put my dick away. I'm sorry. You guys can't see my hands. I'm sorry. So, everybody, you guys have been so amazing. This has been an incredible run. Thank you thank you all. This won't be the last time I stream or do something about Better Call Saul. I will absolutely talk more about Better Call Saul and Breaking Bad in the future. I hope most of you stay subscribed, stay rocking with me. The next show, as I mentioned, I'm going to be talking about is House of the Dragon. It's going to be very hard in the sense, like, I'm not sure if it's going to be like starting over for me. So any of you guys that want to come on over, I think I'm going to be doing that with my co-host Joe, and Joe is awesome. I'm sorry you guys didn't get to join with Joe this half a season, but we're going to be having some fun on Sundays and then shitting on The Walking Dead for the final stretch. I hope some of you guys join me for that. So make sure if you haven't, you hit that subscribe button and join me for the rest of, this silly madness. House of the Dragon starts Sunday, this coming Sunday. So, and you kind of do. You can probably watch the series without watching it or watch me without watching it. I'm not going to be doing any snobby book knowledge. It's just going to be reactions for television shows like this as we wait for another great, deep series to pop up. I'm still looking forward. If you guys have series you think I should cover, like the next big thing, the next awesome thing, let me know. You can always touch base with me privately at igotissuesman@gmail.com or theissuesguy@gmail.com. Either one works. You can follow me on Twitter at igotissuesman and find me there. I do have a Discord group that got shared earlier, but I don't have the link right now. But you could message me privately if you want the link to the Discord group. And all of that fun nonsense. Tight. I don't want to end, but I think it's about time to end, everybody. Let's take one more drink, one more toast to the final season of Better Call Saul and all the entertainment it gave all of us. Everyone, you guys have been unbelievably amazing. One last thanks to the Super Chatters and all the viewers and all the people that have joined me tonight. Here we go. Here's a little stupid drums. Oh, no. Hide the motherfucker on this channel. Here we go. There's a little trumpet solo for all of you guys. Oh, we got one more voicemail here. Here we go.
Just one question. Favorite or least favorite season of Better Call Saul?
My least favorite season is season 1. My favorite season is probably 4 or 5. 3, 4, or 5. Or 6. 3, 4, 5, or 6. It's hard for me to pick one of those. I think 3, 4, 5, and 6 are all exceptionally amazing. Season 2 is really, really well done too. And season 1 has some good episodes, especially once they figure out what kind of show they want to tell. But I think that seasons 3 through 6 are some of the best television ever created. Make it 5 hours. What are we at? What's the time, Matt F? How long do we have to 5 hours? Can you guys tell me what number we're at? For me, I see 4:58, but I think I'm a little ahead of times. So let me know how long I have to go for 5 hours. Because yes, let's make the 5 hours. Let's make the 5 hours. Thank you, Phil, for everything you put into the streams. Missy, thank you for everything you put into the streams. Popping into the live chat, sharing your thoughts. I've seen you all night. You're kicking ass. You're killing it. As we get another text and another voicemail. Here we go. More.
Also, least favorite season, least favorite episode. Least favorite episode. Mine is Nippy. Nippy was not bad, but to me it was a weak compared to the rest.
It would be hard for me to think of a least favorite episode. It would probably be one of the first couple. But because I definitely don't feel that way about Nippy. I enjoyed Nippy, but I get it. I get that some people feel that way. I would say my least favorite episodes of the entire 2 series would be early Breaking Bad episodes when Walter's coughing all the time. It's tough for me to hear that. As a cancer survivor myself, hearing Walter cough all the time, it's like psychosomatically traumatic for me. And I'm like, I don't want to hear that coughing. It gets to me. It like gets to me in a weird place. So I would say my least favorite episodes of Breaking Bad are those first couple when he's like coughing up a storm in the whole situation. Area code 512. You should do some live streams with the Kiwi. I would love to do live streams with the Kiwi. I was lucky enough to have him on one live stream. I'd love to have Kiwi on again. Great, awesome dude, and one of the most knowledgeable on Better Call Saul as well. Nothing but amazing things to say about the Kiwi. No, thank you for everyone that puts into it. So I see 4 minutes and 46 seconds. Oh, we got another super chat donation from Trocar X. Here we go. Toast to you as I'm shaky and drunky. Toast to you, my friends. And we got one more voicemail coming in again. Area code 706. 706? We got nothing on 706.
Bad universe.
Oh, here we go.
It's been a great ride, guys.
Here we go. I'm glad I checked it out. We get it. Just comes in a little late. The voicemail got cut off.
It's been a great ride, guys. I had to play it.
Whatever you played didn't come through, caller, but very good voicemail. Area code 773.
Sillerton, it's Roger again. If I'm annoying you, I'm sorry, but like I said,
Roger, you're definitely not annoying me.
I don't want this to end. This was something I've been looking forward to forever. Your show and the Vince Gilligan universe stuff. I don't want it to end, and I want it to last as long as possible. This is something another thing I kind of came to my mind. I remember you talking about playing games on here. So here's something I would like for you to cover.
Yes.
You can do it on your own time because it's an old game. There's I'm sure you're familiar with Grand Theft Auto. Mm-hmm. My favorite one is Vice City Stories because it is very similar to Breaking Bad. Without spoiling anything, if you do play it, I would like to. I'm very interested in partaking your perspective of it. Like, is it similar to Breaking Bad, Vice City Stories, or is it just me? So, if you can, that'd be great. If not, I understand. I'm sure you're busy with other projects, but I would really love to see you partake in that. Thank you.
No, thank you. And I'm not against doing that at all. I definitely need to get the game. I do have a Twitch channel, Phil the Issues Guy on Twitch. Follow me over there. And that for some video game play. I'm not saying I won't do it over here too, but that's where I usually do that kind of nonsense, even though I haven't streamed on there in like 4 months or some shit like that. But I do have a Twitch channel, so definitely follow me over there for some video game content, and I will try to play that game at some point in time. Remind me. Don't let me forget about that shit.
Yeah, I want to say one more thing. Maybe we're not bad. I thought it entertained for the most part, but to me, it did not grab me compared to the rest of the episode, the final season. And, also cover the episode from season 2 and season 1. I did like the first couple of episodes of season 1, mainly because To-Go, I've been a To-Go fan. I love To-Go. I wish he was in Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul mode. He was amazing, one of the best out there with Gus and Lalo, in my opinion. Mm-hmm. So that. Also, I was just about to say, what I want to say. Like, least favorite Breaking Bad character to me, it was Ted. Ted sucks. I'm sorry.
Oh, you don't like Todd?
Either way, not the actor, just
yeah, Todd as a character sucks. And I'm not the biggest fan of Todd, and I think Todd and Jack and his crew aren't my favorite villains or characters in Breaking Bad. And I think if they were introduced very quickly as a final villain, so to speak, and I'm not the biggest fan of that whole crew. And obviously El Camino, Todd is a huge character in that as well. Oh, goodness, everybody. After over 5 hours, I guess it's time. It's everybody, this has been amazing. It's been an amazing run. Baby Spot says I would rather fuck Todd than Ted. I mean, another super chat donation. You the man. I made it before you passed out. Thank you so much for popping on in. I'm so glad you made it before I passed out. I'm getting close. I still have a little bit of a drink to finish. 5 hours super chat as promised. I'm not even 1 a.m. in California here. Phil, you rock. I used to work with Interscope Records. Really? Is my music horrible? I'm like listen to my shitty music. Is it bad? But no, thank you so much for that super chat donation. No, we love you. I love you. Everybody. Oh, we got another voicemail. I promised that I would clear the voicemail line, but we got our callers. Our buddy keeps calling in, so some of our callers keep calling because they don't want this show to end, and I understand.
Before we leave, if you could make a show after Better Call Saul, the Breaking Bad was, which one would you make? I would make a Gus Pico. Who should play Alon Gus Fiend? I don't know who should play him. If anyone super chat, who should play Alon Gus?
Who should be? The boys played a younger version of Gus in that. Holy shit! Holy shit! We got the one and only. We were just Kiwi. We were literally just talking about you a few seconds ago. The wonderful, the amazing, vivid Kiwi, who's like, "Are you still You're still streaming right now?" I've been trying to end for a little while here, but yes. 5+ hours. We're still going here discussing this finale. Still got what do we got? Still got 200+ people watching right now after 5 hours, but just starting to wrap up right now. Great to have the Kiwi in the live chat. Thank you so much, buddy. Let's take one last final call from 718.
Look at all these super chats. You can't keep going. You got to keep going. And now we got Kiwi in the chat. Look at this. You got to keep going.
I got to keep going.
If they were to do another El Camino movie, what should they do it on?
If they were to do another El Camino movie, it depends. If they did a future thing, I would love to see some hunt for Walter White's money. I know that seems cheesy, but we've definitely done scams or hunts or things like that before, and I could see something where there's still the money that Jack had that stole from Walter that's somewhere. I don't know if that money was ever recovered, so you could see something where people research and look into the legend that is the Walter White case, and then they decide to go on their own journey based around that to try to find that money. Holy shit, another super chat donation, this one time from Dracarys Bitch. I tried to play Baby Blue Badfinger as a send-off. Love you, Kiwi, you're the best, buddy. No, you the man, my friend. Toast to you. Toast to you. I don't know how I'm still going 5 hours talking about this show, but I cannot get enough of it. Let's got a couple more voicemails here because the voicemails keep coming. I can't stop. It's like it's a sickness. I can't stop. I got the voicemails. I have to answer them. It's like I'm in a weird episode of The Twilight Zone.
Hello, my name is Kenneth. I'm calling from California.
Welcome, Cali.
I personally would say my favorite season was season 4, just because the stuff Jimmy was doing while he wasn't a lawyer was just so interesting. How he built the name of Saul Goodman with the commercials, selling all the commercial time while working at CC Mobile. I just thought that was really interesting. Thanks for having us. Bye.
Yeah, there's so many. I mean, as much as the later seasons of this show completely rock, you can't forget how good those early seasons were at just developing the characters, the amazing interactions between Saul and Chuck, and I'm glad that we got that Chuck scene to remind us of those times. And 3 cheers with my bong. Area code 870. People keep calling. Trying to call this a stream, but nope. People keep calling.
If you can get a secret show, like if you can make a secret in the Breaking Bad rules, not a prequel, who should be in the sequel? I will only make the disappearer. I would love to see Robert De Niro as him. I would love to see Robert De Niro, R.I.P. Robert Foster. So I would love to see the disappearer, him dealing with criminals, trying to, make a new life. It could be funny, entertaining. Okay, love you. Good night.
No, good night. And I've said it a couple of times tonight. I think the thing I would like to see is some sort of quest to try to find Walter White's money. That Jack buried somewhere, he hid somewhere. Who knows where it is? Maybe it could be Walter's daughter learning more about her father and then going out to try to find that money in some sort of big heist kind of mission. I wouldn't mind something like that possibly. So that's my answer to that particular question. And area code 419.
Hey Phil, it's Summer again.
Hi, Summer.
I was wondering, since you
Summer, your voice makes me smile for some reason. Let's go. Let's listen to Summer again because the beginning of her message makes me smile. Let's go. Area.
Hey Phil, it's Summer again. I was wondering, since you brought up Kim's mother earlier, what about Kim's relationship with her mom do you think led her to being attracted to Jimmy? Like, since that was obviously, maybe a dysfunctional relationship she had with her mother, what similar traits do you think her mother might have shared with Jimmy that made it familiar for Kim? But that's it. I love your show and your vibes, and I'm a new subscriber, and don't let the show go too long. You definitely need your sleep. Bye.
No, thank you. I definitely do. But I think what was it? What was it exactly again? What was Kim's mom?
Kim's mother earlier. What about Kim's relationship with her mom do you think led her to being attracted to
I think there's some similarities with the dynamic that she has with both of them. I think she has this connection with Jimmy, that Jimmy is sort of the lead con person and uses her to kind of push that on. And I think with her and Jimmy, they ended up being equal parts on that con manipulation team. But I think with her mother sort of helped her sort of connect with the fact that conning equals love and manipulation equals love. So it made her have the petri dish that's easy for someone like Jimmy to grow his fungus in. So I think that's probably the biggest thing that her mother had influenced to make her ready for someone like Jimmy. The fact that to Kim, at the foundation level of a mother, manipulation and conning is what equals love. So Jimmy, in his whole thing, is the perfect man in a comparison to what she always wanted to do to satisfy her mother. So yeah, there you go.
I would say my least favorite seasons are Breaking Bad season 2 and Better Call Saul season 2. Not bad, but I just felt like they feel like set-up seasons. Season 3 are both shows when they both are getting going. That's it. Good night. They go to bed now.
Yeah, go to bed. Go to bed now, buddy. Thank you so much for the super chat. Super chat. Top tier says, "You the man, Phil. I made it before you pass out." Thank you so much, top tier. I'm glad you made it in here. And thank you so much for dropping that super chat. It means more than you know. 773.
Phil, it's Roger again. You said I'm not annoying you, but if I'm secretly annoying you, I apologize.
Not even a little secret, decret annoying. I want calls. You guys can call 24 hours or 7 days a week, even when the show's off, and leave voicemails. Please, always call.
More questions that came up because I don't think any of us want it to end. The first one is anyone from Breaking Bad or Better Call Saul ever left a comment or voicemail on your live stream or anyone else like Kiwi's live stream like that? And the second question is...
not that I know of, but I did get Michael McKean to respond to a couple of my tweets when he was on the show. Just bullshit. I ended up asking him about his guitars and complimented him about Better Call Saul, and I had a couple of back and forths with Michael McKean. But I've never had anyone from the cast or anything call on in. That being said, the guy who was, I said this earlier, but I'll say it again, the guy who was on the bus, that's the first guy to point to him, Better Call Saul, that dude, I went to theater school with him. And I was texting with him or commenting with him on social media. He had like a family party and they made him a cake with his picture on it and stuff. But so I do know that particular guy, but yeah, there. But ultimately, no, not that I know of that any of the cast members came on. But I did get to interview Gus Fring once. That was pretty cool.
Who would you like to date from either any of the Vince Gilligan universes? Mine would be Kim, because she's my favorite Breaking Bad. I'd probably choose Lydia if she didn't try to kill me. And if I was a gay man, I would choose Gus.
Man, Gus is pretty
handsome. Hearing from you if you haven't
Gus would really protect you and stuff. Jessica Jones there. Jane would be Jane. Kim. And who else? Who else would be on that list? Definitely Kim. Definitely time for Kim. Definitely Kim. That's creepy. But no, I would. Yeah. I had someone else in mind, but I'm blanking on it right now.
Phil, I bought enough beer for this stream to go 6 hours.
You bought enough beer for 6 hours?
Pour yourself another drink.
One more?
Cheers, brother.
One more drink?
My question for you. Rank the top 3 villains of Better Call Saul.
The top 3 villains: Chuck, number 1, Lalo, number 2, and I was going to say Jimmy, number 3. Carol Burnett, number 3. How dare she? We got the amazing, the wonderful, the incredible Carmine from Red Team Review in the live chat. If you haven't already, make sure you jump over to Red Team Review and subscribe to him. He and Preston are killing it over there with tons of amazing videos and content. So if you haven't already, check my good buddy out over there. Sex bots are killing it tonight. We're at 5 hours and 20 minutes. I'm starting to slow down a little bit. It's time to start to wrap this up, as we'll take a couple more voicemails and then call this a stream. You guys are killing me, keeping me going here. It's amazing.
I'm sorry, Phil. I really am sorry for calling so much, but I heard you say you were in theater school.
Yes.
And now I just want to know so much more about your adventures in theater school. Sorry. I'm sorry.
No, you don't have to be sorry. Theater school is fun. Plays and shit are fun. I definitely had a lot of fun in those situations. I could do a stream talking about all my theater adventures. If I shit talk about acting and performance, I feel like I have to do it myself too. in some way. Otherwise, I don't feel honest about it. I am still unaware, but I'm getting ready to wrap things up right now. Carmine says, it died for me when Lalo died. I love Nacho and Lalo in that situation. I liked how menacing Hector was back in season 2 and season 3 with sending cousins to threaten Mike and his granddaughter. Better Call Saul, best drama, best actor, best supporting actress Kim, best supporting actor Gus. They should win the Emmys, says Discam. I agree. And holy shit, how do we, after 5.5 hours almost, we still have 222 people alive? Very much appreciate that. But I guess all things must come to an end. Everybody, if you enjoyed this live stream, make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you hit the subscribe button. Share the channel with a friend. I will be talking about House of the Dragon, after the episode airs next week at about 10:15 p.m. around there. Oh no, they won all those awards at the HCAs. Chuck, Lalo, Gus, you went 4.5 hours last week. You said you'd do 5.5 this week. I kept my promise. I did. I'm close to it. I'm not quite at 5.5, but I'm close enough to consider this a win. I've proceeded to go more and more each week. We had almost 900 people live here tonight with us, and that's a credit not to me, but to credit to how popular Better Call Saul became here at the end. And it means everything to me to be even a fraction of a part of your experience watching this show. And I hope you guys join me and stick around for more shows in this next coming year. Encore, encore, encore. You guys are amazing. Toast to you.
Let's play a game.